You're listening to a Galatea audio production of His Lovely Pet, written by Kimberly Wrights. Olivia. I woke up hearing screaming. I knew it was early morning because I could see the sun slowly rising out the window. It was my only source to the outside world. That and whatever the customers would talk about. I slowly began to rise up, using the palms of my hands to push myself up. I scooted close to the cage bars. The metal was cooling to the touch. I peeked through the bars to see the pet shop master and his muscle dragging a screaming girl through the back door. The Rouge. Again! Let go of me, you filthy bloodsucker! She snarled at the two vampires. I admired her bravery, but it was stupid to challenge vampires. They were stronger than any human, they had super speed, and they could bleed you dry. Brutus, the pet master, was talking to his muscle. Brutus was the one who got to punish us pets if we were bad. Martin was the pet shop owner or master until we were sold. He was fairly kind as long as you listened and didn't give him much trouble. I was only punished once, and it was enough for me. I wish I was braver and could handle more, but I wasn't like the Rouge. I lived my whole life in captivity. I was born in a breeding camp and then handed off. I couldn't very much, but that is what Martin told me, so it must be true. Unlike the Rouge who lived on the outside, I couldn't imagine the hurt she was feeling, to be ripped from your family and the only place you knew.
Take her to the room. Don't kill her. The auctions are in 2 days and we'll be rid of her then, he shouted at Brutus. She was kicking and screaming at him as he dragged her downstairs. Going downstairs only meant one thing. He was going to whip and torture her until she passed out. "Don't touch me, you fucking vamp! I'm not scared of you, puss!" was all I heard before the large metal door slammed shut. I could hear screaming, even if it was very faint. I sighed and sank back down. Master Martin began his rounds of opening the shop, passing out our breakfast, which usually consisted of toast and maybe a piece of fruit. We always had fresh water in our cages, which were nice at least. The shop was fairly large. He kept the more disobedient and rowdy humans at the front. He always joked that most vampires liked to break their pets in, whatever that meant. The more docile and quiet pets, like myself, were kept in the back. I didn't think I'd ever get bought, but the auctions were in 2 days, and I finally was old enough to attend. I'm sure most were terrified, but I've lived my whole life behind bars, and I just wanted out. I wanted to know what the outside was like. At the auctions, pet shop masters could take all their humans there to make money, and if no one bought you, then you'd go back. There were regulations, you had to be a certain age to attend, and you had to be somewhat healthy. The auctions were only held during certain times. Master Martin had been planning this one for a couple of weeks. The phone was always ringing. I was busy munching on a juicy red apple when the metal door swung open, hitting the wall. I jumped up and screamed. Martin ran to the back room, his feet stomping on the ground as he made his way back to see what made me scream. Martin looked completely annoyed but not surprised, while my face held fear and utter shock. Brutus stood there holding a very unconscious Rouge girl. Her shirt was covered in blood, her arms and legs were bruised black and blue. "I thought I said not to kill her," Martin sneered at Brutus. "She's not dead. She's breathing. She's a strong little bitch, I'll give her that," he chuckled. "Here." He pointed to the cage next to mine. "Put her in this empty cage next to Olivia." They locked her in the cage and both headed to the front of the shop as the vampire customers started coming in. It was late afternoon, and the Rouge girl still hadn't woken up. If her chest wasn't rising and falling, I would have thought for sure she was dead. I wished she would wake up soon, as I was terribly bored, and I wanted to ask her questions about the outside world. I glanced toward the window, and the sky was turning into a light orange and pink color. The sun must be going down. I let out a sigh of relief. The pet shop would be closing soon, and I felt like I was on edge all day long. I was getting ready to finally lie down, smoothing my worn-out brown blanket that covered my cage's floor. Before I could get comfortable, I heard a bell ring, signaling someone entered the shop. I looked up, but I couldn't see anyone. I heard their conversation, though. "Miss Annabelle, so happy to see you again. Are you needing some accessories?" Martin asked the vampire woman.
Actually, I'm needing a new pet, Martin. The last one was such a bore. Her voice was cold and mincing. Well, you know I always keep the more entertaining ones in the front here. I let out a sigh of relief. We all knew Annabelle was a regular vampire customer, and I never understood what she was doing with all the ones that left with her.
Fucking leeches. Fuck, is this my blood?
I looked over, and the Rouge girl was finally awake. We stared at each other for a few minutes before she broke the silence. How long was I out for? My name is Raven, by the way. I looked at her for a moment before spreading up. My name is Olivia. It's nice to meet you. I'm not sure. Brutus brought you back shortly after breakfast. I'm not sure how many hours or anything. She just nodded at me, and then her brows furrowed. What do you mean, Brutus? Are you talking about that disgusting vamp that tortured me? Are you on a first-name basis with those fuckers? She growled at me. I cowered a little bit before quietly responding. I'm not friends with them or anything, but I've been here for many years and know their names. Her eyes softened, but our conversation ended there. Before long, we both heard the sounds of heels clicking against the concrete floor. Raven and I both glanced over to the doorway to see Martin and Annabelle walking through. Ah, here she is. I know you like a challenge, and she is quite the challenge. Brutus gave her a good beating this morning. Martin spoke to Annabelle like we weren't even there while gesturing to Raven's cage. Are you sure? She looks fairly pathetic and filthy. Her blood doesn't even smell appealing. She sounded disgusted. Raven's chest puffed out and she shouted, Fuck! You! Open this cage and I'll show you pathetic, you nasty blood-sucking bitch! Her fingers wrapped tightly around the bars, knuckles turning white. I just looked at her with wide eyes. I wish I could have that courage. Annabelle just laughed while Martin looked livid. Without warning, Annabelle appeared at my cage, causing me to shriek and jump back until my back was pressed against the back bars. Martin! She screeched, grabbing his attention. Who is this delicious creature? Martin's eyes grew wide as he saw her gesturing at me. Please no, please no, please no, I chanted in my head. Oh, Miss Annabelle, I'm sorry, but Olivia here is not for sale at the moment. He spoke calmly, but I could tell he was nervous about telling her no.
And why the hell not Martin? This is a pet shop, isn't it? She's a pet and I want her. She growled at him without ever pulling her eyes from me. Get the fuck away from her, you vamp bitch, Raven shouted. I couldn't look at her, though. I was too focused on the terrifying vampire in front of me. Shut up, rat! Martin sneered at Raven before focusing on the blonde-haired vampire in front of me. Annabelle, her paperwork isn't completed yet. She can't be purchased until those are ready. You know the laws. He spoke again calmly. She finally stood up straight and smoothed out her dress. Fine. I'll be back in 3 days, and Martin, keep good care of my future pet. She spoke calmly, but there was something sinister about her words. Olivia. The day of the auctions was here, and I was both excited but also nervous. I didn't want to tell Raven that I was happy to get sold. She wouldn't understand and probably hate me. We had grown closer in the past couple of days. She told me all about the outside world, how the sun felt on a warm summer day, the aroma of fresh flowers gave when it was time for them to bloom, and the taste of sweet chocolate. Her face lit up when she talked about those things, but her eyes also held sadness. I found out she lived in one of the human villages that were run by some vampire lords. Her father sent her out for firewood in a nearby forest, and that's where all hell broke loose. I was looking for more lumber, but before I knew it, I was lost. That damn forest was so vast. Suddenly I saw them, a couple of vamps. At first I thought they were from my village looking for me, but their sinister smiles told me otherwise. Before they could, a single step, I was off. Luckily, there was a bunch of trees and I could dodge them, but they caught up to me. She got angry just thinking about the memory. I wanted to tell her that running was foolish. A human against a vampire was just ridiculous. It was pointless to run away. They could catch you in a second. But Raven was a warrior. She was the bravest human I ever met.
What happened after they caught you? I asked her.
They drugged me and I woke later in a cage. They sold me to the sleazy pet shop bastard. I escaped once, not twice now, but that fucking vampire wall caught me. Every fucking time.
I knew she was talking about Brutus. He was massive and sadistic. Luckily for me, I never made him mad. Martin and Brutus were busy removing the other pets from their cages, slapping chains around their wrist that were connecting to a metal collar. One by one, they were lined up in front of my cage. Their chains were linked, probably to prevent any escape attempts. My cage was by the back door, so I figured I was last. The big double opened up, and I could see a big truck. They started loading everyone into it. Pretty soon, it was just Raven and me. Brutus stood in front of Raven's cage. She was smiling, but Brutus didn't seem fazed by it.
Okay, little rat. Are you going to give me any trouble today?
He asked her calmly.
Fuck you, vamp! Let me out now! She shouted out at him before spitting in his face.
I looked at them in horror. This girl was brave, but definitely a little dumb, too. Perfect. I was hoping to use my new toy today. He chuckled. New toy? What's he talking about? I wondered to myself. He pulled out a stick. It was small at first, but he pulled on it, and it became longer. He clicked it in place before ramming it inside her cage and zapping her. Raven screamed twice before she went limp. Her eyes were still open, and I could hear small whimpers. My heart broke, and before I could stop them, the words flowed out of my mouth. Raven! Raven, get up! Brutus glared at me and opened his mouth to say something, but Martin busted through the doors.
Fuck, Brutus! Did you kill her?
Brutus opened Raven's cage and pulled her out by her arm. She stood on her legs but was shaking. She looked so helpless. Just tried the new toy. She's fine, just a little paralyzed at the moment. He spoke while he and Martin began putting chains on her. Unlike with everyone else, they put cuffs on her ankles as well. I guess they weren't taking any chances on her. Brutus dragged Raven to the double, and in a blink of an eye, they were gone and I was left confused. They left me alone with Martin. Am I not going to the auctions with everyone else? I asked him quietly. He looked at me before opening up my cage door, allowing me to crawl out.
No auction for you, little Olive. Your new master is on the way to pick you up.
My brain was racing. New master? Oh no. He can't mean that crazy female vampire. I began sobbing hard, falling to my knees, not even caring about the hard concrete. Please don't make me go with her. I'm not ready to die yet. Please, I sobbed while pleading with him. Her? What on earth are you talking about? Before I could answer him, the bell chimed that someone had entered the shop. I hung my head, staring at the most interesting concrete floor. I expected to see heels, or at least hear them, but I only saw 2 shiny black shoes. They didn't look like a woman's feet. Lord Valen, right on time. Martin spoke. He sounded almost excited. Wait, did he say Lord? I thought to myself. The vampire crouched down, so he was in front of me. He placed 2 fingers under my chin, lifting my head up so I could meet his eyes. He was pale like most vampires, and he was beautiful. He had short black hair and the most gorgeous green eyes. He was staring at me, and then he noticed my red, puffy eyes. I guess I cried harder than I thought. Any problems? He was speaking to Martin, but he never looked away. Well, Annabelle Kane was here a couple of days ago. She wanted Olivia, but I told her I didn't have her papers, which wasn't a total lie. But I expect she'll be by, he said nervously. The vampire in front of me, who I knew as Lord Valen, clenched his jaw. He looked angry. His once beautiful green eyes turned darker, almost black. I'll take care of her, he said, as he placed his hands under my arms and pulled me to my feet. He placed his hand on the small of my back and gently pushed me to the top of the shop. Martin went behind the counter, reaching underneath it and pulling out a blue square box. It arrived yesterday and everything seems in order. Do you need anything else? I have whips, muzzles. My new master held his hand up, making Martin shut up instantly.
That won't be necessary. Will it, little dove?
He asked as he looked down at me. I just shook my head.
Good,
he said as he picked up the box. He opened it and pulled out an ice blue collar from it. It was actually beautiful for a collar. It had these shiny stones on it. He leaned down and slipped it around my neck. Beautiful. Now it's time to go, little dove. I didn't know why he kept calling me that. I nodded before heading straight to the door. I was finally going to get to feel the sun on my skin. Olivia. I couldn't help the smile on my face as I walked outside. The sun was glowing and it felt so nice. The ground was hot, but I didn't care. I wanted to enjoy this moment. It wasn't long before my new master clipped the leash on my collar and began pulling me toward a black car. I guess we're leaving. He nuzzled me inside and I scooted all the way over to the window. It was dark, but I could make out different shapes. I flinched when I felt his hand under my chin, unclasping the leash and dropping it on the floor of the car. He signaled for the driver to move. He then pushed a button that caused a screen to rise up, separating us from him. I never took my eyes off of him, Raven said, not to trust any vampires. The ride was silent, and I was enjoying it. I stared out the window. I could make out trees and various buildings. I wished I could actually see something. My new master cleared his throat, and I glanced over at him. All right, little dove. I think it's time we talk a bit. I need you to know my rules and what's expected of you. After I talk, I'll give you the freedom to ask what you wish. Understand? I just nodded at him.
First thing, I need to hear words.
He sounded calm, but also a little irritated. Yes, master, I replied quietly. He just shook his head at me, which left me confused. The first rule, you will call me by name when we are alone. You may call me Cole. When we are in the presence of others, you can just call me sir. He looked at waiting for my response. I thought his first was silly, but he was my owner now. Okay, Ma Cole, I corrected myself. You'll find I don't have many rules, little dove. The second rule, if I call upon you, then you'll come. Third, no one is to touch you or drink from you. You're mine, and I don't share my things. And last, no trying to escape. Before he could finish, I cut him off. Why would I try to escape? You're a vampire and I'm a human. It's pointless to even try. He looked at me, surprised. I'm sure he wasn't expecting that response from me. You're absolutely correct, little dove. Now on to other matters. Once we get to the manor, you'll be staying in the suite with me. You are not to leave without permission. A human roaming the halls alone is a recipe for disaster. I'll also lay out your outfit for the day. If there's nothing, then you are free to choose on your own. I stocked your closet with anything you'll ever need. I'll call on you most days, but on days I don't, you are free to do as you wish. Do you understand so far? I nodded. Yes, Cole. Now it was my turn to ask questions, and my head was racing. Why do you call me Little Dove? Do you not know my name? I asked. I know your name, Olivia Carter. You simply remind me of a dove. Pale, creamy skin, white hair, and lovely gray eyes. Plus, you're my pet, and I can call as I wish. I just hummed at his answer. Will you, bite me and drink from me? I bit my lower lip, unsure if I wanted his answer or not. I think you know the answer, but yes, Olivia, I will. But I'm almost 1,000 years old, so I have more control than most. Plus, I won't need to drink much. However, I need to mark you so others know whom you belong to. He spoke so calmly and like this wasn't a tremendous deal, or that it was such a dumb question for me to ask him. You said no one is to drink from me, but how will I stop that? I mean, if a vampire wants me, I don't know how I'd stop them. Plus, that female vampire wants me. Badly. I looked down at my hands, which were shaking just thinking about her. He clenched his jaw. Once I drink from you and mark you, I'll be able to sense your emotions. If you're in danger, I'll know it. As for Annabelle, don't you worry about her. I'll handle it. He looked down at me, but I couldn't help but be afraid. You're afraid of her. Why? He asked me. He sounded concerned. Everyone at the pet shop was afraid of her. She came at least once a month to gain another pet. I thought she was just collecting them or something, but Raven said she was killing them. He didn't even ask who Raven was, but soon enough the car stopped, and we were here at my new home. Olivia. We stepped out of the car, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. It was huge but beautiful. It was 4 stories high. It looked like they made it out of brick, and there were vines growing in some places. There was no telling how many vampires and humans lived here. I didn't even notice Cole had clipped the leash on me. He was letting me soak everything up, and I was grateful he didn't start dragging me toward the entrance. Cole! We both whipped our heads toward the loud screech. My throat suddenly became dry, and I couldn't help but stumble backward. Luckily, Cole understood my fear and pushed me behind him. He was tall, but he wasn't as huge as Brutus, so I wasn't completely hidden as the blonde-haired vampire came running toward us. Annabelle, Cole said dryly. She didn't seem fazed by his tone, and then she looked down toward me and her eyes got big. Cole, did you buy her for me? How did you know I wanted a new pet? It doesn't matter. Hand over her leash, she said in one breath as she reached over to snatch the leash from Cole. Thankfully, he was faster.
Excuse me, Anna, but there seems to be some kind of misunderstanding. I didn't buy you anything. Olivia is my pet and mine only. He growled at her.
I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Annabelle looked beyond mad, and she was radiating anger and embarrassment. Cole, give me my fucking pet. That is my human, she hissed out. Oh, she is. That's funny because I'm the one who purchased her. Therefore, I believe that makes her mine. He seemed so calm, but I was shaking. The last thing I wanted was to get in between 2 angry vampires. Cole didn't seem bothered by her at all. He started walking to the door. He grabbed me by the arm and pulled me so I was in front of him. Walk in front of me, little dove, and don't stop unless I stop you, he whispered in my ear. I kept walking, and he wasn't that far behind me. I kept expecting her to grab me. I only got a few steps in before Annabelle was directly in front of me. She was smiling at me as she spoke to Cole, which was unnerving. Let's talk to my father about this, Cole. I'm sure he can straighten this out. Cole just let out a chuckle. Oh, I'm sure you think Daddy will allow you to get your way, but not this time, Annabelle. But sure, let's go. Without warning, another vampire was in front of us. He was beautiful, like all vampires. He had dirty blonde hair and was shorter than Cole, but obviously still much taller than me. He looked down at me with soft eyes and a warm smile. He instantly made me feel safer, which was odd considering he was a complete stranger. Brayden, take Olivia up to my room. She needs to shower and get dressed. Afterward, bring her to Lord Kane's office. Cole spoke to the other vampire as he handed over my leash. Brayden pulled on my leash and I almost had to run to keep up with him. The inside of the estate was just as beautiful. The walls were a cream color and there were flowers in the windows. Vampires were walking everywhere. It wasn't too crowded, but it was definitely making me uncomfortable. Don't worry, sweet girl, they won't bother you. Well, as long as you wear a collar. Brayden smiled sweetly at me. After 1,000 stairs later, we finally made it to Cole's room, which was huge. Brayden unclipped my leash and then took off my collar. I looked at him in horror.
It's okay, Olivia. We need to take it off so you can get in the shower anyway, he reassured me. He pushed me into the room until we were standing in front of the bathroom. It was a fairly large room with white walls and a dark gray tiled floor. Brayden started the shower for me, checking the temperature before turning to me. Now jump in. There's some soap and shampoo for your hair. Put that dress in the hamper over there. He pointed to a basket in the corner. Here's a towel for you, and I'll put your clothes on the counter before you finish. Before I could respond, he was already out the door. I peeled the white dress off my body. It was dirty from the cage. We only got fresh clothes and showers once a week at the pet shop. I stepped into the steamy shower. It felt amazing, and I couldn't help the little moan that escaped my mouth. I reached for the soaps and began scrubbing my skin clean. The soap smelled so sweet, but I wasn't sure what the exact name of it was. I quickly began working on my hair. It was long and had many tangles from always being down and sprawled out in the cage.
Once I was down, I cautiously stepped out. I didn't want to slip and fall. It would be so embarrassing if Brayden heard and rushed in while I was completely naked. I dried with the big, fluffy towel. I looked for the clothes and saw them sitting there next to the sink. The first thing I put on was the white lacy panties. I didn't see a bra, but I wasn't too upset about it. Instead, there was just a small dress. It went to my knees. It was a light blue color with some lace designs on the outside and over the chest. At first, I was nervous it would be uncomfortable, but it was soft against my skin and fit perfectly. The last thing was some knee-length white socks. Pets didn't get to wear shoes, I guess to prevent them from getting very far. But why would you even try to run from a vampire? I shook the thought from my head as a new one emerged. How did Master Cole know my sizes? I opened the door and looked out. Brayden was sitting on the king-sized bed, looking down at his phone.
"Ready, sweet girl?"
he asked as he looked up at me. I just nodded my head at him as he got up and reattached my collar. We were almost out the door before I grabbed his arm. "What about the leash?" I asked quietly while looking down at the floor. Truthfully, I didn't want it, but I also didn't want anyone to get in trouble because Brayden forgot it. "We don't need it. We're not going that far from here, but also I don't see you running off." I looked up at him. He was smiling. I was looking at a smiling vampire. Weird. Running is pointless. You'd catch me before I could even take a single step. I think my answer caught him off guard, but he just hummed in response, and we headed off to see Cole.
Cole. I watched as Brayden walked off with Olivia. She was so innocent, and her eyes constantly were filled with wonder and surprise. I never did partake in the whole owning a human pet before. To me, it seemed more trouble than it was worth. I guess to the ordinary vampire, it would seem fun, breaking in a new pet. However, I was always busy and didn't have the time to train and break in a disobedient little shit. So when I discovered my little dove, I had to jump at the chance. Not only was she completely obedient, but also unique. She didn't know it yet. Hell, I don't think anyone did. I needed it to stay that way because once everyone found out, they'd want her, and I don't share. I was dragged out of my thoughts when I heard someone clearing their throat. I rolled my eyes as I looked over at Annabelle. "This bitch," I thought to myself while sighing in her direction. "Are you ready to go see my father now?" she asked. "Not really, but I want to get this shit over with already." I didn't even give her a chance to respond before I started walking inside the estate. The estate was basically a modernized castle. It was 3 stories high and housed about 50 vampires, not including the guards and servants. Because of who my father was, and the fact that I did so much work, I got a wing of the 3rd to myself. Annabelle seemed to think that because her father was the lord in this region, she got anything she wanted, and normally I wouldn't give a fuck. But now she was trying to take what was mine, and I was not having it. I walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Aside from my wing, there were also offices, one being Lord Marcus's. Annabelle was skipping happily in front of me. I just chuckled to myself, not because she was cute or anything, but I knew how this meeting was going to go. We finally made it to his office, and outside the door, 2 guards stood there. "State your business, Lord Valen," one of them said. I just gestured over to Annabelle. The other one let out a breath and opened the double doors. "Does she come here often?" As we walked in, she ran toward him at his desk. "Daddy!" she squealed, causing him to shoot his head up. "Belle, what are you doing here, and with Cole?" He shot a smirk in my direction. He has been trying to get us together for years now, but it was never going to happen. I'd rather be staked. He motioned for us to take a seat in front of his large wooden desk. I sat down and began texting Brayden to bring Olivia to where I was. I knew Marcus would want to see what the fuss was about. "Daddy, Cole stole my human pet from me. I demand that he return her to me." She had these big sad eyes and pouty lips going on. I just rolled my eyes. "Cole, care to explain?" he asked me while raising an eyebrow. "There's not much to explain, Marcus. I bought a human as a pet. and I just arrived with her, and Annabelle here seems to think the girl is hers. I shrugged at them. I went to the pet store 2 days ago to purchase her, and Martin said she didn't have her papers. I told him to take care of her until I could go back, she squealed out. I went into my briefcase and handed him the papers that Martin didn't have. They were bills of health and my sale showing that I had already purchased Olivia 4 days earlier. He looked them over before opening his mouth. Cole, if you bought her 4 days ago, why are you just now bring the human here now? Because, Marcus, I wasn't completely prepared for her arrival, and I was finishing up work for my father. Martin agreed to house her for a few days for an extra fee. I also instructed him not to tell anyone. Before I could finish, the doors opened, revealing my assistant Braden and my lovely pet. She looked absolutely stunning. That dress was perfect for her pale complexion. Her white hair was pulled back into a braid, and her gray eyes seemed to light up when she noticed me. That was short-lived when she noticed Annabelle smiling at her. Braden had to nudge her a bit to keep walking toward me. Hello, pet. I hated sounding stern and cold, but I couldn't let these two vultures know my true feelings for my little dove. Hello, sir. Thank you for the dress, she quietly spoke. I knew she was nervous, so I lifted her up to my lap and sat her so she was facing Braden, who was leaning against the wall. Why is the bitch not wearing a leash? Annabelle smeared at Braden. I could feel Olivia flinch against me. Well, it wasn't needed. The walk wasn't long, plus she wouldn't run. It'd be pointless. Her words, not mine. He spoke calmly, but I knew he was fuming. Braden hated Annabelle and her father more than anyone. I believe this meeting is over now. I proved my ownership. Annabelle can go to the pet store and purchase yet another human if she so wishes. I sighed, getting ready to leave with Olivia still in my arms. Wait, Cole. Marcus spoke up finally. Oh, here we go. What did you mean by yet another human? I could feel my lips curve into a smile. Oh, you didn't know? Annabelle visits the pet store once, sometimes twice a month to acquire a new pet. The look on Annabelle's face was worth having sit for this dull meeting. Daddy, he's lying, she screamed in her high-pitched voice. Actually, I'm not. My pet told me, and I'm sure we can call Martin now and verify with records. I just shrugged. I could feel Olivia shrink in my lap and attempt to slide off, but I just held her there and dug my nails into her hip. Marcus narrowed his eyes in my direction before deciding to phone Martin and placed the phone call on speaker for everyone to hear. Martin's pet shop. How can I help you? Martin, I require some information regarding one of your clients. Oh, of course, Lord Kane. Who is the client and what information do you need? It's my daughter, Annabelle Kane. I need to know how many times she visited your store and left with a human. Absolutely, sir. Hold, please. We sat in complete silence while waiting for this information. I hoped my little dove wasn't going to make me look like an ass. Okay, Lord Kane. According to my purchase records, Miss Annabelle has bought 19 pets in the past 12 months. Marcus's eyes grew so big I thought they'd pop out of his head. 19? 19? That can't be right. I want you to fax me those right now. He clicked the phone before hanging up before Martin could respond. It took about 5 minutes for Marcus's office assistant to come through the doors holding some papers. Cole. My lord, these just came faxed over for you. His assistant handed the papers over to Marcus. He seemed emotionless at first, but that quickly changes to confusion and anger. Annabelle is squirming in her seat. I doubt either of them cares that she drained or tortured several humans. However, pets are different. Pets cost money, and it's rare or frankly unheard of for a vampire to purchase so many. Annabelle is a young vampire who doesn't have anything of value, so it's safe to assume she's been using her daddy's money for this little hobbit. Fucking hell, Annabelle. Please explain why you bought 19 pets. If you wanted to have some, I'd let you drain the prisoners. Marcus seethes out at her. Daddy, I'm sorry. It was an accident, she mumbles out. She turns to glare at me, but I could honestly care less. Cole, I apologize for this confusion and for my daughter's behavior. Marcus is not one to apologize, but I just give him a nod and stand up, placing Olivia on her feet. After giving her a slight nudge toward the door, we make our leave. Braden is already at the doorway waiting for us. I start to make my way down the hallway. Olivia's little feet are paddling along. I forgot how small she is. I'm only a couple of feet in front of her, so I'm not too worried. Not until I hear her small yelp. I turn quickly to see her pinned against the wall by Annabelle. Fucking hell, this girl. It's your fault! You're going to pay! She's trying to whisper yell at my little dove, but I'm a vampire. I ripped her away from Olivia, slamming her body to the ground and pressing my shoe into her neck. I give Olivia a questioning look. I'm okay. She's clearly lying, but I decide to let it go for now. Braden is at her side to look her over. Take my pet back to the room. I'll be there shortly. He nods and pulls Olivia away at vampire speed. Once they are out of sight, I look down at the whimpering vampire below my shoe. As I remove my shoe from her neck, I reach down and grab a handful of her hair and pull her up. She hisses in pain, but I don't care. Tisk, 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 I start. You just couldn't stop yourself, could you? You should have walked away, Annabelle. That is my pet you threatened. I'm not really sure what to do with her. I can't kill her. Not yet anyway. I mean, I should pull her head from her shoulders. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise, and you can't be around all the time to protect that little wretch. She growls out. That's it. I've had enough of this. Listen here, you little vamp, and listen well. If you as so much touch a single hair on her head, I will throw you in the dungeon and torture you. I will cause you so much pain you'll be begging me to end you. But I won't, Annabelle. I'll let you heal and do it all over again until I grow bored, and then I'll rip out your heart. I speak to her very calmly as I look into her eyes. I can smell the fear radiating off her body. You wouldn't, not over a silly human girl, she sneers. That is my human girl. She is mine, I do not share, and I do not allow others to harm or damage what is mine. Do I make myself clear? She just nods in agreement. I immediately drop her to the ground and she speeds away. I stroll down the hallways heading toward my room. Only a few months longer in this hellhole and I can travel back home. It's not that bad here, but it's not home. It's not where I belong. I'm dreading going into my room and seeing my little dove, my lovely pet. I need to mark her. I need to make it known who she belongs to. I had planned on doing it closer to our departure, but with Annabelle's behavior, I don't think that's an option any longer. Walking into the suite, I can already sense that Braden left, and Olivia is perched on the windowsill looking out. I can't even imagine how overwhelmed she must feel right now, and I hate that I'm about to add to all those emotions, but this has to happen. Little dove, what are you looking at? I say, in the most gentle voice. Her head snaps toward me and a small gasp leaves her mouth. I didn't hear you come in, Cole. I was just looking outside. It's very lovely. Is it okay that I sit here? If I wasn't a vampire, I wouldn't even have had heard her. She looks so timid and can barely make eye contact with me. Of course, little dove. We have some things to discuss, then you are free to wander about. Okay? I coo at her and she just nods. I give her a stern look and she gulps. I mean, okay, Cole. I pull her down off the windowsill and guide her over to the sitting area, which is basically a couple of couches and a small table. I take my place and stand her in front of me. She still won't make eye contact, but it's fine. This is all still new to her. I pull her toward me and position her so that she's straddling my lap. Normally I wouldn't do this, but it'll make biting her neck much easier for both of us. I placed a finger under her chin and tilted her head up so she was looking at me. Now, I wasn't planning on doing this until much later, but it appears I'll have to mark you tonight. She opened her mouth to speak, but I placed a finger on her lips. Let me finish talking. Marking you is more than just biting you and drinking your blood. I'm going to release some of my venoms into your bloodstream as well. This will allow me to tap into your emotions. That way, if you're ever in danger, I'll know and be able to find you much faster. It will also allow my bite marks to last longer, so to everyone, it will look like I drink from you daily, but I'll only drink when I need to, or when the marks start to fade. Do you understand what I'm saying, Olivia? She looks at me with her big doe eyes and says in a quiet voice, "Way, will it hurt?"
Olivia. I blinked at Cole. I knew my face was red from the heat I was feeling. This position was so embarrassing I could barely focus on Cole's words. I knew he was explaining how it would feel to me. I asked him if it would hurt, but of course I knew it would. I wanted to be a good pet, but this was just so much. On my first day out of the pet shop and all, I wanted to do was go back to my small cage, my simple and boring life. Would Cole let me? I want to go back. I interrupted his talking. I nibbled on my bottom lip and just focused on my hands that were playing with the bottom pieces of my dress. It was quiet for a moment, which gave me more anxiety. That was until I felt his fingers under my jaw tilting my head, so I was forced to look at him. I tried to look back down when I stared into his now black eyes.
Go back where, pet?
He growled at me. His jaw was clenched. Oh, he was furious. To the pet shop, I finally stuttered out. I would never go against a vampire, but this was honestly too much for me. I know I was just scared, but this was just too much for my human self. Suddenly, his hands cupped my face, and I could feel the hot tears running down my face. I whimpered, wanting so badly to run away. I tried to struggle, but it was pointless. He used his thumbs and wiped away my fallen tears. My face was probably a mess. You are not going back to the pet store, Olivia. He sounded so cold when he called me by my name. You are mine only. I have waited a very long time for this day, and I refuse to wait any longer. Do you understand me? Even if I wanted to respond in any way, I couldn't. I was completely helpless and frozen. Very soon, I will mark this precious neck of yours. Everyone, vampires and humans, will know who you belong to. If you escape, anyone would be happy to drag you back to me. Tell me you understand, little dove. He removed his hands from my face, and I just hung my head in shame before responding. I understand, Cole. Good. Whom do you belong to? He hissed at me. You. I belong to you, I quietly stated. He just hummed in response. His eyes softened and turned back into a green color. I felt a little better, but I was still anxious. I also began to wonder what he meant by he waited a long time for this day. Maybe he just meant having a pet. Before I could even ask, I felt his hands on my hips pulling me closer to him until my hands played palmed on his chest. Close your eyes, little dove. I'm going to make it hurt less. I wasn't sure what he meant, but I did as he commanded. My hair was already braided behind my back, so nothing was in his way of my neck. I waited patiently until I felt his lips kissing along my jaw. I wanted to open my eyes, but I didn't him to get mad again. It felt so good, and my whole body felt tingly. He kissed down my jaw until he got to the sweet spot on my neck, where his mark would be. He sucked there for a minute. My mind was in pure bliss. It felt like I was floating on clouds. I let out a tiny moan, and I could feel him smirk against my skin. Then it happened. His fangs pierced my skin, and the pain was horrific. I let out a scream. I thought he'd cover my mouth, but he didn't. The pain lasted forever, it felt like, but it started to fade. I wasn't sure what I was feeling, but my body started to feel slightly colder. My hands clenched his shirt, but he kept drinking from my neck, blood running down my neck. Cole released his fangs from my neck and moved his arms to rest on my back. I felt so tired, like I hadn't slept in ages. I wanted to ask him what he did to me, but I couldn't even open my mouth to talk. I wanted my eyes to open, but they didn't. Don't fight it, little dove, just sleep, that's it, he cooed in my ear. I didn't fight him. I just let my body go limp against him, allowing darkness to consume me. Olivia. I slowly open my eyelids. My body feels warm, and I realize I am trapped under heavy blankets. Wherever I am feeling nice, it must be nicer than my old cage. I hear clicking noises. Using my elbows, I slowly lift my body up. I see Cole across the room, sitting at his desk, typing away. He seems so focused. I don't want to bother him, but I want to get up, and my lower half is trapped under these heavy blankets. I grip the blankets and try to push them off. I guess I was making whimpering noises because the next thing I know, Cole is standing right above me. He doesn't say anything. Oh no, is he mad at me? Am I going to be punished? I just looked down and start to play with my fingers. I can't bear to see his face right now. Then I hear him chuckle as he pulls the heavy blankets off of me. Once I'm free, I slowly pull myself up until I'm sitting on the edge of the big, comfy box. How do you feel, my little dove? He asks me. I'm okay. A little sore and hot. Cole? He just hums at me. What is this big box that I was sleeping on? He looks at me confused, but then it hits him that I grew up in a pet store. It's a bed. Most vampires don't allow their pets to sleep in them, but I'm not like everyone else. It's true he wasn't. He seemed much more laid back and calmer. Now, you slept for a long time, so let's get you in a bath and then we'll go down to get dinner. Sound good? He asks as he helps me off the big bed. Yes, Cole. He puts his hand on my lower back and starts to lead me to the bathroom. Once we get there, he starts to turn on the water and pours in some liquids. I feel my face turn red at the thought of him seeing me naked. I'm nothing to look at, really, but I'm still not comfortable with it. After running the bath for me, he steps out of the bathroom but doesn't shut the door. I decide to start to let my hair loose and run my fingers through my once braided hair. I feel a presence behind, and sure enough, it's Cole. He places a pile of clothing on the counter. Here are some clothes for you, little dove. Take a bath and get dressed, and we will go get dinner. I just nod at him in response. I know I'm supposed to use words, but he lets it go. I decided that it would take too long to wash and dry my hair, and it's not really dirty, so I place it in a messy bun on top of my head. I peel off my dress and remove my underwear and stockings. I feel for my collar, but I find it's missing. Did he remove it before placing me in bed? I shrug the thought away and slowly dip into the warm bath. It's now that I realize how sore my muscle is as I release a moan. After several minutes of just enjoying the warmth, I start to wash my body. The scented soaps invade my nostrils. It smelled like fresh fruit. I was feeling scared and lonely before, but now I feel content. My emotions and feelings are all over the place, and I don't know why. Once I'm clean and feel more relaxed, I reach the bottom and pull the plug into the tub. I carefully step out of the huge tub and wrap a fluffy towel around my body. As I walk to the counter to get my clothes, I glance in the mirror and look at my reflection. I can see 2 marks on my neck. Around them, it's a brownish-purple color. I place my palm over it, but nothing happens. It doesn't cash or hurt or anything. I let out a small sigh and start grabbing the clothes. A pair of black cotton underwear, blank soft pants which I found from Raven, are called leggings, and a pink sweater. I look for tights or socks but don't see any. I walk out of the bathroom and walk up to Cole. He's focused on his work again, and after a few moments of waiting for him to acknowledge me, I decided to tug on my shirt. He turns around and smiles down at me. See, Cole, I was wondering, can I have some socks? I stutter out while looking down. I don't know why I'm so nervous around him. Don't be nervous around me, little dove. And of course you can have some socks. Go to the closet. Your stuff is on the right-hand side. I look at him in shock. I have a whole side? I slowly pad over to the closet and walk inside. Rows of dresses and drawers filled with sweaters, pants, and socks. I pull out a pink pair and sit on the floor of the closet and pull them over my feet. I pull myself up and turn around too fast and bump into a wall. I look up and it's Cole. I feel my face heat up and open my mouth to apologize, but he bends down and fastens my collar, sound my neck. Come. That is all he says before he walks away toward the door. I pad after him quickly, and we make our way out of his room. As we walked down the long hallway, I noticed a few vampires sniff the air and look my way. Some were disgusted, while others seemed curious. As if reading my mind, Cole turns. It's my mark. They can smell it on you.
Some probably don't like that I did it, but I honestly don't care, he snarls out.
I know it's not meant toward me, but it's still pretty scary. We proceed toward the dining hall, which unfortunately happens to be on the main floor level. I follow quickly behind Cole, not wanting to get lost in a fortress full of hungry vampires. It's silence between us, but it's a comfortable silence. As we get closer to the dining hall, Cole clips the leash to my collar. I know it's probably for appearances, but it makes me feel sad. I need to snap out of whatever is happening to me and remember that I'm property. I'm a human pet, a blood bag. I hear Cole growl, and his eyes turn a black shade.
I don't want to hear such things ever again. Am I clear, Olivia?
I gasp and try to figure out if I said that out loud.
I'm waiting for an answer.
His voice sounds cold and annoyed. I gulp and whisper out a, "Yes, sir." He just nods at me as he proceeds to pull me into the dining hall. I freeze as I look around the dining hall and gasp. Olivia. I gulp and freeze in my spot as I look around. The dining hall was huge. There were vampires all around. It wasn't very crowded, but it was enough to make me nervous. Pets were being dragged by their leashes, most of them half naked. I was grateful Cole provided me with clothing. I glance up, and Cole is staring straight ahead. He starts to walk, and I basically have to run to keep up with his large steps. We make our way to a pretty isolated area. Many were staring at us, but Cole didn't seem bothered at all. I, on the other hand, was feeling quite nervous. Cole must have sensed this. He said he could anyways. He took his seat and gestured for me to sit next to him. He placed his hand on my upper thigh and rubbed circles. For a moment, I felt more relaxed until another vampire came and plopped next to Cole. He was tall and thin, but not as muscular. He had sandy blonde hair and the same green eyes. When he caught me staring, I immediately looked down at my lap. "Cole!" he exclaimed, excitement in his voice. "Did you finally get a pet?" Cole didn't answer the vampire. Instead, he just took a drink from his glass. It was a thick red liquid, so I could only assume it was blood. Suddenly, a few human servants rushed out to where we were carrying trays and placing them in front of us. Cole and the other vampires had steak with potatoes. The pets, however, had a mix of different vegetables with a bit of rice. I wasn't complaining. It was more than I would ever get at the pet store. Cole began to eat, still ignoring the other vampire who was staring at me now. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to eat, so I just sat there quietly. "Can you stop staring at my pet, Caden? You're making her uncomfortable." Cole finally spoke. "I knew you got a pet. Why didn't you tell anyone? Why didn't you tell me? What's her blood type? Have you drunk from her yet? Why are you drinking that vial when you have a fresh supply?" He rushed out all at once. Cole glanced down at me and I sunk down a little bit. "Eat, Olivia. You're still a little weak from before," Cole spoke softly in my ear. I just nodded at him and began eating the food in front of me. The rice and vegetables wasn't super tasty, but I did my best to eat what I could, up until more vampires came pouring into the dining hall. The sight was enough to cause me to stop eating and push my plate away. The vampires were beautiful, of course, but it was the pets. Most of them were sickly skinny and barely wearing any clothes. It was in that moment that I was truly thankful that Cole gave me clothing, even if he picked it out. I could feel the bile in my stomach making its way to my throat. I wasn't sure what to do. I was so scared. I did the only thing I could think of and started tapping on Cole's leg. He immediately looked down at me. His eyes were wide. At first I thought maybe I had angered him, but his eyes looked worried, which I never imagined that would be possible. "Little Dove, what's wrong?" He leaned closer to me. I inhaled a big breath of air and whispered, "I'm sorry, but I don't feel too well." He nodded and took another sip from his glass. After a moment or two, I began to think that he didn't care that I was about to empty my stomach right here in front of everyone. I must have been lost in thought or concentrating too hard on keeping the bile down because I hadn't even noticed that Cole had risen from his seat. Everyone was staring at Cole as he stood there waiting for me to rise from my chair. I felt myself sink down further in the chair, frozen at the spot.
"Come, little dove, it's okay,"
Cole said in a stern yet gentle voice. He wrapped his hand around my arm and helped me out of the chair. To the other vampires, I'm sure it looked like he was dragging me, but he wasn't really. It was odd to me how gentle and kind he was to me, but maybe it was all a trick. As we walked out of the dining hall, I heard footsteps running after us. "Cole! Cole! Wait up, will you?" I immediately knew it was Caden. "What is it, Caden?" Cole said in an annoyed tone. Maybe he doesn't like him, I thought to myself. "He's like family, but he annoys me sometimes," Cole said. He wasn't looking at me. Did I say that out loud? "Aren't you going to introduce me to your pet, Cole? I can't believe you finally got a pet. Well, no one can. Oh shit, does your father know?" Caden spewed his words out. He seemed harmless enough, and I didn't think Cole would let another vampire harm me, but he was still a vampire, so I just stayed behind Cole, clinging to his shirt. "Caden, there's no reason I should introduce my pet to you or anyone else for that matter. If you're so excited about a pet, why don't you go get your own?" Caden looked down at me and winked. "Maybe I will, Cole. Maybe I will." I gulped as he spoke, and Cole sensed my fear because he quickly grabbed hold of me, and all I saw was blurs. And then we were inside his room. Cole sat me down on the sofa and began stroking my hair. "You're safe, little dove. I know that was quite an experience, and you've been so sheltered, but I promise nothing will happen to you. Okay?" Even though I was confused and scared, I managed to smile at him. "Okay, Cole. Oh, and I was wondering, are you able to read my thoughts?"
Cole. I knew she would catch on that I could read her thoughts, but I didn't think it would be so soon. I'm a vampire, and she's my pet, so I could refuse to answer or just ignore her, but I didn't know if I could even do that. If I tell her the truth, it could prevent her from thinking freely. It doesn't help that she's looking up at me with those big blue eyes. Things are getting out of hand and I need to be more careful. Everyone is suspicious of me already, and I have the Canes to look out for. Caden is curious, but he has a big mouth and can't be trusted with anything. My little dove's mind is racing. I can't even properly read her thoughts. She's trying to figure out if she can trust me, and a part of her doesn't because of what I am. I wish I could tell her everything, but it's too soon and I need to keep her safe and for her to trust me. Wait, who the fuck is Raven? Now I have to tell her the truth about my power, especially if I want real answers. Well, yes, certain vampires have special abilities when they drink, fresh blood. Since I drank your blood, I can read your mind. I'm also stronger than most vampires, faster, and my senses are more heightened. Her eyes grew wide, and she was already trying to control her thoughts, but it was useless. She had a million questions swimming around, and I just nodded at her, letting her know she could ask away. Maybe this would help her trust me more. You said certain vampires, so not everyone has these abilities? No, little dove. Other vampires maybe become a little bit stronger, but nowhere near my own strength. I told you in the beginning I'm very old. My family was among the first vampires. Therefore, I was already stronger, faster, and probably more intelligent than most others. Is anyone here that has those same abilities as you? Are there more like you? I didn't even need to read her mind or feel her to know she was scared. Her eyes and body language said it all. I've never seen someone so tensed as her. I quickly sat down beside her and grabbed her little hand. I'm sure I was ice cold, but I needed her to understand that she was not in danger. You are safe, little dove. You are safe here with me. I won't let anything happen to you. I would have preferred not to drink from you at all, but because I did, I will be able to sense you. I'll know when you are scared, happy, and even sick. In a house full of vampires, this is really helpful. Not that I think that I'll need it. Everyone knows you belong to me, and if even a single hair is harmed, they will pay with blood. She scooted closer to me, and to much of my surprise, leaned her head against me and let out a small sigh. I let go of her small hand and began to stroke her from her head down to her shoulders and arms. Her heartbeat, which was beating so fast I thought it might burst from her chest, was slowing down and her breathing was calming. I knew she wasn't asleep, but my touch seemed to calm her down dramatically. "Cole, why do you care for me so much? I'm just a human pet," she said in a quiet and gentle voice. I wasn't sure how to answer. I didn't want to lie, but I couldn't reveal everything to her. It was too dangerous. "All will be revealed in time. For now, just know that you are safe here." She didn't answer, but it wasn't long until she was fast asleep. She really was a little tiny bird, so fragile, and lived so long in a cage. This wouldn't be too much of a change. A gilded cage is still a cage. Once my work and business were finished, we would go home. I'd just keep the vultures away long enough to get everything finished. I was lost in thought when my phone started to vibrate. I had a meeting with Braden and Caden. I normally did not have meetings in my room, but I was not going to leave my lovely pet here alone. A quick text to Braden was all I needed. I slowly stood up with Olivia in my arms, one hand under her neck and the other under her knees. The good thing about who I was the fact that I had this suite. I walked to the second bedroom and put her sleeping body gently under the blankets. I was walking out of the room when the knocking started. I closed the door to the bedroom and walked to the front area to let them in. Caden rushed in first, of course, probably hoping to see my pet. "She's asleep, Caden. Now please sit down so we can get this meeting over with." Braden was right behind Caden, but was much calmer. I'm sure he'd be curious too, but he knew more. Not everything, but I trusted him more. Both of them took a seat on the couch. I let out a breath and walked to my desk to retrieve the paperwork. "Okay, let's get started. I have the reports, FR. So Cole, tell us about your new pet." This was going to be a long night. Cole. The meeting went on for hours, almost to the morning. Caden would try to pry information out of me regarding Olivia, but I wouldn't budge. Only Braden knew about her, and even then, he didn't know everything. I stand up and stretch around the lounge area. I didn't need sleep. No vampire did, really. It mostly makes us appear more human, and sometimes a rest is needed. Thanks to Olivia's blood, I not had heightened senses and powers, but I had a lot more energy. That was another reason to keep her safe. If the others knew what her blood could do, they'd lock her up, experiment on her, keep her alive just for her blood. Of course, I'd die before any of that happens. It was about 7 a.m., and I knew Braden would be here soon. We usually worked in my office, but I needed him to stay in the suite so he could bring Olivia to me. I trusted no one else, not even Caden, who was basically my brother, especially not the Canes. I knew Marcus was probably keeping eyes on me and, more importantly, my pet. While taking a quick shower, I can't help the smile on my face when I see the small bottles of women's soaps and other products lined up in the shower. I finally have her. She's finally here. I just have to make sure she stays safe. My head is resting against the cool tile of the shower, water streaming down my face and body when I hear the door open and close. I know it was Braden, but my instincts kick in, and I use my vampire speed to get out of the shower and to the door wearing only a towel around my waist. I was in full beast mode, but I came back to reality when I realized it was just Braden, right on schedule. My eyes returned to their forest green and I looked up at Braden. Why was I looking up at him? Wasn't I taller than him? "Sire, it's just me. Can you, release me now?" I heard him say, choking on his words. That's when I realized that I was in fact holding his by the throat up in the air. Blood was slowly pouring down his neck. I sat him back on the ground and retracted my claws from his throat. Luckily, Braden was a vampire and healed fairly quickly. "I'm sorry, Braden. I didn't know who you were and my instincts just kicked in." I spoke softly, not even sure if he heard me or not. He just nodded and began listing out my day, meetings and reports that needed to get done. I ran my hand through my black hair and walked into the walk-in closet. To the right were Olivia's things. I spared no expense when it came to her. She was probably one of the few pets that was allowed such clothing. But she wasn't just any pet, she was mine. I normally would pick out her clothing, but she has been through a lot lately, and everything that has happened was a lot to take in. Also, I was quite curious what she would pick out to wear herself. I walked out of the closet in my usual suit and tie attire. I rarely wore casual clothing, and with my meetings and work things going on today, a suit was going to be essential. The humans were rioting more and more, vampires were attacking and ignoring laws, and to top it all off, the blood banks were dwindling down. Lord Marcus seemed to not think any of this was a huge deal, but if nothing was done, then this city would burn to the ground, and soon. Braden, Caden, and me were tasked with coming up with a viable solution. Well, more like a business proposal. We needed to cohabitate with the humans. As much as Lord Marcus hated to admit it, we needed them to survive, and they would have to comply in order to survive with us. You would think after decades we would all be getting along or at least tolerating each other, but no. My father has been trying, but it's not easy when you have old-fashioned radicals governing the different regions. I was snapped out of my thoughts when I heard Braden coughing in an attempt to grab my attention. Something you'd like to say, Braden? You may always speak freely. I noticed him looking in the direction of Olivia's bedroom, the room she was sleeping in anyways. Have you told her yet? I know you haven't told Caden yet. He wouldn't stop hounding me for information last night, even after the meeting was over. He sounded concerned, but also annoyed. I can't. Not yet. It's not safe for her to know anything yet. Once we finish the work here, then we will go home, all of us, and she can know then. I know you disapprove, but she gets overwhelmed just being in a room of vampires in the dining hall. Imagine how she'll feel if she knows the truth. I know you're scared, but it could be more dangerous if you don't tell her. Plus, what if her memories start to come back? Memories? She was a baby, an infant, Braden. What memories could she possibly have? Plus, how am I supposed to explain what happened to her? I let out a huge sigh. I knew he was right, but really, how could I explain everything? I hated keeping secrets from her, but it really was to keep her safe. Once I have more time with her and things start to settle down, I'll tell her. But not right now, Braden. For now, I need to stay here while I head over to my office. Once she's up and ready, bring her to me. I'll have the servants bring us breakfast there. I need to prepare this proposal for the meetings later with Kane. Think you can handle that, Braden? Of course, Cole. It would be an honor to look after her. I grabbed my suit jacket and placed my hand on Braden's shoulder and gave him a squeeze. I opened the door and was about to head out when I turned around and looked back at her door. I hated leaving her. No, I hated the way all of this was making me feel, but she was here now. I was halfway to my office when I picked up the sounds of screaming. I reached out and placed my hands on the closest wall to keep myself from falling down. I heard it again, and I could sense it wasn't just any screams. They were my pets, my Olivia's.
Olivia. My feet are planted on the ground. I can feel the earth beneath me. The forest is beautiful, nothing at all what I pictured it to be. Giant trees with their roots sticking up above the ground, their leaves painted a rainbow, glowing almost. No, not almost. It's dark, but I can see everything in front of me. The flowers, the trees, the plants, everything is glowing and has a light coming from them. Everything is alive. As I walk along the forest, I can see the moon shining from the reflection it gives in the cool lake. I peer over it, and I can spot the fish swimming around. Their scales are different colors. Fins and tails are thin and airy. This forest, these creatures and flowers are so enchanting. As I continue walking, I feel at ease. Everything seems so peaceful. I walk until I come across a wooden bridge. It's not lit up like everything else, but it's covered in flowers and vines. Something is pulling me toward it, and I make my way across the bridge. My hand is gripped tightly along the banister, my fingers tracing the vines and roughness of the wood. I lock down and notice that the floor of the bridge is covered in greenery. Small flowers are sprouted randomly. The closer I get to the other side, the more I can hear them, see them. Men and women singing and dancing around a large bonfire. The fire is red and orange. It goes incredibly high into the sky. I didn't even know they could reach such heights. The women have flowers in their hair. Everyone is different in looks. While they are all attractive, they are unlike the vampire's beauty. They are tall, short, thin, and some are a little plump. Whereas the vampires, even though different, are all thin, with long, flowing hair and carved cheekbones and red rose lips. The flames are crackling and the couples dance around them. They aren't afraid of the flames of getting burned. They're not afraid of anything. Is this a celebration? Children are running around, laughing and playing. Everyone is so joyous and filled with glee. I've never experienced this before. I wish I knew if this place was real. In my heart, I long to be here, to belong to something that fills my heart with such happiness. I finally cross the bridge, and I can feel the earth between my toes again. The flowers and trees are glowing once again. No one stops to look at me, and I don't think they can see me. They continue to dance and sing the sweetest song. I know I've heard it before, but that's impossible. As I listen and feel everything around me, I start to feel it, the joy the earth brings. My feet began to lift up, and I soon find myself dancing around the fire with the others. As I dance and move my body around the flames, I start to see more clearly. Some of the women, the men, and children start to sprout wings, not bat wings like the vampires, but more like a butterfly. Some of them aren't tall like humans, but much smaller. I should feel shocked, but I don't. I oddly feel at ease about everything. Their wings seem to be transparent almost. Their ears are coming to a point now, too. Not all of them transform in this way. Some of them stay as humans. Suddenly, the drums start. The beats are slow and loud. It wakes up the whole forest, and everyone brings their attention in that direction. The music and singing start to slow down, and everyone begins to walk toward the moon, toward the sounds of the beating drums. I follow them, and there standing on a hill are two people. A human man with brown hair and gray eyes, wearing armor and holding his hand, is a beautiful woman. She's shorter than him, but she still appears to be human. Her hair is long and white. She wears a blue gown, and she's glowing. The closer I get, the clearer I see. She is not human, but like the others. She has pointed ears and large light blue wings. It's easy to see that they love each other. Everyone around me starts to kneel and bow before them. They must be the king and queen of this land, this forest. They smile and motion for everyone to stand up. I move forward, wanting, no needing to get a closer look. I feel that I know them somehow, that they know me. The human man, the king, starts to walk toward the crowd of people. As he moves away from the queen, a basket of some kind is visible. I can't see inside, but it is a woven basket with flowers and vines on the outside. My friends, my family, tonight we not only celebrate the battle we won against the blood beasts, but we also celebrate the arrival of the princess. Thank you for your bravery, and tonight we honor the fallen. Their sacrifice has made it possible for us once again to live in peace. Suddenly, there was a booming noise. It sounded as if a bomb had gone off in the distance. There was screaming, and soon the lit forest became dark. Everything around me was dying. The people and children were running. The warriors were fighting, but I couldn't see or what was attacking. That's when it happened. Vampires were descending down from the sky, landing down on top of the people and biting down on their necks and draining the life from them. I try to scream, but nothing is coming out. My mouth is open, but no sounds can be heard. Some of the attacks are much more brutal. I reach up to my face and cover it with my hands. The king has drawn his sword out and is trying to protect his queen. I look to see her running deeper into the forest, the basket in her hands. The king is fighting valiantly, his sword slicing the heads off vampire after a vampire. He's so focused on the fight that he doesn't see the vampire behind him. I scream and scream to him, trying to warn him of the danger that lurks behind, but again, no sounds are coming out. I fall to my knees as it happens, as the vampire grips the king's neck and bites down with so much force the king's head is ripped from his body. The vampires began to cheer and laugh as they continue to slaughter the people, leaving no one alive. The forest is painted with their blood, and their bodies scattered around me. I can feel my body shake, at first gently, but then more violently. In my ear, I can hear my name being called. The voice is so familiar to me, so soothing. The forest trees and flowers begin to glow once again, but not in different colors, but bright light, like the sun is shining so brightly, blinding my eyesight. "Olivia, Olive, little dove, wake up! Wake up!" I slowly open my eyes. The curtains in the room are drawn and the sun is shining inside the room. I look up to see a concerned Cole and Brayden. I immediately wrap my arms around his torso and squeeze as tightly as I can. It was a dream, a nightmare, just a nightmare. I begin to sob, getting his white dress shirt wet, I'm sure. It's okay, little dove. It was just a bad dream. I'm here. You're safe now. You were screaming so loudly. I hear Cole whisper in my ear as he strokes my hair. He pulls away from me slightly and lifts my chin up with his 2 fingers. With his thumb, he wipes away the tears that have streamed down my face. I have to leave now, little dove. Brayden is going to help to get you ready and then bring you to my office, okay? I just smile and nod at him as I continue to wipe the remaining tears from my face. Cole gets up and continues out the suite, giving me one last reassuring nod as he completely leaves. Brayden is talking to me, but I can't hear him. My mind is racing and focused on the dream, the nightmare. It seemed so real, and I knew Cole would ask about it. He may have answers, but I still don't know if I can trust him completely. I also need to close my mind off to him somehow and not think about the dream until I know I can trust him. Olivia. The days started to blur together. Most days I would wake up to Cole being gone already. Brayden said he was trying to put in more work hours so we could leave. I wasn't exactly sure what that meant, but I didn't want to question anything. At first, Cole would have Brayden bring me to his office. It wasn't a huge room, and one wall was filled with bookshelves and books. A few of them looked really old and dusty. I was hoping to find some answers in them about my dream. However, most of them were related to Cole's work or to the origin and history of vampires. Once his meetings started to consume most of his day, Cole saw fit to just keep me in the room. It was okay at first. I could explore a little more and Brayden would sometimes keep me company. Cole let me decide on my outfits more, well on the days I stay inside. I would often just wear leggings and a sweater. Even though it was warm outside, the vampires kept the estate pretty cold. Today, I'm sitting on the large windowsill that overlooks the garden. It's very lovely with different colored flowers and a couple of small trees. It kind of reminds me of the forest in my dream. I was still looking out the window when I heard the click of the door opening and the quiet footsteps inching closer to where I was. Normally, I'd be skittish or nervous and look over, but I was sure it was just Brayden or one of the human servants to come tidy up. Little dove? I think you should change into something less warm if we are to venture outside today. I heard Cole's voice and looked over at the clock to see it was just a little past noon. Cole, you're back already? I asked, bewildered. He didn't really give me a verbal answer, but proceeded to walk into the closet and come out with a thin dress in his hands. He laid it out across his bed. It was a beautiful yellow. It was plain, but seemed very light and airy. He also placed a new pair of white lacy underwear and a bra on the bed. I walked over to the bed slowly. Cole was still dressed in his suit. The weather never seemed to bother the vampires. They never noticed if it was summer or winter. Cole was the only vampire that would care if I were dressed properly. I guess he was just trying to take care of his property. Raven taught me that they didn't see us anything more than property. I tried to switch my thoughts over to the garden outside. I still didn't want Cole to know about my dream, but he never acted too pleased about the things Raven would tell me about vampires. I know he was different and did care for me, but he was still a vampire, and I was still a human. I gathered up the clothing and walked to the bathroom to get dressed. I pulled my sweater up over my head and peeled my leggings off and discarded the clothing into the clothes basket that was in the bathroom. I took my old underwear off and replaced them with the fresh ones Cole laid out. I started to slip on the yellow dress. The fabric felt very comfortable against my skin. I could feel goosebumps on my legs and arms from the temperature of the suite. The bathroom always seemed to be the coldest room, too. I realized that I was unable to zip up the dress, so I walked out of the bathroom. Cole was standing with his back to me as I walked quietly up to him. I tugged on his shirt, and he swiftly turned around to see me. I need help with this dress, Cole." He didn't say anything, but he zipped up the dress and spun me around. "There, little dove. Are you ready to go? We're going outside, so you'll have to wear the collar and the leash for a little bit." I just smiled up at him to let him know I was okay with it. I started to just think about things to see if Cole could really read my thoughts. So far, it was working, so I guess he was telling the truth about that. He pulled my hair to the front and wrapped the collar around my neck, next clipping the leash. I could tell he felt indifferent about the collar and leash. We both didn't like that I had to wear it, but it was a necessary thing to keep me safe. As we walked out of the suite, the hallway filled with screams. Cole gripped tightly around my forearm and pulled me so my back was touching the wall. I peeked around him to see two vampires men chasing a human girl with wild hair and a sharp kitchen knife in her hands. "Get back, you blood-sucking demons from hell!" she screamed, while waving the knife in the air at the two vampires. "What is going on here?" Cole asked. I could tell from his tone of voice that he was irritated by the disruption. "Lord Valen, sorry for the intrusion. We're just trying to capture this human. She escaped the auction and Lord Kane wants her taken in alive," one of the vampires explained. It was strange to me that they would want her alive. I was thankful, obviously, but it seemed confusing that they wouldn't attack her. They could at least use their speed, but she did have a weapon and they could end up injuring her. I gripped onto Cole's sleeve tighter and hoped he could hear my thoughts that this was Raven, my friend, my only friend. I could only hope he would intervene and help her. Raven continued to swing the knife until she saw me. "Olivia!" She then turned her attention to Cole. "Get away from her, you blood-sucking leech! I will fucking rip your head off if you hurt her!" Cole didn't even hesitate to use his vampire speed and grip onto Raven's arm, twisting it behind her back and shaking the knife out of her hand. The knife fell to the ground, making a clank noise before one of the vampires picked it up. "Now, I don't care what your orders were. Take her down below and I'll deal with her myself. Do you understand?" The two vampires just looked at each other, trying to decide if they wanted to follow Cole's orders. Cole raised his eyebrow at them, and they soon jumped up and dragged Raven away. She was kicking and screaming, of course. I couldn't make it out, but I'm almost positive it involved profanities.
"Don't worry, little dove, your friend will be okay."
Cole leaned down and whispered in my ear as we made our way down the stairs to the main floor. As usual, vampires and humans were staring at us. Brayden said it was because Cole never had a pet before, so everyone found it strange that he would get one now. Once we finally reached the main floor, Cole led me toward the back. There were giant French doors that I assumed led out to the back area. I could feel myself grow more and more excited as the realization came that we were going outside. I could already feel the sunshine on my face and the grass beneath my feet. Just as we were about to reach the doors, a vampire sped up and blocked the entrance, well exit in this case to the outside. I looked up and saw Annabelle. I gulped and quickly scurried behind Cole. "Cole, well, I haven't seen you in ages. I see you haven't drained that sweet little human." She spoke so casually, like draining a human was nothing, like I was nothing. "What do you want, Annabelle? Can't you see I'm busy?" "Cole, I just want to talk. You know the annual gala is coming up, and I was No, Annabelle. I don't go to them, and even if I did, you annoy me, and now if you'd kindly fuck off, I have things to attend to." The aghast look on her face was enough for Cole to smirk and push her away from the doors. He put his hand on my back as he swung the doors open. The look outside was beyond breathtaking. "Olivia." The estate was abuzz preparing for the gala thing Annabelle brought up. You couldn't even walk down the halls without seeing a handful of vampires or servants. It had been quite a few days since Cole took me outside, and how I wished I could time travel back to that day. If I closed my eyes, I could still feel the sun on my face, smell the sweet flowers, and hear the bees buzzing. I hadn't really seen Cole that day. Brayden stayed with me most of the time. He was teaching me to read and about all the things I didn't know due to growing up in a cage. We started with children's books. They didn't have words, but Brayden would point to the different shapes and explain to me what they were. It didn't take long before I was reading on my own, although I didn't like the books in Cole's office very much. He must have picked up on this because I had my own private library on his desk. It was only a couple of books, but I was thankful that I didn't have to read vampire history books any longer. I did wonder a couple of times what happened to Raven. Did Cole help her? Is she still alive? And what did they plan to do with her? Sometimes I really envied her. Even if she was a disheveled rouge human, she's free. Well, she was free. She didn't spend years in a metal box, oblivious to the outside world. I was a bit curious about this gala everyone was so excited about. Everyone except Cole. I made the decision to ask Brayden about it. I most definitely did not want to go if given the option, but I was curious as to why it was so important. I knew Cole wouldn't tell me, and I was a little scared to ask him about it. He would either assume I wanted to go and make me go with him, or he would just get angry, and an angry vampire is never a good thing. My thought was suddenly disrupted. Deep in thought, are we? I looked up to see Brayden and a huge grin on his face. I tilted my head trying to figure out why he was smiling. It was unsettling when vampires smiled at you sometimes because their fangs would creep past their lips. "Oh, sorry, Olive," he exclaimed as he retracted his fangs back in his mouth. "Why are you so happy today, Brayden?" I was still confused, and he couldn't read my mind as Cole could. "Ah, that. Well, Lord Kane has dismissed all the work until the gala preparations are taken care of. I won't be attending, but it will be nice to have a little break." He plunked himself down on the sofa. I could understand why he was happy then. He and Cole and sometimes Caden worked throughout the day and night. Brayden, I was wondering if you could tell me about the gala. What is it? Why is it so important?" I shyly asked him. He just chuckled to himself before looking over at me. "I wouldn't ever say it's important, but it's basically a giant party where vampire benefactors can come and see what Lord Kane has done. That's the story anyway. It's really a huge birthday party for Annabelle. Most vampires don't even celebrate their birthdays. I mean, once you reach 587, what's the point? I suppose you can do whatever you like when your father is the lord of the region. Don't worry your tiny head, Olive. Cole isn't going, and that means you don't go." He smiled over at me, and I immediately felt relief. "Come, Cole ordered breakfast in his office for you, and I believe there's a new book waiting for you." My heart instantly was aflutter as I basically leaped from the windowsill. I didn't even notice that Brayden had slipped the collar around my neck and clipped the leash to it. As always, I walked behind Brayden and kept my head down, the whole time smiling. I was excited about the book, but I was also happy to see Cole. I hadn't seen much of him since the day outside in the garden, and I found myself missing his presence. My face instantly heated up. I was missing a vampire, but not just any vampire, but one that owned me. I felt like I was going crazy. My mind was gone, and my heart was betraying me. Before I could even clear my mind, the butterflies in my stomach were back. I couldn't fight that there were feelings, no matter how much I wanted to and how hard I tried. My dress was swaying, not from walking to Cole's office, but from all the vampires using their speed to rush and get the preparations completed. Soon we reached his office and there was nothing. No knocking or the beeping from the keypad that Brayden would use. "What's going—" "I'm listening. He's yelling at someone. I want to make sure it's safe first." After a second or two, I saw Brayden's eyes shut, and he nodded before typing in the passcode and opening the door. Brayden had to pull on the leash before I snapped out of it began walking. Cole was leaning against his desk, and of course, there was Annabelle sitting in the chair in front of him. He pointed to the cage in the corn, and Brayden was clearly annoyed at the situation. We walked over to the cage, and as he unclipped my leash so I could crawl in, he whispered, "I'm sorry, Tiny Olive. Don't worry. You'll be out sooner than you think." I just nodded and crawled to the back of the cage before I heard the clank and then click of the cage closing and then locking. Thankfully, the cage was nearly 3 times the size as the one from the pet store and lined with a soft blanket and a tiny pillow. I gripped it and sunk down as I tried to drown out the scene in front of me.
Cole. "I'm not going to your fucking birthday party, Annabelle. You can beg, plead, cry, it doesn't matter, I'm not changing my mind." I was trying my hardest to stay calm in front of Olivia, but Annabelle was really trying my patience. Not to mention I had to put her in that damn cage. I tried not to notice that she was pushed all the way in the back, hugging that pillow like her life depended on it. "Please, Cole, it's my birthday. What reason do you have for not going? Daddy paused all the work and assignments so you don't have to work." She was begging and pleading like a stray dog for scraps. "Maybe I just don't feel like it. Every year you beg and every year I don't go." I placed my finger on her forehead. "When are you going to get it through your head that I'll never go?" Normally this would cause some tears, but Annabelle doesn't have a heart, and that's needed to show emotions. She sunk back into the chair before surveying the room, and a huge grin hid her face once she found Olivia in the cage. I didn't even have to mind Link Braden to step in front of Olivia's cage. "You know, Cole, this is the first pet you've had." "Get to the fucking point, Annabelle." "The point, Cole, is that all vampires with pets have to attend the gala," she said, still grinning at Olivia. I grabbed her arm, my claws digging into her, blood was dripping down. It didn't hurt her, of course, and she could easily get out from it, but I wanted her attention. "Since when do we have to go to your birthday party if we have pets?" I snarled at her. The benefactors like to observe the vampire and pet dynamic, so Daddy implemented the rule last year. You'd know that if you went. She started out smiling, but that quickly faded as she tried to pry my claws out of her arm. However, she was no match for me. I wasn't even noticing her struggling so much as my mind was zooming and trying to figure out how I would get out of this. "Cole, let go of me!" she screamed in a panicked voice. I just laughed as I retracted my claws and she fell to the ground. I wasn't normally this sadistic, but she brought out the worst in me. I could instantly hear my little pet's thoughts. Braden must have told her she wouldn't have to go, and now it looked like she would have to. I looked down at Annabelle, who was rubbing her arm with a slight miffed look on her face. "All right, princess," I said mockingly as I gripped her by the waist and lifted her up off the ground. "Get out." "But Cole, get the fuck out!" I barked at her. She ran out quickly and I let out a huge sigh. As soon as the door clicked shut, I looked at Braden and mind-linked him to check on Annabelle's story. I knew she was probably right. I rushed over to the cage and pulled the bar over to unlock the cage and open the door. I gave her a few moments to come out before I gently pulled on her arm. Once she was out, I couldn't even hear her thoughts. Her mind was racing, and nothing was making any sense. I reached behind her neck and unclipped her collar. It wasn't till it hit the floor did she look up at me. She wrapped her arms around my torso and pressed herself close. "Please, please don't make me go." Her tiny voice was choking back the tears. It was breaking my soul. All I could do was hold her chin in my finger and thumb and force her to look up at me. "You'll always be safe with me, little dove. I won't let anything happen to you. I promise." A single tear escaped her big gray eyes, and I knew I needed to do anything and everything in my power to keep her out of there. Cole. I spent most of my morning consoling my little pet. Our breakfast came, but it was no surprise anyone was hungry. Even though Marcus, in all of his infamous wisdom, paused the work, I knew I needed to quickly get through the proposal. See, most people assume vampires are immortal, and sure, that is true to a degree. The truth is, what happens when you have no food? You starve. Mystical creatures are no different. It was crucial that this proposal be put in place and implemented immediately. My idea was that humans would donate blood freely, and they could live safely within the village. It was a win-win for both species involved. Of course, if they broke laws, then there were always the breeder camps, the blood banks where humans were essentially drained. I also wanted there to be harsher laws for vampires. Vampires like Annabelle who thought they could just drain pets. There needed to be a better system in place before chaos erupted. The proposal was pretty much complete, but it of course needed Marcus's approval. It was late in the afternoon when I realized Olivia had crawled onto my lap and fell asleep. I took a few moments to stare down at her pale skin, her rosy cheeks that were stained with tears, and her peaceful breathing. That was until my thoughts were disrupted by the beeping noise of the lock keypad to my office. I knew it had to be Braden since he was the only other one that knew my code. He walked through the door, looking defeated. I knew there was probably no getting out of this ridiculous gala shit, but I was still hopeful. I stood up, Olivia safely in my arms as I strode across the room to place her gently on the rather large chair. I softly stroked her head before placing a blanket over her small, fragile body. No luck, I take it? I sighed before looking in his direction. I'm afraid not. Many I spoke to had confirmed her story. Marcus made it a stipulation last year due to the fact there was much chatter among the elite vampires. I'm unsure why they care so much. I gather there is money involved otherwise. We both know Marcus could give two fucks about it. Marcus doesn't need money. This must be about something else. It doesn't matter right now. All that matters is that we finish this plan and get his signature and get the fuck out of here before I massacre everyone. I felt nothing but disdain for this place. My only goal was to get Olivia and get out of here. Of course, I had to put on a good show and hope that some good would come out of me being here. What's the plan now, Cole? I placed my fingertips to my temples and started to rub tiny circles. A plan. I don't know. If I protest too much, it'll raise even more speculation than there already is. I obviously don't want to take her. She definitely doesn't want to go. If the dining hall makes her nervous, I can only imagine a room full of them. Maybe I can strike a deal. What do you mean? I'm sure if I agree to take Annabelle, I can keep Olivia in our room. She can stay safe and Annabelle will shut the fuck up about it, plus I'm sure Marcus will be happy I attend. I can't believe you. Are you actually considering this? I mean, you know what it will look like if you take Annabelle to that? I didn't even have to look up to see the disgust on his face. Honestly, I was getting sick just thinking about it, but I was low on options. I can't take Olivia, it's not safe. I've waited too long to have her and I'm not about to jeopardize that now. It was a few hours later and I was still trapped in this fucking office. I asked Braden to take Olivia back to the room and ensure she ate once she woke up. I had a meeting set up with Annabelle to talk about the arrangement. It didn't take her long to rush over. She didn't know my keypad code, thankfully, so I had to let her in. As soon as I opened the door, she came strolling in, wearing little to nothing. What did she think this was about? Or did she think this would impress me? What a skank. No. I had to stay calm. As sickening as it was, I needed her. Annabelle, thank you for coming right over. There is something I'd like to discuss with you. She just smiled and made her way to the edge of my desk, her dress rising up slightly. Was I really doing this? I'm going to be sick. Well, Cole, let me know what I can do for you. She reached out for my arm and it took everything in me not to rip off her head and sling into the fireplace. Annabelle, I have a proposition for you. Since it appears I have to attend your birthday party, I propose we go together. Her face instantly lit up. Oh, Cole! Please. I put up my hand to stop her. Let me finish. Since I will be accompanying you, it will be too much for me to bring my human pet. Before I could even suggest leaving Olivia behind, she interrupted me. I know. Why don't you leave her behind? I'm sure Daddy won't notice one human girl missing. Does this mean you are going to be my date? What a terrific idea. I wouldn't call this a date, simply two friends engaging in a platonic manner for one night. She seemed to be thinking it over, but it really didn't take her long to decide. I'm sure in her mind she thought she could seduce me and win me over with her charm. We spent the next few moments discussing the expectations. Really, it was just me repeating over and over for her not to run her mouth and tell everyone we were dating. This will be so exciting. You won't regret this, I promise. Oh, before I forget, don't drink from your pet that day, unless you want to spoil the meal. Meal? What the hell are you talking about? Well, it was a surprise. I guess Daddy won't be too mad if I tell you. He's been gathering humans in the dungeons. There's just a few, but he plans on using them for a live meal type of thing. What do you mean by live meal? Isn't there just glasses of blood supplied for these types of things? You know that feeling when your stomach drops, and it feels like you're falling forever? Yeah, since the pets are going to be present, and he also wants the benefactor vampires to know he means business when it comes to human affairs, he's going to strap the human to the dinner tables. We'll drink from them and obviously drain them. There's one I am particularly looking forward to, a red-headed rogue who broke into the castle with a butcher knife. She bounced her way out of my office and then it hit me. I fell backward into the chair. Redhead Rouge, Raven, Olivia's friend. I'd been so busy that I completely forgot about her. Fuck.
Olivia. I try to open my eyes, but I feel so weak. My body aches and feels like it's weighed down by rocks. I can notice almost immediately that I am not in my usual bed. This is much more comfortable and extremely soft, like a cloud. Not that I know what they feel like, but they seem like they would be very soft and fluffy. I can hear distant voices, 2 people. One I recognize right away, Brayden. I'm trying to concentrate on the conversation, but that is made rather difficult with the wafting aroma that fills my nostrils. I still can't believe he's doing this. Their voice is familiar, but I can't place a face. He thinks of it as a business transaction, but we both know how that will pan out. Definitely Brayden. Does she even like him? Wait, she? Is this about me? I seriously doubt it. She's probably just doing this for power. So Daddy has power. If she thinks she's going to be queen, it boils my blood to even think about it, Caden. Definitely not me. Caden? Oh, the vampire from the dining hall that one time. Queen? I thought that ended a long time ago. Why is he doing this anyway? Why can't he just take her? It's quiet for a few minutes. It feels like forever before I can feel a presence in front of me. My eyes are still closed, but I know someone is standing there. Soon, I can hear a shuffle and feel a hot breath travel to my ear. My body is tense, and in a panic, I feel my eyes shoot open. I have to blink a couple times before Brayden comes into view. "Good morning, little eavesdropper," Brayden chuckles. I furrow my brow at him. I wasn't... But his finger makes its way to my lips, silencing me. "No sense in lying, little Olive. We're vampires, remember? I may not be able to read your mind, but your human heartbeat and breathing give you away." He smiles and slowly stands up. I use my arms to push myself up. I look around and realize I'm in Cole's room, on his bed. I oddly don't feel panicked. It feels natural in a way. I swing my feet over the edge of the bed. I'm so short that they just hang over. Brayden steps back, looking at me with amazement. I hop down and barely land on my feet. Luckily, he was there to grip my arm so I didn't fall. Why do I feel so weak? "Come, Cole wishes for you to eat. You're very weak right now, so eat slowly." I follow him to a small dining area where I see Caden has already sat down and made himself a rather large plate and a tall glass of a red liquid. Blood. Brayden guides me a chair, far from Caden. Caden seems harmless, but I do not want to sit next to him. He begins to build me a small plate, mostly fruits and cheese. He sits the plate in front of me and pours me a tall glass of water. He doesn't eat or drink, but instead watches me. He tried not to be obvious about it, but I still noticed. The smells were amazing, and it didn't take long for me to finish eating. Brayden quickly filled it up with different items. This time, it took me some time to finish. Soon enough, a couple of human servant boys entered the room. They were younger than me and seemed very surprised to see a pet sitting at the table. "Clean this room up and then be on your way." Brayden's tone was harsh. I've never heard him be so direct and unpleasant before. He turned his attention to me, looking at me and then heading for the door. I knew right away I was to follow him. Caden, of course, was still eating away, even as the servants began cleaning the room. I followed Brayden to my room where a set of clothes was laid out for me. "Shower, get dressed. We're going on a tour of the estate. If anything ever happens and you get lost, you can find your way back." Olivia. Once my shower was done, I walked out into my room where a green dress, underwear, and socks were laid out for me. How fitting, I thought to myself. Brayden's nickname for me was Olive, and here he has me wear a green dress. I carefully begin to dry off my body, making sure no water could transfer to the dress. I slip on my underwear and bra and start to look for a zipper or buttons on the dress. Luckily, it was just a slip dress, so I could easily put it on by myself. The socks were black lace and barely went over my ankles. Once I was dressed, I quickly brushed my hair and decided to just leave it down. We were just going on a walk, and it seemed silly to spend time on it when the day was almost over. I walked out to find that Caden and the servants had already left, leaving Brayden sitting down with my collar and leash in his hands. We began walking around, starting at the main floor. He showed me the dining area, kitchen, and a door to a patio. I found out Cole's room and office were at the very top of the estate, 10 floors. Getting from the main floor to the top was relatively easy. It was the 10th floor that was a labyrinth. There were many doors, mostly offices and some rooms like Cole's. Braden explained that only a few vampires got to be on the top floor. It seemed odd that his room would be there. I mean, wasn't Marcus the top vampire here? We start at the top of the stairs and make our way to the room first. Can you remember that? I just nod and he seems satisfied with my answer and we continue. I count 2 left turns and a right. We continue down a long hallway that is dimly lit, and I recognize the door right away as Cole's office. His door is decorated with patterns and symbols. I realize then that each door in the hallway is different. It's very important that you recognize this door. We don't put names on the doors, but the symbols and marking are different. And here, you see this box? It's a keypad. You press certain numbers and the door will unlock. If you ever are in danger, run here and enter 09588. You can hide until Cole or I can fetch you. Do you understand? He looks concerned, or maybe worried. It makes me a little scared and I whisper a yes. He nods and we continue walking. By the time we reach the last hallway, I'm exhausted. This hallway is different. The walls are painted black and it's strangely quiet. This is not a hallway you want to find yourself in. These rooms are punishment rooms for pet and servant humans. And that door at the end, he points to a rounded door. That is the dungeon. It leads all the way down to below this building. Each floor has a door leading it to the dungeon and they are identical. His words have me trembling and my palms are sweaty. Something, however, is telling me I need to go down there. I put the thought out of my mind as we continue down the hallways again. Everything is so confusing and I'm nervous I won't remember all the hallways. I tell myself if I can find the stairs, then I should be okay. I try to keep up with Braden, but I'm just so tired. Before I can react, he scoops me up and we are at the room in a flash. I have a meeting with Cole. I'm going to let you into rest. I nod as he places me down on the floor and punches in the same numbers to Cole's office. 09588. The leash swishes in the air as Braden zooms away. I place my palm on the door, but before I can step inside, I feel something dig into my arm, causing me to shriek out in pain. I stumble out and fall to my bottom on a hard surface. I look up and see a rather handsome but very young man towering over me. I try to scoot back, but my back hits the wall and I wince out in pain. What a lovely girl you are. And all alone with no owner, I see. He smirks. I reach for my neck and the collar is still around my neck with the leash attached. I'm wearing a collar. Suddenly, it is ripped from my neck and thrown across the room. The force is enough to jerk my head forward and crash back against the wall. My head is spinning and I feel fuzzy. The vampire raises up my dress. I try to push him away, but he is so much stronger than me and holds onto my wrists tightly, surely leaving a bruise. I scream as I feel the vampire sink his teeth into my upper thigh. He isn't gentle about it, and my screams don't slow him down either. I remember back to my first day with Cole and his rules, not to let anyone else drink from me. I put all of my energy into trying to fight him, but I soon start to see the blackness. This is it. This is how I die. I open my eyes slightly to see I'm back at the bedroom door. The vampire is trying to open the door, but he doesn't know the code. I guess not every door has a code. He gives up and drops my limp body. Blood is running down my thigh. Some of it is dried blood. I can feel bruises on my wrists and neck forming. My body aches and I just want death to consume me. Olivia! Is all I hear before I completely black out.
Cole. I sit at my desk, trying to come up with a rescue plan for Raven. I also fantasize about all the ways I could rip off Annabelle's head. Maybe an accident of some kind could occur at the gala. My glass could mysteriously shatter into her neck. I would try to help, of course. And then, oops. I lean back in my chair and close my eyes. Caden thought it a good idea to show Olivia how to navigate the top floor. It couldn't hurt, I guess, but I also don't see the point. She'll never be somewhere without me or Braden. I smile when I can sense her right outside my door. She's a curious little thing. Once her presence is gone, I make my way to the dungeon to talk to Raven. I use a different set of hallways and end up there before they do. She'll never be at the hallway, but I don't want her to mistakenly be there either. I start to make my way down the stone spiral staircase. I can already smell the blood and hear the screams. The guards nod and I can see the cages filled with humans to the right. To the left are vampires who have broken some law or another. I travel down the long line of cages until I stop and see a single human in a cage all by herself. She's curled up in a ball, but it's definitely her. Her hair is wild and dirty, but also a bright red shade. "Guards!" My voice booms inside the stone prison. Immediately, a short and bulky vampire shows up. "Open this cage, I'd like to go in." "Right away, Lord Valen." He quickly shifts around for the keys and swings the door open. As soon as the door opens, she jumps up to her feet with a makeshift dagger. I simply roll my eyes at her before she lunges. She's fast and strong, but not faster and stronger than me. I grip her by the base of her neck and force her to sit down. There's hatred in her eyes. "Don't fucking touch me, leech." "Settle down, Raven, I'm here to talk." "How do you know my name?" "Olivia." Before I can even finish her name, she lunges at me again. "What did you do to her? If you laid one hand on her, I'll rip your head off." "Sit down." My voice has surprised her and she is sitting down. There is still fiery hatred in her eyes, but my voice startled her, so there's that. "I have a proposition for you, and before you open your smart-ass mouth, let me finish speaking." She opens her mouth but closes it immediately and crosses her arms. "It's my understanding that you are to be dinner at this year's gala, along with all your other fellow captives." I wince for a moment. Olivia is scared. Braden immediately lets me know they're in the black hallway. Okay, she's just a little scared. I look down and Raven is staring at me, puzzled. Now this would make my pet very sad, so I've been trying to come up with a suitable solution, and I have one, but it requires some acting and discipline on your part. I pause to gaze at her reaction. "Get on what it, bloodsucker." "You become a pet. Not to me, but my cousin. You can be on the same floor as Olivia, and once it's time to leave, you'll be free to go, if you wish." "You're out of your fucking mind if you think I would agree to that, leech." Braden suddenly appears. I look at him confused for a moment. "She was tired, so I took her back to rest." He shrugs. "Get fucked, both of you." Raven is raging mad and Olivia. "Cole? What's wrong?" Braden looks at me worried and Raven is tilting her head at me. "Olivia, something is wrong." She's scared and hurt. They both look at me with wide eyes, and before I can rush away, Raven reaches out and grabs my arm. "I'll do it. Just let me be close to her. Don't let her die, please, she can't die." I just look at her and zoom away. It's seconds before I am at the door. I punch in the code quickly and rush inside. "Olivia!" I shout over and over. Braden and Caden suddenly appear. "Search every room! Hurry!" I bark at them, and we all begin searching the rooms. "She's not here!" They both shout, and I quickly think of a plan. "Caden, you go down to the main floor and search. Braden, you search 5 and up, and I'll search this floor. Start at your office. I told her to go there and hide if she was ever in trouble." We all nod and rush out to find her. With every moment, I can feel her slipping away. There's no way whoever took her didn't know she was mine. I marked her so she has my scent on her and she's wearing my fucking collar. Rage starts to build as I finished searching my office. I flip the furniture. My claws slice into the chairs, leaving jagged marks. I race down each hall, trying to find her scent. The boys mind link me, let me know they haven't found her. I will burn this entire house down with everyone in it if she isn't found soon. I make my way back to the room, and that's when I hear it. Her tiny little whimpers. I swiftly turn the corner and see her. Her small, limp body slumped against the doorframe. In an instant, I kneel beside her. "Olivia!" But her eyes shut, and she completely passes out. I let the boys know I have her, and carefully pick her up in my arms. Braden shows up first, and quickly opens the door. Caden is not far behind. "Where was she? Is she alive?" "She was just lying there when I came back from trashing my office," I tell them, as I lay her gently on my bed and order Caden to get me the first aid kit from the bathroom. She's bleeding. Braden points to her leg. I suck in a deep breath of air. It's decided. I am burning down this house with every motherfucker in it. I raise up her dress, and I'm slightly relieved that her underwear is still intact. Slightly, until I see the big bruise on her inner thigh and 2 fang marks. I don't even see Caden standing there. He seems shocked like the rest of us. It isn't until we begin to clean her and inspect her body for other injuries that we notice the bruises scattered along her body. She's so fragile and pale that every bruise is prominent. Her thigh, wrists, around her neck, also the back of her legs and back are badly bruised as well. I give her some antibiotics and change her clothes. I tried to send the boys home, but they refused. Caden agreed to my plan for Raven, and tomorrow we would implement that. Braden apologized over and over, but I'm ready to forgive him just yet, or trust him with my little dove so soon. I wrap my arms around her and pull her to my chest, careful not to press too hard on the bruises. She stirs a little bit in her sleep. "Coco!" I can hear the panic in her raspy little voice. "Little dove, sleep. You are safe now. I have you." I coo in her ear right before kissing her on top of her head. "Don't worry, little dove," I think to myself. "Whoever did this to you will pay, and they will pay with their life. I promise you that." Cole. I couldn't sleep. How could I? The rage I felt was so intense. I've never felt this way before, and I know it's because of her, because of our bond. I often wonder if she felt it too. I wished I never told her I could read her mind. Since then, she has been practicing hiding things from me. I slink out of the bed. She's sleeping even as morning approaches. Her heartbeat is slow and steady. I already called for a human doctor to come today and ordered for Raven to be released from the dungeon. Caden was far too eager to accept my plan to be her owner, even if it was really pretend. The last moving piece was for Martin to forge the paperwork. That was no problem, though. He was glad to help. I sent Caden to fetch it so when questions were asked, and they were going to be asked, we would be ready. Humans had very few rights, but pets are seen as a possession, and if Raven was owned by another vampire, then she couldn't be feasted upon. I wanted to help the other humans, strange as that may seem, but I couldn't. This whole situation has me perplexed. I want to interrogate Braden, ask him why he didn't first secure her in the room. I know something strange is going on. I'm not an idiot, but he is one of my oldest friends. I need to be rational, calm, composed. Before that, I need to find the unfortunate vampire that put his claws on my little pet. My first assumption was Marcus or Annabelle. I ruled Annabelle out almost immediately because she wouldn't have stopped, nor would she have brought Olivia back. Marcus was a good option, but the question on that was more of a why. Marcus was too much of a coward to do his own dirty work too. Human pets did have a few laws attached, and if you harmed one that had an owner, well, let's just say the price was steep. Proving it would be challenging, but I was already considering taking them far away, where no one could hear their screams. My thoughts are interrupted by a small whimper. She's awake. I rush over to her, kneeling on one leg as I brush the hair from her face, her cheeks stained from the many tears. Are you going to punish me?" Her voice is barely above a whisper and my soul aches. "Why on earth would I punish you, little dove? You've done nothing wrong?" I coo at her as I softly pet and brush her hair. She looks away. "I broke a rule, Lee. I tried to stop him. He was just a too strong." She's crying again and her mind is racing. I turn her cheek with my fingers to look at me. "Listen to me, pet. You did nothing wrong. Forget the rules. There are no rules. Understand?" She wipes her cheeks with the back of her hand and gives a small nod. I begin to explain the day, that a doctor is coming to check on her, and my plan to release Raven. She seems nervous about the doctor, but happy, grateful that Raven will be okay. I forgot all about that damn party. I need to explain that to her too, but I decide not to. It would just overwhelm her. The human doctor comes, and thankfully nothing is broken. Just some bad bruising and weak from the blood loss. Her bruises are already starting to turn a yellowish color. I know that soon I'm going to have to tell her the truth. That she isn't completely human but part fae. That she isn't my pet, but my beloved soulmate that I've been looking for so many years.
Raven. I pace back and forth in this tiny cell, waiting for the bloodsuckers to return. The floor is nothing but dirt, which is lucky for me. I have someplace to hide my makeshift dagger. The walls are made of stone. It's whirred down and covered in dirt and dried blood, but it's sturdy. The humans are crying, begging, shivering from the cold. The vampire guards stand still, not even acknowledging us. We don't exist to them, we never have. They only see us as food, or something to play with. Did I really agree to play along and be a pet? Could I even do that? He's not like other vampires, but he's still a leech, a murderer. I have to keep my guard up, not lose sight of my purpose here. I sprint to the bars of my cage, dusting, kicking up as my feet thump the ground. Pressing my cheeks into the bars, I can see a tall shadow, hands in their pockets. I squint to see better in this dimly lit hellhole. Miss me already? He snickers. I take a few steps back to examine my foe. Is it that leech trying to make me a pet? No, it's the devil himself. You, I sneer. Where is my... Christ, it's in the fucking dirt somewhere. It appears that you are no longer available for dinner. He mocks in a sad tone. I don't say anything but let the huge smirk on my face be enough. No matter, I'll find her soon enough. Over my dead body, I shout at him. Well, that was my plan, but plans can change, be improved or improvised if needed. I'm ready to attack him, jump up and rip his head off. I could do it, if not for these damn bars. The door to the dungeon slams, and before I can blink, he's gone. The coward. I'm still looking down the dimly lit hall when I feel the wind, and behind me stand two blood-sucking Lee. Oh, it's him. Are you ready to pretend to be a good little pet? Cole snickers. Where is she? His face changes, void of all emotions. She's safe. Once we get you cleaned up and a collar, you can stay with her. Caden, your owner, will need to be seen with you a few times a day, but the rest you can watch over her. He winks at me. Does he know? He couldn't possibly.
Cole. We walked Raven up to the 10th floor. My mind, of course, was elsewhere. I was positive the vampire that attacked Olivia would be on this floor. There was no way they could have gotten past Caden or Braden. Only a handful of vampires could have rooms on the 10th floor, but there were also many offices. Everything was almost in order. Raven would clean up and stay with my pet. It's pretty sad when you can't even trust your friends or family with your most important jewel. I ordered Olivia a new collar, one that could not be ripped off her neck. It should be delivered today, along with Raven's. I knew Raven would heavily protest, so I had one made that was more of a choker. I hand Raven off to Caden. Now look, warrior human, get cleaned up and Caden will bring you to my room. I ordered a collar for you, it's very dainty. She's glaring holes into my forehead as I continue to speak. I mentally sigh, but in a strange way, I understand her anger. I never condoned or even understood the whole pet need, hence why I never had one before. Even now, Olivia isn't my pet. She's my love. It won't be too much longer. Once I can leave and go home, we can take you to wherever you wish. I go where she goes. That is all she says before turning her back and walking with Caden into his room. I shake my head at her. Is this plan even going to work? Can I trust this wild beast? I walk only a few steps until I reach my room. I'm punching in my code. I should change this. I hear panting and tiny feet padding against the floor. I look behind me and doubled over is a tall but skinny human servant. Most of them were male, but there were some females that worked in the kitchens. Lord Valen, I have been searching for you everywhere. He's clearly out of breath. I try to be patient, but I have a full day. And this came for you. He hands me a square box. It must be the collars. I give him a nod and turn back around to re-enter my code and go inside. Also, Lord Kane requests your audience immediately. I can't say I'm surprised. However, that was much sooner than I originally anticipated. Fine. Tell Lord Kane I will arrive shortly. He nods his head and sprints away. I open the door and see her sitting on the windowsill, her long, wavy hair cascaded around her. She's still in her green dress, but she looks better. The bruises are a yellow color. She isn't completely healed yet. Once she's healed and feeling up to it, I make the decision to take her out. It's no secret that Fae creatures are drawn to nature. They crave the sunshine, trees, the soft grass, and even though Olivia is only half Fae, I know she's feeling that pull too. I lay the box down on a table, mind linking Caden to bring Raven and his paperwork right over. I know that didn't give Raven much time to clean up, but I'm sure she won't mind being rushed either. I place my fingers on her hair, moving it from her face and placing it behind her ear. I cup her beautiful face in my hands and slowly sit down in front of her. She just looks at me with her beautiful blue eyes that you could get lost in, remind me of the ocean. Her heartbeat is steady, and her breathing is even. Her mind is at ease, telling herself that she is safe here, safe with me. There is so much I wish to tell you, little dove, so much you deserve to know. She parts her lips, about to speak, but I move my thumb over to her lips. Not right now, my love, but soon. I let go of her face, her eyes filled with questions. Questions I can't even answer. A knock on the door reminds us that Caden and Raven are here. Caden and I set out to Marcus's office. Raven refused to shower with him in the room. I briefly explained everything to Olivia in hopes she could persuade her friend to clean up. Who the hell wants to go around smelling of blood and shit every day is beyond me. Raven being around had multiple positive outcomes. She could protect Olivia but also bring her out of the meek little shell she was in. Do you think Brayden is responsible? I just look at him for a moment. I don't know, do you? I really don't know, but maybe Caden does. He shrugs. Don't know, but I do know he's always around and now he's not. It was true that I had not heard from him yet. It made me wonder, but I couldn't speculate, not when it came to my best friend. It didn't take long to reach Marcus's office. We could have used our speed to get here within seconds, but what fun is that? Before I could knock, a human servant, the same one from earlier, opens the door. Cole! And I see you brought Caden as well! Marcus bellows out. He tries to be the most powerful vampire in the room, but that will never happen. Yes, he came over right as I was about to leave, I say as we sit in the chairs in front of Marcus's desk. You boys hungry? He says with a smile. It wasn't even really a question as to the doors open and in walk in two human girls. The human boy nudges and pushes them forward. One stands next to me, brown hair, wearing a rather short dress. You could tell she was in rough shape just by looking at her. The other one had dirty blonde hair, and she stood next to Caden. Caden had a very large appetite for fresh blood. However, I didn't even have to mind Link to not touch her. Thank you, but I just ate, Caden says casually. I grab both of the girls by the wrist and turn them toward the door. Take them out of here, I sternly tell the human boy. What if I'm hungry? Marcus chirps up. I did not come here to watch you feed. He just smiles and nods at the servant, and the three humans walk out. Now, I've called you here because it was reported to me that a slave was released from the cells in the dungeon. My dungeon. Explain. Gladly. You see, that slave belongs to my cousin Caden. She's his pet, I say snugly, crossing my leg over my knee. You have proof of this? He's grinding his teeth. He knows I have proof. I never do anything that isn't planned out or thought through. Right here. These are her sale records from Martin at the Carrington District Shop, Caden tells him as he hands the documents over. He reads them carefully, probably looking for a date. Since I knew Raven was in the shop the same day I got Olivia, I had Martin put that date. It's a few minutes before he puts the papers down. Very well. Unknown. My palms were sweaty as I opened the door and walked inside. There sitting on the sofa was my master, sitting perfectly and carefree without any worries. Must be nice. I was free but a slave at the same time. I'm done, I blurted out. They just stared up at me. Slowly, my master, my tormentor, stands to stand, gently caressing my face and looking lovingly into my eyes. I close mine, savoring this gentle moment, wishing it would last, but it would not. The soft hand that was caressing me was not wrapped around my neck. My eyes quickly opened to see nothing but anger and hate. You're done when I say you are. Everything is almost set in place. Now that that pathetic human is dead. She isn't dead, I managed to breathe out before I'm thrown to the ground. What do you mean she isn't dead? Were you not instructed to drain her and leave her body for him to find? They snarled down at me. He was looking for her. He was getting close. What if he found me? Please release me. He's psychotic. If he finds out, he won't just kill me, he'll torture me. I will not. Once she's dead, then you may go. Until then, you're mine.
Olivia. Cole worked in the room since the attack. He seemed very protective over me and insisted I couldn't go anywhere by myself without an escort. Raven stayed most of the day and luckily didn't follow me into the bathroom. I was beginning to feel restless. Even though I wasn't in a cage, I was in a cage. It was a gilded cage, but a cage is still a cage, no matter how nice it was. I was questioned a few times by him on the appearance of the other vampire, my attacker. My story never changed, but I guess he thought I would remember some great detail, something that would help him figure out who it was. The truth was, I could only remember small details. Raven kept my mind distracted by telling me stories of her roaming the outside world. I noticed most of her stories ended or involved her in the forest. "Why do you love the forest so much?" I finally asked her. "Well, really," I interrupted her. She tilted her head at me slightly and then just smiled. "I love the forest because I was born there. I live there, it's peaceful there. Walking barefoot and feeling the soil squish between my toes. I love listening to the trees' leaves whistling as the wind blows by, smelling the sweet aroma of the flowers. When the rain falls, and you just feel free." My heart swelled in my chest, hearing her describe something she loved. I was also envious of her. She had a home. She had a place she loved. I didn't have that. Sometimes Cole felt like that. It felt like he was my forest, but he was a vampire. He owned me and I was property. How could I ever get past that? I turned my head to look out the window. I put my hand on the cool glass and sighed. I felt like a caged bird. I wanted to go outside. I wanted to be free. It was strange to feel this way. Up until now, I have pretty much accepted that I am nothing more than a pet, a slave, a thing. 2 days with Raven and she was already rubbing off on me. I pulled my hand from the glass and balled my hand into a fist and let my arm fall to my side. I took in a deep breath and turned and started to walk toward the door. I wrapped my fingers around the stainless steel door handle and twisted it until I heard that familiar click. The door was not even opened 2 inches before something forced it closed and I shrieked. "And where exactly do you think you're going?" I tilted my head up to see a not-so-pleasant Cole glaring down at me. "I don't know, but I'm tired of being cooped up in here. You work in here, we eat in here, we sleep in here. This is a prison." I pretty much shouted at him. My hands immediately found my mouth and clamped over it. My eyes grew wide, and I knew this was it. "Calm down, little dove. I understand how you feel, but it's for your protection." He cooed at me as he stroked my hair, trying to calm and comfort me. "Oh, a vampire who understands how it must feel to be caged. Ha, that's rich, bloodsucker." Raven clapped her hands as she mocked him. Cole was never fazed by her remarks and name-calling, and now was no exception. "How about we eat in the dining hall today? Raven can come too, although we might have to get her mouth sewn shut." I could tell he was waiting for my response. He probably thought I would object. I'd be too afraid to be around other vampires. Maybe Raven was truly rubbing off on me. Maybe I woke up with an extra dose of bravery, or maybe I was just sick of staring out the window and waiting for my life to begin. Vampires or no vampires, I was leaving this room. "Let's go," I simply replied, and I could feel Raven smirking behind me. Caden wasn't too far away, so he arrived quickly. No one had seen or heard from Brayden. I overheard Cole instructing a few guards to inform him immediately once he returned. I had grown close to Brayden, so it made me sad to hear he'd disappeared. I know they suspected him of being involved in the attack, but in my heart, I knew he wouldn't do that. I know your natural instinct is to chop some heads off and be a ruthless warrior, but in there, you need to play the part we agreed to. Cole scolded Raven. She rolled her eyes at him as Caden clipped the leash to her collar. I swear she growled at him, but he just pulled her along and laughed. They had such an odd relationship. They would argue back and forth, call each other's names, but just laugh and smirk at each other afterward. We proceeded down the stairs. It seemed like 10 floors of them.
Couldn't you have just stayed on the first floor, Richie Rich?
Raven elbowed Cole.
Oh, but my dear, you could use the exercise, he joked back at her.
Cole. The estate was slowly filling up with all the vampire elites that Marcus had invited to his little party. My plan was to enter, say a few hellos, and get Olivia out of there before anyone started asking questions. My original plan of keeping Olivia and Raven in my room has a flaw I didn't realize at the time. Raven was now a pet, which meant she had to attend with Caden. I had to keep my arrangement with Annabelle, but Caden could take both girls with him. He would probably enjoy it too much. We reached the dining hall, and I could feel Olivia's heart begin to race. The large room wasn't filled to capacity, but there was a generous number of vampires and humans occupying the room. I gently tugged on her leash and scooped her into my arms once she was close enough. I quickly seated ourselves in the nearest area, which was empty. Caden and Raven sat beside me. I couldn't help but smirk as I peeked over at Raven. The hatred and anger radiating from her small body were just glorious. 2 human boys arrived seconds later, trembling as they sat down 2 glasses of blood. Trembling, not from fear, but pure exhaustion. It was planted everywhere on their faces, the large dark circles under their eyes and their slow movements. They looked they could collapse at any moment. Raven opened her mouth but slammed it shut just as quickly as she opened it. I didn't need the ability to read her mind to know what she was thinking. Bring the pets a plate of food and then go sleep, I casually spoke to them. Both boys turned their heads to look at the other one in confusion. Are you deaf? I snapped at them. I could feel Olivia tense up in my arms. I gave her a reassuring rub on her arm as the boys gave a nod and scurried away toward the kitchen. I could hear the slight fascination in her mind, but it was faint. Too faint. It had been weeks since I first drank from her, which meant I would need to do it again soon, especially before the gala. I wrapped one arm around her waist and pulled her closer to my chest as I took a sip from the glass and watched as some were frantically running around the room. Others were just sitting as though nothing was going on. Are you going to drink that? I look over to my side and see Caden was already downed his glass. Normally I would just chew him out, but I just slid my glass over to him. It was pointless to drink now when I would have to drink for Olivia later. I feel a slight pinch on my leg as I look down to investigate and notice Olivia digging her small hand into my leg. Did she hear me? Did I say that out loud? Hello, Cole, baby. I glance up at Annabelle, who is looming over our table. She's not alone, of course. A young vampire is clinging to her. He's tall with dark hair and dark eyes. He's not a child, but he's clearly attached to her. I'm staring at him intensely. Not because I'm jealous, but because there's something about him. Something strangely familiar. Then it hits me. Adam Sinclair. I didn't recall you residing here. I squint my eyes at him. I would never, he exclaims. I'm only here on Mother's behalf for the gala. I'll be leaving tonight. Martha Sinclair was the lady of a nearby region. She usually attended the events, but it was rumored that she was giving her territory to Adam soon. Unfortunately for him, the territory wasn't inherited. Father was the one who appointed the territories. Olivia was further digging her nails into my leg. It didn't hurt, but it didn't go unnoticed either. I didn't want her getting worked up, this annoying cunt, so I swiftly turned her around. Her legs straddled me, and I pressed her body against mine. Caden and Raven were being abnormally quiet. I glanced over to see them both glaring at the 2 vampires in front of us. Oh, I see Caden has acquired a little pet of his own. Speaking of pets, Annabelle turned her attention to Olivia. I was patiently waiting for her to say anything that would give me a reason to pop her head right off her shoulders. I'm afraid I'll have to go back on our arrangement. Adam needs a date for the gala and I just can't say no. You understand? I gave her a nod. A huge part of me was actually relieved, but now I was suspicious. How unusual. Caden starts. You were practically begging to go with Cole. Pathetically, really, and now you dump him for that, he says coldly as he gestures toward Adam. Oh, boys, don't be so sad. You'll still see me. Adam is occupying a room on your floor. She smiles at us sweetly. Adam seems emotionless. Before I can question them further, she grabs him by the arm and drags him away. I just watch as they disappear out of the room. I move Olivia around back to facing the table as two human servants bring plates of food. I can't believe you kept your mouth shut. I smirk down at Raven, who has already started eating her plate of food. I'm playing a role. She shrugs as she shoves another spoon of vegetables in her mouth. First chance I get, there will be bloodshed. This was a mistake, I hear Olivia squeak out. I look down at her confused. She can't hurt you, little dove. She's gone now. She understands what will happen to her if she even thinks it. Now eat, my love. You need to eat. I try to reassure her. She begins to take a small bite of her food. What seems like hours we sit there, and she finally sits her spoon down and looks down at her leg. I only have time to tilt my head to the side before she says it. She says the thing that makes my blood boil, but my skin runs cold at the same time. He can hurt me, though. He has before.
Olivia. I looked down at my plate of food. I could feel everyone's eyes on me. Then it hit me. Did I say that out loud? No. I never thought I'd see that vampire again. I knew Cole would never hurt me. At least I thought he wouldn't. He radiated anger. I could feel it through his skin. His hands that were firmly placed on my hips were slowly sliding up my body. I looked over at Raven and Caden. He had a confused look on his face, while Raven looked conflicted, like she was trying to answer a really difficult question in her mind. She looked over at me and she started to open her mouth, probably to ask me a question or maybe even reassure me. She never got the chance. Once his hands reached under my arms, he lifted me up and used his speed to carry me back to the room where I was plopped onto a chair. I don't think I will ever get used to that. The leash was still clipped to the collar. It hung down the middle of my neck, the handle stopping and sitting in my lap. In a swift movement, he removed my collar and threw it onto the floor. His eyes were nearly black. Still, I didn't fear him. I was scared, but not of him, but of this situation I found myself in. I should have kept quiet. I looked up to find him inches from my face, a hand on each side of the chair's armrest. He was essentially caging me in, not that I'd try to move or run away. My chest was heaving up and down. The air around me felt so thick. His eyes were so black now. Caden burst through the door holding Raven like she was a sack of flour. She did not like that very well. If you ever do that again, bloodsucker, I will cut your ugly cunt head off and feed it to the fucking dogs. They went back and forth, but I couldn't concentrate on them right now. Cole's eyes were black, and his hot breath was fanning my face. He was staring at me, but it felt more like it was through me. I knew I had to do something bold and brave, something I've never done before. I reached out to him. My palms were sweaty as I wiped them on my clothing. I placed one hand on each side of his head. I took in one more breath before pulling myself up to his face, closing my eyes and placing my lips onto his lips. His hands found their way to my hips again, and he held me firmly in place. I felt his tongue pushing against my teeth, trying to gain entrance into my mouth. I parted my lips more and felt his tongue inside my mouth. After what felt like an eternity, we both pulled away and his eyes were back to normal. He looked at me intently. He stood up, and we both looked over at Caden and Raven, who were still yelling at each other. I took this as my opportunity to slip down off the chair and away from the soon-to-be chaos. "Enough!" Cole roared, which immediately stopped Caden and Raven, and silence fell over the room. I was halfway across the room making my escape when a hand latched onto my forearm and I was plopped back to my original spot. "And you, little dove, will sit there and explain your outburst. Actually, no explaining. We all know what you meant. However, you will confirm it." I wanted the room to open up and swallow me whole. I looked around and everyone was staring at me. I could lie. I could say that it was an accident, and I didn't recognize him. I sighed and knew I couldn't, and a part of me didn't want to. I twiddled with my fingers and let out a very small, Yes, I thought there would be chaos. I thought Cole would immediately race on a murder spree. However, he seemed very calm. He slowly paced back and forth in front of me. One hand in his pocket and the other on his face. He didn't seem worried or mad. He showed no emotion at all. "Let's go collect his fucking head then," Raven finally shouted. "Let's think this through. You can't just go off Martha Sinclair's kid because he made a snack out of your hum." Caden was then cut off. "She is mine. I marked her. She was wearing a collar, walking into my room. He knew who she was, yet he harmed her anyways. No, he will pay. I need to think this through. I need proof." "The missing collar!" Raven squealed, and we all looked at her. "Yeah, can't you go to where he is and get it? And then we can drag him down below and torture him and gut him like a prized pig." "Fuck's sake, you are one demented little human." Caden breathed out. "She's right. The collar would get us proof. Unless, of course, he disposed of it," Cole stated dryly. I couldn't take anymore. My heart was pounding and my palms were sweaty. I jumped out of my chair and rushed out to him. I wrapped my small arms around him, and even though they barely wrapped around his torso, I still squeezed. I could feel the tears start to well up in my eyes. My face felt hot, like it was on fire. I tilted my head back and looked up at him. My vision was blurry, my tears stuck on my eyelashes. "Please, Cole, please do not do this. It's okay. I'm okay," I sobbed into him.
Cole. I looked down at my small little love. Her face was red, eyes puffy and tears sticking to her eyelashes. Every time she blinked, they would transfer to my shirt. Not that I minded, of course. My plan was never to object her to such cruelties. She was far too pure for this world. I only had to look at Caden for him to understand that I wanted privacy. He grabbed Raven by the arm. "Don't even fucking—" But she was cut off. "Oh, shut up, blood bag!" He smirked down at her before running her out of my sight. I looked down at the small creature still holding onto my waist tightly. I scooped her up in my arms, one hand under her legs and the other behind her neck. I carried her over to the chair and sat down. She let out a couple of hiccups as she began to calm down and tried to control her breathing. I carefully and gently repositioned her so that she was straddling my lap, watching as her small hands found their way to my chest, palms down, staring blankly at my chest. I used my thumb to wipe her tears away. "Look at me, my little dove." My voice was gentle but stern. I needed her to understand that I would completely burn this world down for her. I have waited lifetimes for her. I have searched and waited, and I was not about to let some piece of scum trash take her from me now. She slowly tilted her head up and peeked at me through her eyelashes. "You have such a pure heart. You think you are to blame for this, but I assure you, you are not. There are consequences in this world." "But she started, but I immediately placed a finger to her soft lips. "Just let me finish. You are my world, my light. I have waited for you long enough, and I am not going to lose you now. I promise to protect you and keep you safe." I swiped a piece of her hair behind her ear. "I'm just a pet. I shouldn't mean this much to you. I shouldn't be the cause of you harming your own kind," she meekly said. I sighed heavily, keeping a hand firmly on her hips, but using my other hand to rake through my hair. I still could not tell her the truth, not the whole truth. She was clearly in danger here, and after the gala fucking party, we would leave. "You are not just a pet. You are everything. There is more to your story, to our story, and I wish more than anything to tell it. But I can't. Not yet, at least. Do you understand?" She looked a bit puzzled, but I could see her mind trying to fit the pieces together and figure it out. Humans are naturally curious, and she was somewhat human. She nodded in agreement and quietly said, "Yes, Cole, I think I do." Satisfied with her answer, since I could no longer hear her thoughts, I pulled her close to me. I stroked her hair and decided tomorrow I would have to drink from my little dove. "Let's get you to bed?" I hummed in her ear. She pulled back and stared up at me with her big, beautiful eyes. "Do you suppose I could stay with me tonight? I just don't want to be alone," her tiny voice squeaked out. I couldn't contain the smile on my face. I just nodded as I picked her up. her legs and arms wrapped around me. I carefully walked into my room. It was just a simple room with your basic furniture essentials. I sat her gently on the king-size bed, her heavy eyes peeking up at me. I turned my heel and headed for my closet to grab a shirt for her and change myself. I felt like an idiot not grabbing her own clothes, but I quite enjoyed the thought of her wearing my shirt. I quickly changed and grabbed her a plain-colored t-shirt from my wardrobe. She was short enough that this would work as a nightgown for her. I walked out wearing nothing but some shorts, her shirt in my hand. Getting closer to her, I could see she had already fallen over. Poor little thing. I sat on the bed and pulled her between my legs. She stirred and hummed, but kept her eyes closed. I grabbed the hem of her dress and slowly pulled it up and over her head. I sucked in a huge breath as I gazed upon her beautiful body. I gently gathered the t-shirt and pulled it over her head, taking care as I pulled her arms through the holes. I took one last look at my little dove, before scooting her up to the pillows and tugging back the blankets to tuck her in. I wasted no time to crawl in beside her, pulling her small frame close to mine. I listened to her breathing, feeling her heartbeat as I started to plot out my plan. Adam Sinclair, I am coming for you. Be ready. Cole. The gala was finally upon us. How great is that? Of course, I couldn't concentrate on that due to that fucking twat putting his slimy hands on my little love. It took everything I had in me not to pop his head off like a damn daisy. I replayed the images in my mind over and over and over again. It was consuming my soul. Well, if I had a soul, I wasn't even convinced I had a heart. Braden was still missing, which begged the question, why? It didn't look good for him. Missing. Either he helped Adam, which I didn't even want to think about, or he was in danger. I would figure that out once I was back home. It was early morning, and I knew the gala would be much later in the evening. I had to mark her again soon, but this time it was going to be permanent. I was risking so much, but it was now or never. Our bond would be so much stronger, but that also meant when anyone saw it, they would know. I made sure Caden knew not to barge in. The last thing I needed was Raven to witness me fang deep in her, in Olivia. "Little dove!" I bellowed out through the suite. Immediately I heard her, her little feet padding through the rooms until she was standing in front of me. She shuffled on her feet, and even though I could not read her thoughts, her body told me she was nervous. She didn't fear me, but she was nervous. I grabbed her small hands in mine, my thumb rubbing the top of her hand as she stared into my eyes. Her gray eyes were like gloomy rain clouds before a storm. "The gala, as you know, is tonight, and I need to mark you." I spoke softly, and she immediately took on her hands and swiped back her hair, revealing the faded and healing bite marks from weeks ago. I smiled, but slowly shook my head. Not there. I gripped the hem of her shift and slowly began pulling it up and over her head. She raised her arms so that I could easily remove it from her beautiful body. I bunched up the shirt and threw it on the ground and let my fingers trace her from her hips all the way to her neck, letting my hand gently lay flat right about her right breast. Here. But this time it will be permanent, and it will hurt at first, but then you will feel me as I feel you. Do you understand what I'm saying? She continued to stare at me before finally nodding. Words. I need to hear you say it. Yes, Cole, I understand. Her sweet voice was all I needed to hear before grabbing her by the hips and pulling her over my lap, her legs on each side of me. I gathered her hair in my hand and tugged her head backward, not forcefully but enough so I could get better access to where I was going to mark her. I pushed her body closer to mine, her eyes closed and her breathing slow and even. I easily pushed my long fangs through my gums and began kissing and licking the area I was going to mark her. Prepping her skin and enjoying the sweet taste of her skin, she let out a small whimper and that was it. I plunged my fangs into her skin. She shrieked out in pain at first, but to make it permanent, I needed to go all the way down. I slowly inched my fangs deeper into her tender flesh. Her hands automatically found my chest and tried to pull away instinctually. I gripped both her wrists with one hand and twisted them behind her back. She whimpered as I pushed further, and once I was all the way, she let out a small scream. I sucked on her skin and wished I could comfort her, but there was no stopping this. I began mixing her blood with my venom and slowly pushed it back into using my fangs. Her screams turned into quiet moans. I let go of her wrists and hair as I retracted my fangs and pulled her backward. Her eyes were hooded, and tears stained her cheeks. She seemed to be in a daze but didn't immediately pass out like before. Blood was dripping down her chest and staining her bra, but I could still see it. I licked and gently sucked on the area. The marks were there with a small circle around them, and her skin had sunk in a bit. I scooped up my tiny mate and carried her to the bathroom to clean her a bit and let her rest before our final night in this fucking awful city.
Olivia. I felt like I was floating on clouds. Was I having an out-of-body experience? I didn't even notice we were in the bathroom and Cole was removing the rest of my clothes. Not that I seemed to mind. It seemed to be in slow motion, but also quickly at the same time. Was that even possible? There was a lot more blood this time, and it immediately turned the warm, clear water a muted crimson red. I leaned my head back and rested it on the porcelain tub as he began his work cleaning up my body. I raised my hand and touched where he sank his fangs into me and gasped when I felt it. It didn't burn, but it felt incredibly warm. Warm like when you go outside and let the sun heat your skin. "How do you feel, my love?" He softly spoke against my ear. "Tingly," was all I could manage to say. He just hummed in response. I felt like I must be insane to let him permanently mark me. His pet, was that what I was? Is that something vampires did? Why do you call me that sometimes? The words flew right out of my mouth. I didn't regret asking, but I nervously waited for him to answer. I could tell he was struggling with giving me an answer or not. After what felt like an eternity, I felt his hands slowly rub up and down my arms. "Do you believe in fate? In destiny?" "I'm not sure I know what you mean. It means when something happens that was always meant to happen. For example, how two people are destined to be together. I call you my love because you are, in fact, my one true love. We are meant to be together," he softly spoke. "Is that the case for everyone?" I felt the tingles all over and couldn't help the small smile that was forming. I can't speak for humans, but the supernatural, yes. Although this is incredibly rare for vampires. We can live for centuries and seldom find our fated. I twisted my body halfway in the water so I could look into his eyes. "Is that why I feel this way? Why I blindly trust you and why I feel like I've known you my whole life? It's our bond. It pulls us toward one another. Our souls want to be together. It will feel stronger now, and you may even notice changes in how your body responds to my touches."
And I have known you your whole life. He tried to whisper the last part, but our faces were too close.
I gave him a confused look, but decided to ask him about it later since the water lost its warmth and I could feel my fingertips start to prune. He wrapped his arms under mine and started to pull me to my feet, pulling the plug and allowing the dirty to drain.
"That's enough questions for now, little dove,"
he sternly said as he stood up and collected a fluffy towel to wrap around my body to dry me off. I felt panicked, and I still had so many questions. "One more. Are vampires usually mated to humans?" His lips formed a straight line, and I looked at him intently as he scooped me up and started walking us out of the bathroom. He only uttered one word. "No." The day was fairly normal. Some servants were in and out while we got ready. Cole was having a few bags packed and arrangements made for us to leave immediately after the gala. I wore a dark red dress. It had a high neckline to hide the mark, and it stopped mid-thigh. I was permitted to wear shoes and had a pair of black ballet flats. My hair was placed perfectly in a French braid with a few strands to form my face. Raven, of course, was wearing a green pantsuit. Caden tried to persuade her to wear a dress, but she refused and dared him to make her. "I can't wait for this fucking night to end already," she huffed out as she sat beside me on the couch. I squeezed her hand and gave her a reassuring smile. Cole and Caden stopped in front of us. Caden was wearing his navy blue suit and looked rather handsome compared to his usual casual attire. He, however, did not even compare to Cole. He was in a black suit with a dark red dress shirt. He seemed different in a way, bigger, stronger somehow. "You two must stay together at all times. I don't know what we will see in there. I have never attended one of these fucking things, so I'll probably be swarmed by the vultures upon our entry. Cole warned us. I couldn't help the fear in me rising to think I would separate from him. How long will we have to stay? Raven spoke up with a slight agitation to her voice. If Cole picked up on it, he didn't mention it. Hopefully, in and out. We can't raise suspicion. Once we're home, all will be revealed and there's nothing anyone can do then. They were having this private conversation, but with Caden and me still in the room. Of course, Caden couldn't care less. Maybe I was the only one out of the loop. We were about to leave when there was a sudden but loud knock on the door. Cole walked over and pulled the door open to reveal two vampires that appeared to be guards. They handed a black bag to him and he looked inside but did not pull anything out. His face was calm, but his eyes told a different story. "I trust you know what to do now," he asked them as he closed the bag, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the bag tightly. Their faces were emotionless, but they both nodded in unison like they were robots. "Cole!" Caden tried to speak, but Cole raised his free hand in the air. The two other vampires were gone in the blink of an eye, and Cole waved his fingers for us to follow him out as he threw the black bag down beside the door. We entered the dining hall. All the tables were gone except one. The room was full of vampires. Human servants were rushing around with trays of glasses filled with a red liquid. Blood. We didn't have to wear leashes, but our collars were still wrapped around our necks. Cole had his hand on the small of my back, gently pushing me to walk forward. Some vampires had their pets on their lap, fang deep in their necks. My heart fell to my stomach at their screams, and Raven's eyes turned a murderous black. Cole wrapped his hand around her arm and whispered something in her ear. She nodded, but her face stayed the same. Cole ushered us to the other side of the room, where a group of servants and pets were. "Stay here and remember to stay together. I'm going to say a few hellos and then we're leaving," he said as he caressed my face with the back of his hand. "Cole!" We heard her scream long before she reached us. Annabelle. She came running over, her heels clinking against the wood floors. She wore a bright red dress that clung to her body like a second skin. She thankfully ignored me, but I could not ignore her wrapping her arms around his bicep. I could feel this strange emotion as I dug my nails into the palm of my hand. Cole pulled his arm free with no struggle whatsoever. "Don't fucking touch me! Don't you have a date? Where is he?" he snarled at her. "I'm not sure. I'm sure he's mingling," she pouted, but Cole didn't wait for her to finish before walking away. She turned to go after him, but not before turning to us and giving such a sinister smile. I shuffled on my feet as I watched the events of the evening. Owners of the nearby pets would come over and collect them to drink. There were very few moments of silence before the muffled screaming started again. The servants would rush out with glasses, returning back over with empty trays to be filled again. I was growing nervous and more anxious every minute that passed. Raven tried her best to soothe me, but she was radiating anger and trying her best just to stay calm in all the madness. We were pretty much ignored, aside from Cole glancing over to check to see if we were still where he left us. He kept trying to get to us, but then someone would demand his attention. He was trying hard to hide his face and what he was feeling, but it was a battle he was losing. "Don't you look tasty?" A vampire stood in front of me. When did he get here? He was rather short with light brown hair. He reached and looked at my collar, lifting the charm with Cole's initials. "I'm sure your master won't mind if I have a little taste. CV, whoever that may be." I was trembling, and Raven jerked my arm back before he could touch me. "I wouldn't do that, friend," Caden said casually. The creepy vampire turned around, but Caden wasn't finished talking. "She belongs to Cole Vallon, and if you value your limbs, you'll back away and we can pretend this never happened." His eyes grew so large I thought they were going to fall out of his eye sockets. He threw his hands up in surrender and he pretty much ran away. After that, we decided it was best to stand on the back wall. It felt like we were here for hours. "He needs to fucking hurry up. Fucking bloodsucker," Raven grumbled under her breath. I looked up and saw Cole looking over at me. Our eyes were fixated on one another. He gave me a small smile, but it didn't last. The doors opened and a trail of men and women were marched in. They had chains on their ankles and wrists. Everyone's attention was on them. We stood on our feet, alert, while the vampire's eyes were black with hunger. They were marched to the only table as they were picked up and thrown harshly on top. The chains were removed, but they didn't dare move. I wanted to run. I wanted to hide. I wanted to help them, but I couldn't do any of that. I was frozen with fear. Raven stepped in front of me, her body shielding me. Her hands cupped my face, and I couldn't stop the tears from escaping. It was only moments until we heard the first blood-curdling scream, and I watched in horror as a few vampires stumbled from the tables, blood dripping from their chins and drenching their clothes. It was a human buffet. The next screams came, and I covered my ears with my hands, tears streaming down my face. I looked up and saw Cole rushing toward us, pushing the blood-thirsting vampires out of his way, but as he was coming over, Raven was leaving. Whispering in my ear, she said, "Stay here. I'll be back." She ran and leaped in the air, dagger in hand, a lethal look in her eyes. Cole reached up and quickly had her locked in his arms, the dagger falling from her hand and clinking against the floor. Not that you would hear it over the screams. I closed my eyes and quickly opened them once I felt it. A small pinch on my neck, then my knees started to give out and I was falling to the ground, but I never made it there. The last thing I remember before the darkness was Raven screaming my name.
Cole. I trust you know what to do now? I gritted through my teeth. My fangs were pressing through my gums. They both nodded together and headed off to complete their task. The two of them weren't guards for Marcus, but instead faithful soldiers to my father. It wasn't exactly ideal to use them. They were basically shells, and more commonly known as the Damned. After they completed what I needed, I'd send them back. Hopefully we'd still be able to leave tonight after I took care of my little problem. After talking to the girls and reassuring them we wouldn't stay long, I internally cringed as I heard her high-pitched voice. I was like nails on a chalkboard. Cole! Then she fucking touched me. You put her slimy and disgusting hands on me. Her touch bothered me before, but this was different. It was like being burned with a hot poker. Don't fucking touch me! Don't you have a date? Where is he? I didn't need to know her answer, so I just started walking away. I knew she valued her life too much to touch what was mine, plus, I knew Raven would slice her open. Every time I turned a corner, I was greeted by a so-called elite. You're actually here. How's your father? How are you? I kept trying to make my way to my love, only to be pulled. I felt like I was in the ocean, and the waves were constantly pushing me back. I could only look in her direction to make sure she was still there. Servants were busy running around carrying trays back and forth from the kitchen. The vampires that had pets would collect them and trap them on their laps. Some were easy and took care of the humans. Others, not so much. I was used to screaming, but it was becoming too much. I knew I needed to find Marcus. Once I found him, made my presence known, we could leave. Before I could find him, he found me. Cole, I see you made it. Are you enjoying yourself? Where's your delightful little pet? Marcus. She's back with the others. Interesting. Have you feed yet? I'm not hungry. Of course, he pretended not to hear me. I have such a treat for everyone this year. We are going back to the old times. Ah, I miss those days, hiding in the shadows, slaughtering whole towns just to feed our bloodlust. What the fuck was he talking about? Before I could say another, he had disappeared. I spun around trying to see if I could spot him, but Caden appeared in front of me. Lord Slimball tried to taste test Olivia. I'll fucking kill him. But don't worry, I told him that you'd dismember him and he ran off. Caden smirked. I'll take care of him later. Now help me locate Marcus. I think something is about to happen. Actually, never mind. Let's get the girls and get out of here. Just as we started for them, did the doors open and reveal several human prisoners, if they were even that. They were clean but had barely any clothes on. Chains were wrapped around their ankles and wrists as they were marched to the only table in the room. I quickly understood what was about to happen. I glanced over to Olivia and Raven. Her eyes were wide, and I knew she realized the situation as well. I pushed my way through the vampires, dragging Caden along with me. I heard the thud and clinking sounds. They were throwing the humans onto the table and removing the heavy chains. The closer to Olivia I became, the stronger her pain was. The first scream was the worst. It was high-pitched and clearly belonged to a woman as 3 vampires held her down and sank down onto her, no doubt mercilessly. Once they raised, drenched in blood, I knew chaos was sure to follow. The screams become louder as more vampires launched themselves to the table, blood dripping from the table and onto the floor. I was too distracted. I was preoccupied with my surroundings to even notice Raven had left Olivia and was already mid-air when I had to grab her. I wrapped his arms around her body, pinning her arms to her side and knocking the dagger to the ground. Luckily, no one noticed her. "Olivia!" I heard her scream and looked up to a dark figure leaving with my mate, my love, my everything. I threw Raven to the ground, no longer caring if someone devoured her up. I chased after the shadow, but it was too late. Where is she? Who were they? I could feel it building, scratching to be released. My rage was overwhelming all my other senses. Rational and logical thinking was pushed to the back of my mind. No, I need to think this through. I closed my eyes and focused all my energy into trying to feel her. Nothing. Did they drug her? They must have. I returned to the dining hall. The human servants were huddled together, shaking, sobbing, stuttering nonsense. I then realized that Caden and Raven were trying to hold back the clearly bloodthirsty vampires. They appeared to take out a few, but they're more than 30 still. I did not have time for this shit. I put my index finger and thumb in my mouth and whistled loudly. Everyone looked up at me, but I wasn't trying to get their attention. The 2 damned soldiers appeared in front of me. "Get rid of them," I stated, gesturing to the mob of vampires. "Clarification," they both said. "Clear, specific orders." I could already hear my father's voice scolding me. "Lock them in the dungeons. If they don't go or try to fight back, then kill them. Leave these 2 and the humans." The damned nodded, and I could see the vampire's eyes start to turn back to normal, the black beginning to shrink. I suspected Marcus had laced the blood somehow. Nothing was making sense. "Just give us the humans and we'll go." I snapped my neck in the direction of Lord Slim Ball. I almost forgot about him. I stalked toward him. He didn't seem to fear me, probably still riding his high. I said nothing as I stood before and plunged my hand, claws extended into his chest, pulling his heart through. He wouldn't die from this, but that didn't mean I couldn't squish his heart in my hand. This is exactly what I did. It was like popping a water balloon. Blood sprayed our faces, and I admired the look of his face before gripping his hair and completely ripping it from his body and listening as it made a thud in front of the others. "Anyone else?" I calmly asked, even though I knew the answer. They scrambled and began running in every direction. The damned looked at me and I waved my hand. "Forget them. Ensure the humans make it to their quarters safely and meet me at the place. Everything is ready?" "Yes," they answered together. "Cole, what the fuck was that?" Raven shouted at me as I entered the area Olivia was taken. "Shut up. I should do the same to you. All you had to do was stay with her and you couldn't even do that," I growled at her. "Don't blame me. I couldn't just stand by and watch that. You know I couldn't. Enough of your Fey warrior bullshit, Raven." Her eyes were wide and Caden's mouth dropped. "What the hell is going on here?" Caden threw his hands in the air. "Enough! Just help me find something to figure out who did this or get the fuck out!" I gritted through my teeth. I knew Raven wasn't at fault. I was. We could have just left. I could have made her stay with me. I should have kept her safe. We began searching for what I had no idea. The dining was a disaster. Blood was everywhere and the smell was horrific. "I found something!" Caden shouted a few feet away. We ran over to him to see him holding a syringe in his hand. "We already know she was drugged. How does this help us?" Raven huffed out, crossing her arms. "True," he said as he began a shiny strand that was wrapped around the plunger. "However, what vampire do we know that has blonde hair?" Fucking Annabelle. I grabbed Raven's wrists and speed us to my room. Caden was seconds to follow. "Stop doing that! What are we doing here? We need to be hunting that bitch down!" she shouted. "We'll never find her. We don't know where she went. She could be anywhere," Caden stated. I picked up the black bag and threw it at him. "I know someone who probably knows," I calmly said as I walked into my closet and started to change my clothes. I wasn't one for casual clothes, so I just changed into a pair of black dress pants and a white button-down shirt. Caden was already digging through his bag and pulling out clothes for him and Raven. Caden and Raven's eyes grew wide as he pulled out the missing collar from the black bag. "Is that?" he stated as he handed Raven her clothes, but I just cut him off. "Yes, and I'm sure he's involved somehow. The damned have him. Now get dressed and follow me. We can discuss everything on the way there." "Where?" Raven asked, while quickly changing into a pair of black pants and a blue t-shirt. "Hell," I told them as we left. Cole. We piled into the car and headed to hell. Not actual hell, but it was a name the humans gave it long ago. Waiting for us there in the basement was Adam. My original plan was just to give him a swift death, make an example of him. She was mine. She was mine, and he touched her anyways. That was out the window. I would torture him, dismember him perhaps, but not kill him. Or maybe I would. I had no idea what the reason was behind taking Olivia. Was it jealousy? No, too many people were involved in that. Adam, Annabelle, Marcus, possibly Brayden. Raven sat in the back seat of the black SUV. She was twiddling with her fingers, and I knew she was hating herself. "It wasn't your fault. Stop sulking. I need the real you to come back now." I saw her glance up, her eyes narrowing at me. I expected her to scream at me, or even plunge a dagger into my neck, but she just turned and stared out the window. "I want answers," Caden said while tapping his foot against the floorboard. "You called her a Fey warrior." He gestured behind us to Raven. "And I know Olivia isn't just some pet you bought. You wouldn't have summoned on the damned or go on a murder spree." I waited for Raven, but it was clear she was in no mood to explain shit. "Well, our little Raven is a dryad. She's from Rosewood Forest." I sighed before continuing. "Olivia is my fated. She is not, and never was, my pet. It was facade." "Impossible! You cannot have a human as your fated Cole!" he shouted, nearly busting my eardrum. My fangs on instinct extended out. "She's not human, at least not completely. Her mother was Queen Adelina," Raven said quietly, pain behind her words. "This can't be right. Rosewood was burned down. No one survived." Raven opened her mouth, furry in her eyes, but I slammed on the brakes as we arrived at the abandoned building. The building was small and in terrible condition. I couldn't recall what it was before. The outside was crumbling down, vines had grown over the windows, and a few had even been boarded up. Father used this to torture humans for information. In the beginning, eventually, we didn't need budlings and prisons. I hear the car door slam, and hear Raven footsteps running up to me as I swing the doors open and smile, seeing the damned soldiers standing in front of a huge iron door. The entrance to hell. "You will stay here." I turn and address Caden and Raven. "Absolutely fucking not!" she yells and tries to run past me. I grip her forearm and push her back into Caden, who places his hands on her shoulders. "I can't have you down there with me. I need him to talk, and I need to hear his screams. You'll only distract me." "I need to hear his screams too," she huffed out, and I just smirked down to her. "You will." I made my descent into the basement. Dirt, grime, and blood stained the stone walls. The smell would have any human vomiting. I was no human, not for a very long time. I could hear him, smell him. He reeked of fear. Good. He should be afraid. I made my way to the end of the room, passing by iron cells occupied only by bones and rats. There sat Adam, a silver chain wrapped around his ankles, wrists, and torso. Silver was pure, and while it couldn't kill us, it could wound us, burn us. My shoes tapped against the floors, and he snapped his head up as I got closer to him. "Cole, what the fuck is going on?" He struggled against the chains, but hissed as they just tightened around him. I put my hand in my pocket and pulled out the collar he ripped off my beautiful pet's neck and threw it on the ground in front of his feet. It was dimly lit by the torches along the walls, but I could see still his eyes grow wide before he tried to hide it. "Cole, I don't!" I launched at him, gripping his shoulder and pressing my extended claws into his flesh, blood starting to seep through his shirt. Don't fucking lie. You snatched her going into my room, then you. I pushed his claws into his harder, scraping the bone, and he screamed, "You raised her dress and sank your disgusting fangs into her!" I growled out. I retracted my claws and stepped back. "I know Annabelle took her, and I want you to tell me where she is. So you're going to tell me, and I'll let you live." I could see he was thinking it over. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything." I just smiled at him as I undid the button on my dress shirt cuffs and began rolling up the sleeves to my elbows. I knew this wouldn't be easy, but I am prepared for anything. I would love nothing more than to pull his limbs apart and paint the walls with his blood. They were needing a fresh coat after all, but I was stressed for time. I picked up a pair of pliers from a nearby tray and stalked toward him. "A location, that's all I need. Is Annabelle's cunt worth that much to you?" I laughed and his eyes grew dark. "You leave her alone, you sick fuck." And without meaning to, his fangs pushed out, which is all I needed. I gripped his jaw with my hand and tilted his head back. I attached the pliers to his right fang and applied pressure. He was shaking his head and trying to retract his fangs, but in one swift motion I jerked my hand back. Blood spewed from where his fang was. He spits the blood out from his mouth. I dropped the fang on the dirty ground. "One more to go unless you'd like to tell me where they are," I smirked. "Fuck you," he gagged out, choking on the blood still gushing out of his mouth. I knew once I pulled the other fang it was only a matter of time before he died. We needed our fangs. I need to try a different tactic. I walked away, looking around the room, glancing at the different cells. I hope they drain her. Her blood was so sweet and a smooth skin. I imagine Marcus is really enjoying her right about now. I grip one of the iron bars of a cage and pull it off. My blood is boiling. Heat is radiating off my body. Darkness is taking control. No, I have to find her. I hold on to the bar so tight my knuckles are turning white. It feels rough in my hand, a bit rusty, but the end is pointed. That'll do nicely. I raise it up in the air and bring it down on his leg. He can't scream loud enough. The sounds bounce off the walls and I pull the bar out slowly. "Location," I demand. He's gasping for air. He's covered in blood, but he still shakes his head. I hum and circle him, stalking him like he's my prey. And in a way, he is. I stop in front of him again, the bar still gripped in my hand as I point in toward his crotch. "Do you think she'll think fuck with one fang and a deformed dick?" I press it firmly against him. I slowly press on it and internally sigh. I'll probably have to kill him. "Wait," he squeals out and I halt my movements, raising my eyebrow. "Monmouth Tower. They took her there." He's shaking, his eyes fixated on the rusty bar. I drop it and he inhales a breath. I pick the pliers back up and quickly grab hold of his left fang. "You said." He tries to talk against the pliers. "You made me waste time. You touched her. You hurt my fated." His eyes widen at the information bomb I just dropped, but I pull my hand with my strength. He screams, and I watch as blood fills his mouth and spews on shirt and arm. I drop the pliers and begin leaving. It'll be hours before he finally dies. This is nothing compared to what I have planned for the Canes. Hold on, little dove. I'm coming for you, even if I have to burn this world to the ground.
Olivia. I woke up, but everything was dark. I felt a silky fabric over my eyes and concluded that I must be blindfolded. My hands were tied in front of me, but I was able to reach up and pull it down and let it hang around my neck. I was in a dimly lit area. It was cold and the floor was nothing but dirt. I wanted to call out to Cole, but something told me he was not here. "Little Olive?" I heard a faint voice and tried to look for the source. Off in the corner, I saw him, Braden. He looked weak and was slumped against the brick walls. I gasped and used my knees to shimmy over to him. His cheeks had sunken in and his shirt had blood and dirt on it, but it was dry. "Are you okay? Did they hurt you?" he asked with worry in his voice. "Me? What about you? Where are we?" I whispered. "Me. I feel fine," he chuckled. "I don't know. I'm not even sure how long I've been here." He extended one claw and cut the rope from my wrists. I gave him a small smile as I rubbed the tender parts. I wasn't sure how I sat there before I heard the distant voices. "Where is Adam? He's not responding. Probably ran home to his mommy." I looked up and noticed 2 huge men walking toward us. They had broad shoulders and gave me a sinister smile. I knew they had to be vampires. One of them sniffed the air and snapped his face in my direction. "You smell sweet." Brayden grabbed my shoulders and pushed me behind him.
Don't fucking touch her, Owen,
he growled. "Oh, we're going to do more than touch her," I gulped. I realized quickly there was no escape from this. I would die down here before Cole would ever reach us. The 2 vampires, who I now knew to be Owen and Jax, were walking up and down in front of us. They appeared to be on edge, and I took this time to look for an escape route. I wasn't entirely sure why I was doing this. I could never outrun them, but I still wanted to try. I had pretty much given up on locating where a door was when I heard creaking and then a loud bang. A giant wooden door swung open, and in walked Annabelle with her father. Her father, Marcus, if I recall, held expressions on his face. Annabelle, however, just smiled. Not a friendly smile, but one that made my skin crawl. Brayden had passed out, and I held his head on my lap. I tried to nudge him awake, but it didn't work. Was he dead? No, that's impossible. "Take him upstairs for now," Marcus addressed Owen and Jax. I tried to cling to him, but I was too weak, and they snatched him away easily and swiftly. "I told you I could get her for you," Annabelle cooed. I looked down at my lap and fiddled with the hem of my dress. I didn't want to look at them. I didn't want to show my fear. I could feel them staring at me. For many minutes, no one said anything. I wasn't sure why they took me. I was just a human girl who was fated to a vampire. Something told me not to disclose that information. "Leave," I finally heard Marcus. Annabelle let out a huff, and I could hear her footsteps walk away, even against the soft dirt. I looked up, and he was looking at me curiously. Why am I here?" I stuttered out. He stalked closer to me like a lion ready to pounce on his prey.
You know, he began, vampires have been ruling for nearly 20 years. And in all that time, Cole has never taken a pet, slave, or anything. You, for whatever reason, are very important to him.
I just stared at him. I knew the answer, but I could never tell him. I had a plan, you see. Push Cole and my Annabelle together. Once Cole has a partner, a queen, he will take his father's place as king of the vampires. My eyes grew wide, and I felt my stomach turn to knots. I didn't even realize there was a vampire king. However, that was never going to happen. So instead, I'm going to use you as a bargaining chip. Cole can have his lovely pet back as soon as he announces I will be king. He started to walk away, but turned just his head to look behind his shoulder at me.
I did promise Annabelle she could have some fun, though. No harm in you going back to Cole a bit tainted.
He retreated the way he came, and I backed myself into a corner. I relaxed my legs and fell to the dirt floor, bringing my knees to my chest. I rubbed my hand over the mark and knew as soon as they found out, I was dead. Raven. I paced back and forth. I attempted to rush through the door, but those fucking zombie fucks wouldn't let me through. Don't agitate them, Raven. They only respond to Cole and Atticus and will kill you, Caden whispered in my ear. It didn't take long for the sweet screams to echo through the walls. Ah, sweet music. I wasn't always like this. Vampires, they made me like this. They destroyed my home, murdered my friends, and now took the only thing that mattered to me. I felt like such a failure. It was my job to keep her safe, to never let her forget where she came from, and I couldn't even do that. So, a dryad, huh? Caden asked, pulling me from my self-loathing. I just nodded and closed my eyes, trying to picture my huge oak tree. It was my home. The forest was my home. I opened my eyes and Caden was still staring at me. "Stop it, leech," I snarled at him. He opened his mouth to say something, but we heard more screams. This was taking too long. "What do you think he's doing to him?" I asked Caden. I had my own thoughts on the matter, but I really wanted to change the subject before he tried to ask me questions about who and what I was. Nothing good. We never find our fated, and I can't imagine what he is feeling. I just hope, for everyone's sake, she's still alive. Moments passed and Cole burst through the doors. He was covered in blood and breathing heavily. There was a minute of silence and then a loud ringing noise, which scared the shit out of me, and I jumped in the air.
"Marcus," Cole answered, and his eyes changed to solid black. "If you touch one fucking hair on her head, I will gut you like a fish and feed your insides to that cunt daughter of yours."
He appeared to be listening to Marcus say something before taking in a deep breath.
"Done. Meet me at Preston Peak tomorrow night. Do not fucking touch her."
He clicked the phone off and shoved it back in his pocket.
"Is that where she is?" Caden asked.
"No, she's at Mammoth Tower. We're going there now." "But you just said," I interjected. "Marcus wants to trade Olivia for my title as king. I bought her some time, but we need to go now. Now!" he boomed. We all followed him, but Mammoth Tower was hours away. Even at vampire speed, it would take us half a day at least. Olivia. It was not long before Annabelle came prancing in with the two oversized vampires beside her. I tried to make myself smaller and invisible to them, but she just snapped her fingers and Owen threw me over his shoulder. I knew they couldn't kill me now, so I began thrashing and kicking my legs. He threw me against a table like I was a sack of potatoes. They set to work strapping my arms and legs down with the leather binds. I couldn't help the violent trembling my body was having. "You don't have to do this. Can't you see? He's just using you," I cried out. She shot me a glare and pulled out a needle from a nearby small table. "Do you know what this is?" She held it up to my face, and I just shook my head, although I was hoping it would knock me out and I could sleep during whatever was about to happen. "It's called Jasper Venom. It paralyzes your whole body. You'll be fully aware of everything but unable to move. I'll enjoy your screams, however." I opened my mouth to say something, but she stabbed my neck brutally with the needle. I could feel the effects right away as my body went numb. I let the silent tears fall and stain my cheeks as she looked over her tray of instruments. She let her hand glide over them until she smiled that sinister smile and picked up a small blade. She walked around and gripped the hem of my dress and slowly pulled it up and let it bunch up around my ribcage. I felt a small shiver down my spine as she placed her hand on my skin. "I think we should give Cole a daily reminder of what you are," she said coldly. Without warning, without numbing, she dragged the blade across my skin. At first, it just burned a little, but the longer she dragged it, the more it hurt. By the third or fourth line, I couldn't hold in the screams as my body violently shook. I could feel the warm liquid drip down from my stomach onto the table and down my legs. I couldn't see them, but Owen and Jax were pacing. Their loud footsteps echoed off the walls.
"Give us a taste, Belle," one of them said.
"Not yet," she snapped at whoever interrupted her. My screams started to die down, but I was still shaking and choking on my sobs. My hair was matted to my face, glued to my face by my tears. My body started to feel tingly, and I could wiggle my toes and fingers. Annabelle noticed and let out an annoyed sigh. "Must have been a low dose. No matter, I'm all done." Owen and Jax quickly began releasing my sore limbs from the table straps, and I tried to regulate my breathing. They were all looking at me like I was their last meal. "Oh no," Annabelle said mockingly. "We got blood on your pretty dress. We should clean you up." I didn't even have time to think about her words before she threw a bucket of ice-cold water on me. The feel of the icy water took the breath from me, and I struggled as I took in huge gulps of air. I couldn't focus on anything other than my numb limbs and the chattering of my teeth. Annabelle said something, but I couldn't hear her. That didn't matter, however, because she pulled me up by the collar of my dress and ripped it down the middle. I suddenly remembered my mark and rolled myself off the table and landed in the dirt. Groaning, I used my hand and made a paste from the dirt and water that fell down and began smearing it over my chest. "Put her back," she demanded, and I felt strong arms under my arms dragging me back to the corner. I moved my wet hair out of my face and let my fingers slide down to my stomach where she had carved the words "blood bag" into my abdomen. I let the sobs come more freely and didn't hold back my tears. At some point, I had fallen asleep. I was cold but not shivering anymore. I sat up and realized a dirty shirt was draped over me. "Little Olive," I heard Brayden whisper. He held me close and gave me a sympathetic smile. I wanted to cry, but I don't think I had any more tears to give. I looked down and saw the letters. A few of them had already started to fade. I furrowed my brows and peeked up at Brayden, who was looking at me curiously. "Fey creatures heal so quietly," he muttered to himself. I wanted to ask him about it, but the doors opened again, and strolled in was my torturer and her lackeys. I glanced down at my chest, and my makeshift patch was still there, covering the mark. I sat there trembling in just my bra and panties as Owen roughly snatched me up once again. I winced as he once again threw me against the table. "Leave her alone! Fucking hell, Annabelle, you don't even know what you're doing!" Brayden shouted. "I know exactly what I'm doing," she said calmly. "I'm branding Cole's human for him. He'll thank me when I'm done." "Thank you? He's going to fucking slaughter you." "I'll be long gone before that happens." She rolled her eyes and gathered my hair in her hand and swept into the front of me. "Hold her down," she demanded, and they each grabbed one of my arms and pulled my body flat against the table, so I was on my stomach. My breathing had become irregular, and my body trembled with anticipation of what was to come. I couldn't see her, so I tried to focus on Brayden, who was using his hands to pull his body toward me. Did they break his legs? I mouthed to him, "It's okay," as a few tears silently fell. I tried to focus on my breathing and picture Cole in my mind, but nothing could have prepared me for what came next. She had a hot branding iron and pressed it harshly against my back. I let go of the blood-curdling scream I had been holding on to. The smell of burnt flesh hit my nostrils, and I felt the bile slowly begin to rise up my throat. She held it there a few seconds before slowly pulling it away. I sobbed violently, and without warning, the bile escaped my lips, falling to the floor in between the two vampires who still held my arms captive. Annabelle leaned over close to my face, her hot breath fanning my face as she quietly said, "There, now everyone will know what you are, a slave." Olivia. I never thought I'd ever miss that little cage in the pet shop, but I did now. No. Death. I'd rather death take me. I quietly begged for it inside my head. I felt so weak and my chest felt like it was on fire. I could hear Brayden's voice in the background, but I didn't understand the words. It was as if he was speaking gibberish. I rolled over on the table so that I could rest on my back. I winced as I felt the stinging burn rub against the roughness of the wood table. I placed my hand on my chest and began to rub, trying to find some kind of relief. I was in so pain I didn't realize it was Cole's mark that was aching so much. Annabelle hopped onto the table and straddled my hips. She gripped my wrist and slammed in beside my head. I choked back a sob and stared at her murderous eyes. She glared at me as she scraped away the rest of the dried mud from my chest until the mark was fully visible. "He marked you?" she growled. I couldn't answer her. I was pretty sure my brain was entering a shutdown mode. She didn't like that. She pulled her hand back and slapped with such force I thought my head would pop from my shoulders. My body trembled and I was sobbing violently. Tears streamed down my face, tasting salty as they hit my now cut lip. "Annabelle, enough!" I recognized the voice as Marcus. "He marked her!" she screamed out, still sitting on top of me. He reached out and grasped my jaw, jerking it to the side. His eyes widened when he spotted the mark. He jerked my head back, so I was looking at him. "Who was your mother?" I furrowed my brows at him and just continued to sob. Teardrops clung to my lashes, making my vision blurry. He dug his nails into my jaw, causing an unexpected scream to leave my lips. I don't know, please," I begged. He let go of my jaw and pulled Annabelle off of me. He glanced over at Owen and Jaw, who were slumped against the wall. "Drain her," he said calmly, and then they were gone. "Don't fucking touch her!" Brayden screamed, but it was too late. Owen and Jax were already attached to me. I screamed as they plunged their fangs into me emphatically. Owen was at my thigh while Jax was on my arm. Owen let out a moan as he raised his head and said, "God, you taste so sweet." My eyes fluttered shut and I started to let the darkness consume me. I welcomed it. I turned my head when I heard the loud bang. The giant door flew off the hinges, and I noticed there were a few dark shadows.
Cole. Everyone clear? I asked. My rage had diminished a bit, but just a bit. Enough to have a clear idea on what to do. Would I kill them? No, they had to suffer. The degree would depend entirely on if they touched her. Raven reluctantly agreed to go on our speed. It was the fastest way to get there. I wasn't sure what we would walk into, so we would split up once there. We were only a few miles when I felt it. My whole body trembled, and I fell to the ground on my hands and knees. The closer we got, the greater her pain felt. Cole, what is it? Caden asked me as he crouched down in front of me. We need to go, I gritted through my teeth. Mammoth Tower was just that, a tower. We entered the first floor and I heard her scream. Kill anyone you find. If you see Annabelle or Marcus, they're mine, I ordered Caden and Raven. Her screams started to die down and my soul ached, however. I could still feel her faintly, so I knew she wasn't dead. I rammed my body into the door, and it popped off the hinges, flying into the air. There she was off in the distance. Her big eyes struggled to stay open, and on top of her were two giant vampires. In one movement, I was over there and gripped the hair on the one between her legs and slammed him into the nearby wall. The two damn soldiers already had the other one. One of them drove a spear through his eye and then chopped off his head. I watched as it rolled across the room over to a nearby shadow sitting on the floor. Braden. Cole, I'm sorry, I tried to stop them, but they broke my legs and I haven't fed in a week, he said. I just nodded. I would help him later. The other soldier had my little dove wrapped up in a blanket, whispering something into her ear. I still had the vampire's hair gripped in my hand. I hadn't even noticed him clawing at my hand. I pulled his head back and rammed it against the stone wall. I could have used all my force and kill him instantly, but he didn't deserve that. I repeated the motion. Each time his head collided with the wall, I heard his bones break. Blood painted the stones as I continued. He couldn't speak, but his throat made gurgling noises. A few more slams and his head were nothing more than broken bones with hanging flesh and blood pouring down his body and my hand. I gladly accepted the fact that I would be bathed in vampire blood tonight. I walked over to where my little dove was. Her tiny fist clutched the shirt of the vampire who was holding her. Set her down. I need to see what they did, I instructed. He put her down on the ground. Her feet could barely hold her up. The more I looked at her, the angrier I become. Her body was broken. She had dried on her arm and leg where they were feeding off of her. Her face was red and Puffy was crying. A visible handprint was on her cheek and her lip was busted. She looked down and wrapped her arms around her abdomen. I gently took hold of her hands and guided them to her sides. It took me a moment or two to find what she was trying to hide. It was faint, but it was still there. Tiny lines connected together to spell blood bag. It started to heal, but I felt the raised lines as I traced it with my finger. I moved the hair from her face and cupped her cheeks with my hands and held her gaze. They will pay greatly, little dove, I said quietly. There's something else, the soldier said, and turned her around so her back was facing me. I swiped her long hair away, and my eyes widened. Burnt into her back was the word slave. I threw the blanket over her shoulders. Take her home, I demanded. She whipped around and threw her little arms around my neck. Please, please don't leave me again, she cried. I scooped her up and held her close to my chest. He comes too, I gestured over to Braden. We made our way down the steps of the tower, a few dead vampire bodies laid out. Not nearly as many as I had expected. My lips curled into a smirk as we walked outside, and there on the ground were Marcus and Annabelle, hog-tied and bound with silver. Raven had her foot on Annabelle's head, essentially smashing her face into the dirt. I strolled past them to the cars that were parked outside. I popped the door open and gently set Olivia inside. I'll be right back, I reassured her. Cole, we had a fucking deal, Marcus yelled, but I just laughed. Deal's off, I replied. Do you know who I am? He screeched. I crouched down in front of him and gripped his hair, pulling his head up so he could see my black eyes. The question, Marcus, do you know who I am? I smiled. After we threw them into the trunks of the two cars, we started to pile in. I could hear Annabelle sob and choke on the mouthful of dirt. She would get much worse later. I sat in the back seat with my little dove curled up on my lap. I unbuttoned and pulled my blood-soaked shirt off and held her close to my bare chest. She quickly drifted to sleep, and I gently placed feather-like kisses against her head. Braden was placed in the other car with Caden and Raven. Luckily, we found a bag of blood in the glove box. He would start to heal soon. I was just grateful I didn't have to kill my best friend today. Marcus and Annabelle would beg me to kill them before I was done, and even then, I wouldn't grant them such release. Only until I was satisfied, only until they paid would I end their lives. I was not one to fuck with, and soon everyone would know that. Cole. The drive home was dreadfully long and silent. The muffled sobs from the trunk stopped after only a little while. I was hoping Annabelle didn't die. I would savor her death. I wanted to see the light leave her eyes and feel her last short breath. Not have her die in the trunk of a car. She did not deserve a short death. I knew, however, that choking on dirt would not kill her. My little dove had already started healing a little bit. Her bruised and cut face was almost completely healed. I could still feel the burned skin on her back, and I was filled with rage all over again. I tried to focus on anything else, like the feel of her warm breath against my bare chest. Her lips were parted, and she looked so peaceful. It was nearly dawn by the time we had reached my father's castle. We lived in modern times, yet he refused to give up his castle. He was an original vampire, the original vampire, so I guess he could have whatever he wanted. His intention was not to enslave the human race, but once things get set in motion, it's nearly impossible to stop it. I had a plan to reverse everything, which is probably why Marcus wanted to take my place. The cars pull up to the giant wooden drawbridge. It only took a table minutes for it to roll down and allow us to enter. The cobbled path was a bit bumpy, and I groaned as the sleeping girl bounced against my lap. One of the soldiers opened my door once we stopped, and I carefully carried her to the front door. Brandon, Raven, and Caden were not far behind me. I smiled once I saw Braden, completely healed. We would talk later. The doors were ridiculously tall and opened abruptly, my father on the other side. He had a huge grin on his face, but I knew him. He was trying to cover the scowl on his face. "Cole, son, come, come," he boomed in a cheerful voice. The two damned soldiers stood behind us. "What shall we do with the prisoners?" one of them asked. "Dungeons," I replied. "Prisoners? What the hell, Cole?" he hissed. "Please tell me one of them is Adam Sinclair." "Yeah, right," Raven scoffed. I shot her a glare. "It's been a long... Look, can we freshen up and rest? Then we'll talk." I sighed out. He just nodded. The outside of the castle may have been medieval, but the inside was anything but. We were all shown rooms. Raven refused to be too far away, and I honestly was grateful because she would have to help me explain some things to Olivia. I cleaned up as quickly as possible before tending to her needs. She was still asleep, so I had to settle with washing her body with a wet cloth, peeling off her underwear and bra, and gently putting a silk nightgown on her. I couldn't do too much to her matted hair, not until she woke up. Her stomach was healing, you could still see the lines faintly. I had her in the bed and was pacing the room when Raven came in. "Are you trying to build a moat?" she asked, a slight grin on her face. "I need to call a doctor. She shouldn't still be asleep," I said. Not really to her, but to myself out loud. "They can't help. She's in a healing cycle," she said, like I was supposed to know that. I raised my eyebrow at her and she sighed. "We can heal quickly, but her injuries are extensive. Also, she's only half Fae, so that means it's going to take her a little bit longer. A healing cycle redirects our energy, our magic, to healing. Give it time. Will you stay here in case she wakes up?" "I need to go take care of things," I asked her while looking at my little love. "Well, I didn't come here to look at your ugly face," she said, and went to plop down on a nearby chair. "I'll take care of Marcus," he said, dragging a hand down his face. "The hell you are!" I growled. "Let me make this right. Let me fix this." He had a gloomy look in his eyes, but I didn't care. He was mine to destroy, mine to ravage. "You had 20 years to make things right. You should have kept him on a tighter leash." I got up and started to make my way to the door, ready to run to the dungeon and disembowel Marcus before my father could beat me to it. He was there that night. He led the attack on Rosewood Forest. It took years for me to find the truth, but he was there, he says, stopping me in my tracks. Fuck. Fine, but that bitch is mine, I say before leaving and trying to wrap my head around everything. He was a cruel bastard for thousands of years, that is, until he met her. And Marcus probably killed her, maybe not by his own hands, but he played a part. Cole. 2 days. She's been asleep for 2 fucking days. Her pulse is steady, breathing is even, but she's still in a coma-like state. Each day, each hour, each minute, I just grow more irate. Raven keeps telling me to be patient, to not give up, but the anger just keeps building. I probably would have already pulled Annabelle's head from her shoulders, but Olivia is almost fully healed, even her back. And I need Annabelle to suffer, and she will suffer dearly. I had them put her and Marcus in the dungeons, chained up in silver chains and even a single drop of blood. I want her weak, to feel every little thing I do, to feel what she felt. I decided that today is the day. Today is the day I unleash all my fury on her. I make my way through the castle. I have lived here for a long time, so I can walk through the maze of halls and rooms quite easily. I pass by the library and notice Caden and Braden talking among themselves. I still need to talk to them, but I can't right now. My mind is focused on only one thing right now. I stop by the kitchen. Atticus does not have human servants, but I smile at the fully stocked pantry and fridge. He must have had this stocked right after we arrived. I swing the door to the fridge and grab a couple of bags of blood, now on my way to below. 2 guards stand outside, the same 2 that I traveled with. They stand to the side and nod at me. I grip the handles of the double doors and feel the rush of cold air hit my face as I pull them open. "I hope that the princess is healing well," one says as I step forward. "She is," I reply before taking the first step, doors closing behind me. It's about 50 steps before I reach the bottom. Each cell is actually just a small room. Wooden doors line the long, dark corridor, but I keep walking until I reach the room I need. I take my time opening this door, her door. I want her to sweat as the door creaks open. Her head is bent forward, her chin touching her chest. I stalk toward her, my shoes tapping softly against the floor. She looks up at me. Dark circles paint her under her eyes. Dirt was crusted on her lips, and the smell of burnt flesh, most likely caused by the silver chains. "Cole, please!" she croaked. "Have mercy!" I glared, thinking about her words as I set the blood bags down. "Mercy," I drawled. "I warned you, Annabelle. Did I not tell you that if you harmed one hair of her head, I'd throw you in a dungeon?" I remember that day so vividly, and I did promise her, I'm just being a man of my word. I closed the gap between us and glared down at her. "And you did not much than hurt her hair, Annabelle." I grab onto the silver chains and slowly start to unwrap them from her torso. She looks down at my hands as they start to burn and smoke, but it doesn't bother me or slow me down. Once a couple of layers are removed, I can see the damage and smirk. The silver has burned through her skin. She's raw and bleeding, and I can see the perfect indentations of the chain links. The silver chains eventually fall onto the ground, making a loud clink noise. She rushes to get and attempt to run to the door. She's too weak, so she has no powers, no strength, or speed. I roll my eyes and grip onto her hair, wrapping it around my wrist and slamming her back into the chair. She lets out a choked sob, but it has no effect on me. I put on my best sympathy face. It's fake, but she doesn't know that. I reach for a bag of blood and unscrew the top. "You know, maybe I'm just overreacting," I say. She looks at me with hopeful eyes. "Maybe you were just manipulated. I'm sure you're sorry, right?" I say to her, walking close, holding the blood in my hand. She licks her dry lips, staring to me with hunger in her eyes. "Oh, are you hungry? Here." I slowly offer it to her. Only when she barely touches it with her fingertips do I pull away. I bring it to my lips and drink the entire bag, crushing the plastic in my hand and throwing it down at her feet. "You really are a dumb bitch, Annabelle," I growl. "You're a fucking monster!" she shrieks. I laugh. "Let me explain how this is going to go. We're going to go through all the things you did to her, and I'll either do the same to you or simply dish out punishment. She's trembling, probably hoping I don't know everything. I do. And if you try to run away again, I'll break your fucking legs, I say flatly. I think back to all the things, drugged, bitten, slapped, cut up, branded, and drenched in ice-cold water. I retreat to the other side of the room and wheel over a metal table and place it in front of her. I pat the cool top, signaling for her to hop up and lie down. I could throw her up there, but fucking with her mind is more enjoyable. She takes her time, but that's fine. I have all night if she wants to drag this on. Once she's finally laying down, I click the silver restraints over her wrists and ankles. Let's start with the fact that you drugged her, I say, picking up a syringe. It's filled with saline, which won't hurt her, but there's no drug that will work on her. That won't work on me, she mumbles. True, but that doesn't mean I can't ram this needle into your neck. You're weak and hungry, so I know you'll feel something. Without hesitation, I stabbed the needle into her neck. She yelps and jerks. I pick up a scalpel and turn back toward her. Next, I believe you carved blood bag into her stomach. Now the chains have burned your skin, so I can cut you there. I explain, as I begin cutting her dress right below her collarbone, exposing her chest right above her breasts. I take my time running the scalpel against her skin. Blood drips down and begins to stain her dress. I debated on what to cut into her, but nothing equaled the number of lines she cut. 27 lines. She only winces at first, but by the time we get to line 15 or the second B, she is pleading with me to stop. Please, Cole, it burns! I apply a bit more pressure, the blade scraping against her bone, then she screams. By the time I'm finished, she's shaking. Blood is everywhere. We should really clean this up, I say, looking down at my handiwork. I once again walk across the room and gather a bucket. It's more ice than water. I don't let her see me. I stay in the shadows and move so quietly you'd think I left completely. I walk and stand behind her head. Her eyes are darting around the room looking for me. I let her wander a few more seconds before I lift the bucket high in the air and spill its icy water over her head. She lets out a piercing scream, her hands shaking. There are red splotches where the ice hits her hard. She takes in deep breaths. Wet hair matted to her face. The blood on her chest is still smeared across her chest. I decide to let her sit there and enjoy the terror on her face. Cole, but please, I didn't know, she says, teeth chattering and tears streaming down her face. You knew she was mine. You knew the consequences. Not shut the fuck up before I decide to cut out your tongue. We have much more to do, I bark. You know, I wasn't sure what I was going to brand you with. Slave just didn't seem appropriate. But then I found this, I say, and hold up the branding iron. The handle was iron, but the actual flat piece was silver. No doubt used on vampires who broke the law, and it said, bitch. No, please, please, don't fucking touch me with that, she cried out. Without mercy, without remorse, without thinking, I slammed it against her forehead. I heard a bone crack. The skin burned and crackled. She let out an ear-deafening scream. Only until the smell of burnt flesh was so bad, I thought I might be sick, did I pull the tool away and let it fall to the ground. She continued her screaming and thrashing against the table. No more, no more. Please, kill me, she begged. I ignored her. She didn't stop. She didn't show mercy, and neither was I. She poked the monster inside of me. Next, let's see. Oh, that's right. She slapped her. I had no desire to physically touch her, and up to this point I didn't need to. I could always smash her hand with a hammer. What hand did you use when you slapped her face? I asked, picking up the discarded piece of her dress I ripped. She shook her head. Answer, or I do both hands. I watched as she wiggled her right hand. Her hands were still restrained, but that only made things easier. I gripped her jaw and pressed hard until she squealed and stuffed the cloth into her mouth. I started with her thumb. I squeezed it tightly, the bones snapping and crushing in my grip. I continued for each finger, taking my time. She threw her head from side to side and screamed against the cloth. It is muffled, but it still echoed off the walls. Only one more punishment and then we're done, Annabelle, I said, as choked sobs filling the room. I walked out into the hall and snapped my fingers and called for 3 of the damned soldiers. Something that is unknown is that while they are vampires, they're much viler. Their bite is completely toxic and is quite harrowing. 2 at her legs and 1 at her arm, I order, and they follow, each of them leaning down and grabbing a limb. I pluck the cloth out of her mouth and I can smell her fear now. "Get the fuck off me!" she panics. "Don't touch me!" "Shush now. They are got to bite you two from the vampires at Mammoth and Adam," I explain. I nod, giving the order, and they each extend their fangs out. They're completely black. Her high-pitched screams can probably be heard throughout the castle now. I snap my fingers and they stand up and leave, blood dripping from their lips. It isn't until closer inspection that I realize that her blood is now oozing out from the attack. Her blood is thick and black like tar. Her entire body convulses as I walk to her side and pat her head, rubbing her hair. "It's okay now, we're done," I coo at her before I grip her hair and pull with all my strength. Her head rips from her shoulders, blood gushes out, spraying my shirt and falling onto the floor in a puddle. I walk out of the room. A few vampires rush behind to no doubt clean the room. I walk a good distance before I get to the room I need. Marcus. I open the door and I stroll in. It's completely dark except for one light hanging above him. "Belle? What the fuck have you done to her? I'll kill you! I'll fucking kill you if you touched her!" he screams, still unaware of who is here. I crouch down and roll the round item over to him. Her head rolls and wobbles before stopping right at his feet. He lets out a gurgling noise and thrashes against the chains, hissing as they dig deeper into his skin. I stepped out of the shadows and into the dim light, drenched in his daughter's blood. "I told you, Marcus," I growl. "You don't know who the fuck I am." Cole. I exited the dungeon, my clothes soaked in blood. If I closed my eyes and concentrated, I could still hear her screams, begging and pleading for mercy. Marcus's shout could still be heard, his voice booming. I could only imagine what my father had in store for him. Until then, he could sit immobilized while his daughter's mutilated head sat by his feet. I didn't even realize my feet had carried me toward her room, our room, until I heard her words, her voice laced with venom. "Fuck Cole, go wash!" Raven seethed. "She cannot see you like that when she wakes up." "Is she awake yet?" I asked, and Raven just shook her head. "It will be soon, though. Very soon." I didn't even bother responding. I just ran to the closest room, ready to scrub the blood and sweat from my body. I was ready to hold her, kiss her, and spill all the secrets from my lips. She was safe, and she was mine, and nothing else mattered.
"Olivia." I slowly opened my eyes, squinting and trying to adjust to the lights. The fog over my mind was gradually lifting as I recalled everything that had happened. I shot up, panicked. Where was I? "You're awake," I heard his deep voice before I finally found him. Cole. He saved me from them, all of them. My hands found their way to my stomach, and I pulled the gown up to reveal I was completely healed. My face was no longer cut, and my back felt much better. "Impossible," I whispered to myself. "How long was I asleep for?" "About 3 days. Raven said you were in a healing cycle. I'm not certain of the specifics, but she can answer any questions you may have," Cole replied. "Brayden said something before about Faye healing fast. Do you know where he is so I can ask him?" I asked. My mind was swimming with questions. I needed answers. Nothing was making sense. "He said that because," Cole started before letting out a sigh and running his hand through his hair. "You are Faye, Olivia. Well, you are half Faye and half human." "That cannot be possible. I was born in a breeder camp. My parents must have been human," I said. "No. You were born in Rosewood Forest. Your parents were Queen Adelina of the Fae, and your father was Captain Aldrich. Your parents were murdered when you were just a baby, and I brought you to Martin," Cole said quietly. I swallowed the lump in my throat, and I wanted to be mad. I tried desperately to be mad. My whole life and existence had been a lie. Would my life had been different if the vampires never took over? "You are still fated to me, and that never would have changed, Olivia." I forgot he could read my thoughts. "Did you murder my parents?" I asked him, even though I was unsure if I wanted the answer. "No, little dove. I was pulled to the forest that night. Now I'm sure it was the bond, but when I arrived, it was too late. No one really knew who attacked. It's possible. Before he could finish, the doors slammed open and Raven came running in.
Finish stuffing your face, he asked her jokingly.
"Shut it, leech!" she growled, and I couldn't help the giggle that left my lips. He stood up and looked back and forth between us.
You two have some talking to do, I imagine. I'll return later.
Cole had the servants send up food, mostly vegetables and sweets. So what all did the leech say? She sighed while picking up some kind of cake. He says I'm not completely human, that my mother was the Fey Queen. I told her. Well, that is the gist of it, I suppose, she said. She pushed back her red hair to reveal her pointy ears. I gasped and touched my ears too, but they were normal human ears. You're Fey? She nodded and plopped next to me. I'm a dryad. I was born in a giant oak tree and spent most of my days in the forest. I have a connection with them, but my light isn't strong anymore. Not since she left, Raven said, tears welling up in her eyes. My mother? Yes, she used all of her power to open a portal to a Fey plane. I'm not sure how many got through. There were so many vampires that night. Blood was everywhere and then they burned it down. She made me promise to protect you, but then that bloodsucker got his claws in you. It took me years to find you. Tell me about her, my mother, I said. I felt like a sponge, ready to soak up as much information as possible. She was gentle, beautiful, and fair. She loved the humans and wanted to stay here. She protected us with her powers, her light. We were hidden and never left the forest. She started. She didn't want to get involved when the vampires tried. Well, when they took over. She fell in love with your father, though, and started healing them. I guess that's why they attacked us. You said she opened a portal. Do you think we could find it and open it? I asked. Her eyes snapped to mine. I don't know how we would find it, but if you have any of your mother's light, maybe we could find it and open it. I can go home. We can go home. I smiled, but I was home. Raven did not belong here, and I would do anything to help her get home. Olivia. Raven ran off. She thought Caden would have some answers. I decided it was time to take a shower and see if Cole could tell me more. I expected to not feel this way. I felt amazing, really. Like nothing bad had ever happened to me, like I was just born into this world. I thought the healing cycle just healed my physical wounds, but it healed the ones in my mind, too. I should be mad at the secrets, and I wanted to be. Our bond was just too strong. I felt nothing but love for Cole. I closed my eyes and just let the hot water pour over my body, turning my pale skin a blush red. When I finally emerged from the steamy shower, I noticed sitting on the sink was some underwear and a dark blue dress. I quickly dressed, nervous someone was around. I let out the breath I was holding when I noticed Cole in the room, his hands in his pockets. He smiled and walked up to me, pulling his hands out of his pockets to cup my face and force me to look into his eyes. Not that he really had to. I could stare at him all day. How do you feel, my love? He asked. Good, really good, I replied as he placed a kiss on my forehead. His lips were soft, and I blushed at the feel of his touches. He picked up a chunk of still damp hair and laughed. Come, little dove, let me help you finish getting ready, and then there is someone I'd like you to meet. There are no humans here? I asked, as we walked down the long halls, hand in hand. No, only vampire servants, Cole answered. I thought that was so bizarre. Atticus never wanted things to turn out the way he did. He just wanted our kind to survive, to stop hiding in the shadows. That all changed when Rosewood was burned down. We assumed the human armies had done that, but now I'm not so sure. He spoke quietly. What does Rosewood Forest have to do with everything? I asked. Someone he loved lived there. We rounded the corner and heard the shouting. A deep man's voice boomed. You dare speak to me in such a manner? I could have your head on a spike in seconds. Cole held me closer to him, but we kept walking until we reached the room the shouting was coming from. The door was opened. Father, Cole interrupted them. They both looked over at us. The woman was tall and thin, with brown short hair and deep green eyes. "You!" she seethed, pointing at Cole. "You killed my son!" She went back to looking at the older man, who I knew now was Cole's father, the Vampire King. "You know the law, Atticus. It's your fucking law. I demand retribution." He slammed his hands against the desk. Silence fell over the room except for the cracking sound of the wooden desk. "I'm afraid you'll have to be more specific, Martha. I've killed plenty of sons. And daughters," Cole said, smirking.
The law states that a vampire cannot take another vampire's life without cause. Your son viciously attacked Cole's fated, therefore making his life forfeit, Atticus said calmly. "You have proof of this?" she asked. Atticus snapped his fingers, and 2 vampires entered the room. They bowed at me and Cole before standing and facing Atticus. "Where was the collar found?" he asked. "Adam Sinclair's position," they said in unison. "They lie!" she screeched, causing the vampire's fangs to come out. They were black. Was that normal? They are incapable of that. "Stay a couple of days, Martha, mourn your son, and then return to your home and move on," Atticus said, before sitting back down. He waved his hand, and the 2 vampires retracted their fangs and left immediately. She huffed but stormed past us. I didn't miss the glares she gave me. Something told me this was far from over.
"Now that's over with." Atticus clapped his hands and made his way over to us. "Let me get a proper look of you. You look so much like your mother."
"You knew my mother?" I asked, staring up at him. He didn't look anything like Cole, but he was still a handsome man. Atticus chuckled. "Oh, yes, very well." I chewed the inside of my cheek. Could my mother be who Atticus loved? He nudged us out of the office. He looked over at Cole, probably trying to get him to leave us alone to talk, but Cole just tightened his grip on my hand.
"Well, follow me. I have a painting of her," he said before walking down the hall. I wanted to run after him. He had a painting of my mother. All my life, all I do was dream of what my parents might look like. I would lay awake at night and made up stories in my head about them. He led us into another room. Unlike most of the castle, this room was bright and warm. Dust caked on some of the furniture, making it obvious he rarely came into this room. Cole let go of my hand as I walked around admiring all the little trinkets and pictures. My eyes immediately fell on the largest painting in the room. It was on the far back wall. It was a painting of a tall woman. She has pale skin, long white hair, light blue eyes, and her wings match them. She was regal and beautiful. I gasp as I realize it's the woman from my dream. "You look so much like her, but you have your father's gray eyes,"
Atticus says quietly beside me. I reach up to touch the painting, but I stop just as my fingertips barely touch the canvas. Did you love her too?" I asked, and watched as he widens at my question. "Olivia, did you love her too?" I asked, and watched as he widens at my question. He smiled down at me and shook his head. "Your mother was quite lovely, but she was in love with your father, Aldridge. My love was her." He pointed to a nearby painting. I walked closer. The painting was of a small fairy. She had tanned skin, long, flowy pink hair, and her wings were a pale green. Her wings did seem different, damaged and a bit mangled.
"This is my Raina,"
he said softly, standing so close I can hear his easy breaths. "Where is she?" I asked. He tensed up next to me, and I could sense Cole behind me, ready to engage. He just shook his head.
"What happened to her wings?" He inhaled a breath. "Someone damaged them. She never told me who. When I had her painted, she wanted them to be painted whole, but I loved her like this. Were you fated together, like Cole and I?"
"No, but I loved her all the same." We stood in silence for a long while. I was having an internal battle with myself, trying to decide if I should tell King Atticus of the portal. Do you think she got through the portal? The one my mother made?" I finally asked. Atticus and Cole snapped their heads in my direction. "Oh, well, Raven said that the night the vampires attacked in Rosewood Forest, that my mother used all of her light to open the Fae portal, and a bunch of Fae went through. She is, trying to find out if I can reopen it. We quickly started to search hallways and rooms trying to find Raven. Cole said she might be in the kitchen eating again, but she wasn't there. We found her with Caden in a library type of room. As soon as we walked through the door, we witnessed her abuse of Caden. "Wake up, bloodsucker!" she shouted as she slapped the back of his head.
I fucking told you, Raven, I wasn't there,
He shouted back at her. "What is the meaning of all this?" Atticus questioned. Raven snapped her head at us, glaring at the king. "Raven thinks I was there when Rosewood was burned down," Caden replied. "I told you not to say anything, you baboon," she whispered, shouted at him. "The king and Cole know Raven, and they want to help," I told her. I could tell she was mad, but her eyes softened and she just nodded. I wasn't sure if I could trust the king, but Cole had never tried to hurt me.
Caden was not there, but it's possible Marcus was there. He could have even orchestrated it, Atticus said.
"Oh, well, that's just great that he's dead then, huh?"
Raven seethed. He's not dead, Cole said. Yet.
"What?" She jumped to her feet and screamed at Cole. The thought that Marcus was alive and could attack at any given moment had me sinking closer into Cole. "Don't just stand there. We need to hunt him down." She was pacing in front of us.
"He's in the dungeons, and I will be the one to deal with him," Atticus said.
He's here?" I squeaked out. Cole bent down to my level and cupped my cheeks.
"He's heavily guarded. He cannot hurt you, and soon, very soon," he glared at Atticus, "he will breathe his last breath."
He finished before kissing my forehead. "Is she?" I started to say, but Cole placed his finger to my lips while shaking his head. "She's gone. She cannot hurt you ever again." "Raven, I think I found it!" Caden exclaimed, running toward us with a scroll in his hands. It was covered in dust. Raven snatched it from his hands and unrolled it on the table. It was a map of some kind. It was many drawings and names underneath. Mostly was of different woods and forests. Raven's eyes scanned over the different markings before placing her finger under a small one. It was called Banburn Woods. "This is close, yes?" Raven asked, her eyes still fixed on the map.
"Yes, maybe 5 miles outside the castle. Why?"
Cole replied. "Because it's enchanted. I need to take Olivia to the Fey ground so she can summon her light," she said quietly. "When should we leave?" I asked. "Immediately," she said, finally looking up at me. Cole would only agree to it as long as he could come along. Raven tried to protest, but honestly, I wanted him to be close by. There was no telling what we would run into. "Excuse me, my king, but you have received replies regarding Lord Cole's coronation," a servant interrupted. He handed a stack of small letters in Atticus's hands. "We will discuss this once you have returned," Cole said flatly. I wanted to talk to Cole about what the coronation entailed. I knew he was a prince, and we were together, but everything was just happening too quickly. I needed to focus on Raven now. She was my one true friend in this world, and if I could help her, I would. The journey to the Banburn Woods would be fairly short. It was highly unlikely we'd encounter any Fey creatures. Most didn't even know it was an enchanted wood. The closer I was to a Fey land, the easier it would be for me to access my light. I still didn't understand what she meant by my light. "Think of it this way. You need to recharge your battery, and the enchanted woods are the only way to do that," Raven said. "Once I obtained my light, I could open the portal to the Fey realm. Only the queen had the power to do this, and since I was my mother's daughter, that technically made the Fey queen. I had no intention of crossing to the Fey realm. My place was here. Even thinking about being away from Cole was torturous. Just make sure he is taken care of," I heard Cole snap at someone. Brayden. I hadn't seen him since before in the tower, and I felt myself running and wrapping my arms around him. "Brayden, I am so happy to see you. How do you feel?" He chuckled and patted my head. "I'm fine, little Olive." I could feel Cole's eyes on us, so I took a step back and just smiled. Cole placed his hand on my shoulder. I placed my hand on top of his and felt the tension fade away from him.
"Just remember what I said,"
Cole demanded, and Brayden nodded.
"It will be finished by the time you return,"
Brayden replied.
Brayden. I sighed as I walked through the castle walls. This place used to be my home, a place I could escape from my home life. I was created by a monster, then thrown away like trash. Cole and Atticus took me in, and he was a brother to me in a way. I would do anything to ensure my family's safety, including doing something I wasn't sure I would be capable of. But I have to. I have to see this through. I made it in the dungeons before Atticus. The walls were spotless, like they had never been used before. Atticus loved to play mind games, and one of his favorites was the false sense of hope. Hope that if you don't have any dried up blood, then no torture took place. I filled my thought with all the madness and horrible things he had done. Marcus, my creator, my father. Thrown me away, started a war, killed the Fae most likely, broke my legs, attacked Olivia, and now he would die. He would be tortured. Honestly, he was getting off pretty easy. Atticus could fuck up your mind, but Cole, he could make you want to light yourself on fire. Atticus only wanted information, to find out if Reyna was actually dead. I knew Marcus had been down here for days. Anything he felt today would like if he was human. We needed to be quick. His death would be painful, but Cole wanted him dead before they returned. Once I opened the door leading to the numerous cells, I smelled it. I was not unaccustomed to the smell of rotting flesh, but this was so intense, I thought the bile would rise up from my throat at any moment. I entered his cell and located the source of the smell. Annabelle's decomposing head. Blood, pus, and other unknown liquids were oozing from whatever flesh remained. Cole wouldn't talk about what he did to her, but I knew it had to be horrific. "Father," I said, "Atticus would be here soon, and I wanted to try and plead with Marcus, save him from a slow death." "Don't call me that," he sneered. "Make this easier on yourself. Tell Atticus what happened at Rosewood Forest, and you can have a quick death," I said. "You're a fucking twat if you think I'll tell anything. You're worthless and weak. Annabelle was much stronger. And now she's a decomposing head." I shrugged. "You helped them do this," he said quietly. His brain was slowly unraveling. "You broke my fucking legs, starved me, and stole her from him. Did you not really think that was going to not result in this?" "I didn't know who she was. If I did, I would have drained every last bit of her fairy blood," he hissed. "That would have been a pity." The door opened to reveal Atticus. He stalked toward us to Marcus. I could hear a scraping sound against the flooring, like nails on a chalkboard. It was only dimly lit, but I could make out the spear, a damned soldier behind him. "We need to have a proper conversation, and we can't do that with this distraction," he said slowly, savoring every word. He raised the spear and pointed the sharp end at Marcus, but twirled it and slammed it down against the rotted head. I nearly gagged at the squish sound it made. It left a puddle of blood and black goop behind. The damned soldier took the spear and headed out of the room. "You monster!" Marcus screamed. His reaction for a few seconds was delayed. Now, name-calling won't get you anywhere, Marcus. All I want to know is what happened that night. What really happened?" Atticus said. "I told you before, the humans—" Marcus started, but Atticus punched him in the face. Marcus's head jerked to the side and spit out some blood and a few teeth. "A Fae girl says otherwise, so now you have to convince me your side of the story is the correct one," Atticus said as he wiped his hand, cleaning off the few droplets of blood. "Fucking fairy bitch, I knew I should have killed her that night," Marcus spit out, eyes widening at what he just confessed. Fucking hell. "You have 3 seconds to explain your actions before I call every damn vampire in here to replace your disgusting blood with their venom," Atticus growled, his eyes turning black. Marcus looked at me, but I shook my head. He was hoping I'd save him, but I wouldn't. I was only here to ensure he was dead. "She made you weak. They made you weak. We were so close, and you were going to stop everything. You were going to send us back to the shadows while you played house with some fucking fairy. So, I lead a group of vampires there and killed them all. Well, almost all of them," Marcus said, smiling. "How did you get in? Adelina had it protected," I asked. He snapped his head at me. "Annabelle, she befriended a pixie. The pixie showed her how to open the door and we were able to get in," he said and closed his eyes. "Fairy blood is so sweet." Atticus lunged at Marcus, claws extended and fangs out. "Wait!" I shouted and pushed Atticus back. "What?" He screamed in my face, his hot blowing. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. "Don't do this. It's what he wants. You know there's a chance Raven said some fae got through. Don't become a monster again. If she comes back, then you can't have this on your shoulders. Let me take care of it." I spoke calmly. The words were just spilling out. "I want his head on a fucking spike," Atticus growled out before stomping out of the room. He opened the door to leave and 6 damned vampires came marching in. I pulled on a pair of thick gloves and began undoing the chains that bonded Marcus to his chair. Light puffs of smoke steamed off, they slipped off this body. The chains had already sunk well below his skin. Blood coated the silver chains. Marcus screamed as I came to the last bits. "Why are you removing these?" he asked, gasping for air. "The damned are not immune to the effects of silver," I flatly said. "I told the truth," he roared, fear filling his eyes. "You did. However, I did not make that deal with you. I promised Cole that you would suffer. You created me. It would cause me great physical pain to kill you," I said again, standing up to my full length as the last of the chains clunked to the floor. I turned to the damned soldiers. "I need his head. The rest is yours." They lunged at him, holding his flailing limbs down as they sunk their black fangs into my creator. His screams were ear-piercing and bounced off the walls. I watched as they continued to drain his blood and pump their black venom acid into his veins. His screams died down and turned into a gurgling. His eyes started to turn white and lifeless. "You know what to do," I stated before leaving. I made my way up and out of the dungeons. I never took pleasure in torturing people, vampires, or humans. I was still in shock to learn that the war that resulted in human slavery was almost avoided. I located Atticus in the room, her room. I chuckled to myself, thinking back to how a small fairy with broken wings and pink hair tamed the coldest heart there ever was. I hoped she had managed to escape. "It's done," I said. Atticus nodded his head. He no doubts heard the screaming. I walked to the window that showed a view of the front of the castle. I noticed a few figures moving slowly toward the gate and away from the grounds. "Who is that?" I asked, my finger tapping on the glass. I felt Atticus stand behind me, his shoulder touching mine. "Why, it's Martha Sinclair."
Olivia. We made the walk to Banburn Woods. It was small, but it was the closest enchanted area to the castle. Raven said the magic there would awaken any light or powers I had, if any. I was only part fae, and that meant that I could be more human than fae, which I was okay with. "I doubt you're only human. Your blood is sweet," Cole said as we walked, hand in hand. "Are you really talking about her blood like it's a fucking cupcake?" Raven seethed. Cole just shrugged but smiled down at me. Cole was gentle when he would bite me, so I was prepared to let him whenever he needed to. "So what the hell is a dryad anyways?" Caden asked. "A dryad is a forest fae. We can control the trees. The ancient dryad fae would even help men get out of the vast forest if they were lost. I can climb them, run along the treetops, and move them around." Raven shrugged as she replied. We soon found ourselves standing at the edge of the woods. It was daylight still, but I could see the hint of glow that the leaves had. Each step closer caused my body to vibrate with tingles. "It knows we're here," Raven said softly before turning to Cole and Caden. "You two stay here. We won't go far, but you can't come," she commanded. I could feel Cole worry through the bond, but he nodded his head in agreement. Raven grabbed my hand and we carefully walked into the forest. We walked like we were walking on glass. The further we walked, the more everything felt alive and glowed. It was just like my dream. "Do you remember that story you told me? How you lived in a village and were attacked in the woods? Was that true?" I asked her. "Not really. I had no family or village. I did get captured in the forest. I'm sorry I lied to you, but I could risk anyone knowing what I am," she answered. I felt sad that she felt she couldn't explain things to me. No one felt they could tell me the truth for so long. "We shouldn't go too far," I tell her. Looking back, I can see Cole. but I don't want to get lost or be too far from him. Okay, here should be fine. She sighs and lets go of my hand. I haven't told her I plan to stay here, and I'm secretly dreading it. Okay, now close your eyes and just feel the forest. It's alive. It has a heartbeat. Can you feel it? She says before closing her eyes. My eyes widen as I see the light green vines wrap around her arms. The trees begin to inch closer to us. The flowers start to glow, and I feel the warmth almost immediately. I close my eyes and kneel down. The dirt feels cool on my skin. My mind starts replaying my dream, all the fey creatures, singing and dancing, my mother and father, and the moon shining above the night sky. Olivia, Raven whispers and takes my hands in hers. My eyes shoot open, and I gasp at what she sees. My skin is glowing. A light blue pattern of swirls starts drawing onto my skin, around my fingers, and travels to my hands and arms. I stretch them out in front of me and gaze at the markings. What's happening? I ask. I should be afraid, but it doesn't hurt. It feels warm, like the sun is hovering above us, but the shade of the trees prevents that. The light, it recognizes you as queen. It's giving you all the fey queen powers, she murmurs. Olivia! We both look up and see Cole and Caden fighting a few figures. They're moving so fast they just look like blurs. One shadow runs toward us. They're wearing a cloak so we can't tell who they are. Raven stomps one foot on the ground, and the earth beneath us shakes, causing the shadow to stumble backward. It doesn't stop the shadow, however, as it charges against Raven again. She flicks her hand, and out of nowhere, a tree comes crashing into the shadow. The shadow is revealed as a vampire. The tree penetrated the vampire's torso, a pool of blood beneath him as he was pinned. His head was barely hanging onto the rest of his body. I was too captivated by the scene to notice the other shadow or vampire coming for me. A woman, her fangs were out, and she tackled me to the ground. We rolled, and I kept my knees bent. He took something of mine, and now I'm going to take something of his, she snarled. She has dragged off me as vines wrapped around a leg and were pulling her away. One swipe of her claws and the vines was cut, and she lunged at me. I cupped her face, an attempt to keep her fangs away from my face and neck. I could feel the enchanted woods, the life of the trees and flowers giving me more strength. My hands began to glow. A light blue light was traveling through the marking on my arms and hands until it reached the vampire. She jumped off of me screaming. Cole was there, suddenly picking me up by my arms and pulling me back as the vampire continued screaming, her hands covering her face. "What did you do to me?" she shouted. She moved her hands and I saw the blue light. It was inside of her, replacing her mouth, eyes. The blue light was glowing under her skin. Her screaming became higher pitched before it happened. She exploded. Blood, flesh, and bone flew in the air, but before it could land on anything, it turned to ash and littered the ground. "What the fuck was that?" Caden shouted as he ran over to us. He and Cole had blood on their clothes. "That was awesome! So which one of you bloodsuckers is next?" Raven asked, smiling. I did not think it was awesome. I killed someone. I was protecting myself, but my stomach turned. Tears threatened to break and fall from my eyes. Olivia. The tears that were threatening to break through had finally started to stream down my face. My body shook violently as I stared down at the gray ashes that were once a vampire. Cole walked up to me and crouched down so that his eyes were at level with mine. He carefully took my hands in his, but my eyes widened from his touch, and I jerked them back and cradled them against my chest. "Don't touch me," I cried. "I don't want to hurt you." His eyes softened and he once again took a hold of my hands. "You could never hurt me, my love," he said as he put my fingers to his lips and kissed my fingertips. I held my breath as I waited for another orb of blue light to travel through my body again, but it never happened. Instead, my body started to return to normal. The glow slowly died down and the swirl marking on my fingers and hands disappeared. He placed a feather-like kiss against my forehead and used his thumbs to wipe under my eyes, wiping the tears away and rubbing my red and flushed cheeks. After a few moments of calming down, we started our journey to the portal. There were a few, but only the queen had the magic to open and close them. Raven waved her hands, and the trees moved out of our way, clearing the path to the portal. There was still a glow that seemed to become brighter the closer we got. "You're not coming with me, are you?" Raven asked gloomily, sadness in her voice. A sadness I've never heard from her before. "I can't. My place is here with Cole." I told her and gave her my best smile, hoping to give her reassurance that I knew what I was doing. "Then I won't go either," she declared, and I yanked on her forearm, forcing her to face. "No, you hate it here. You don't belong here. You are my dearest best, and I won't let you suffer because of me. Besides, I'm queen now. I can visit you whenever I want," I said, blinking away the tears in my eyes. She took her arm and dragged it across her eyes, wiping away the evidence of tears, and nodded. Cole and Caden gave up space but still walked behind us at a reasonable distance. I linked my arm through Raven's, and we continued to walk in silence. We didn't need any more words. I would be okay now, and she would be home soon. We soon stumbled upon an archway covered in vines and leaves. Small pink and yellow flowers had blossomed along the arch. Raven reached out and barely flicked the greenery, and it fell to the ground. The flowers fluttered down and landed gracefully against the green, soft grass. The arch was a beautiful gold. It shimmered and glowed. Small specks glittered in the middle of the doorway. I felt what I felt earlier. The life of the enchanted woods was weaving through my body, and my skin once again began to glow. The markings swirled and became visible again. "All you need to do is to place your hand here, and the doorway will reveal the Fey realm. Once I walk through, just close the doorway by pulling your hand away, and it'll close after a few seconds," Raven said. I pulled her into my arms and pressed her close against my body. "I'm going to miss you," I whispered against her ear, tears gliding down my cheeks. "I'm going to miss you too, my queen," he whispered back, before pulling away, ending our hug. She walked up to the doorway and took in a deep breath. I took small steps toward the place she told me to touch. The closer I got, the brighter the markings became, and I shakingly placed my hand against the golden archway. The clear shimmer flickered and slowly started to reveal the Fey realm. My eyes widened at how beautiful it was. A few Fey creatures were seen, but I noticed a pink blur racing to us. "Take care of yourself, Dryad," Caden finally spoke up, causing Raven to turn and smile at him. "Huda bloodsucker," she said before stepping through the doorway. As Raven stepped through the doorway, the pink blur broke through. The first thing I recognized was her long pink hair. She looked oddly familiar, but it wasn't until I saw her crimpled wings did I know who it was. "Raina?" Cole asked, his eyes full of surprise. I moved my hand off of the archway, and the portal slowly started closing. My body's glow dimmed, and the markings swirled away. "Cole!" she exclaimed and threw her small arms around him. Is Atticus here too?" she asked once she pulled away from him. "He's at the castle," he replied. She smiled and turned on her heels to face me. "Queen Adelina?" she asked me, tilting her head to the side. "No, my name is Olivia. My mother was Queen Adelina," I said, shaking my head. "Oh, goodness, you look just like her, except for the eyes, and you don't have wings," she exclaimed. We started to make our way back to the castle. Once Raven left, the tress had shifted back to their original spot, which made it more difficult and longer of a journey. "Were you waiting by the portal?" Caden asked her. I was close by, but I felt it open. I thought maybe Queen Adelina had returned, or maybe Atticus had found a way to open it, she replied, wiping her pink strands behind her ear. "What kind of fae are you?" "I'm a pixie," she replied, a proud smile on her face. She was a ball of cheerfulness and a bubbly personality to match. "Aren't pixies supposed to be tiny?" Caden asked, while pinching his thumb and index finger together. "Oh, well, we can make ourselves small, but if your wings get damaged, then we can't shrink anymore," she told him and wrapped her arms around herself. "Stop pestering her. Atticus will have your head mounted if he finds out you made her upset," Cole snapped. Her cheeks blushed, and Caden stopped his interrogation immediately. The sun was coming down, but we finally made it to the gates. Suddenly, my vision became black as Cole's big hands pressed over my eyes. "Cole, I can't see," I whined. "I can't see either," Raina cried beside me. I guess Caden covered her eyes as well. "You don't need to see," was all he said as we were guided through the gates and inside the castle. Once inside, he removed his hands and revealed dozens of guests walking around and being guided by the servants and guards. They must have been vampires. Cole pulled me against him as we made our way through, stopping and seeing Atticus in the distance. His eyes widened when we saw us. Raina blushed as he stomped over to where we were. He fell to his knees in front of her, his eyes glossy as tears began to form. He reached out to her with his fingers, barely touching her skin, like he was trying to determine if she was a mirage or not. She reached out and cupped his cheek with her hand. "Atticus," she whispered. He took a hold of her arms and pulled her into him, embracing her, being careful not to touch her delicate wings. "My flower, I've been searching everywhere for you," he murmured against her pink flowy hair. I squeezed Cole's hand and smiled up at him. "I said goodbye to my friend today, but I was able to make Atticus and Raina happy, and that made my heart swell inside my chest." "My lord, the lords and ladies are seated and waiting in the meeting room as requested." A servant came over, cutting their reunion short. "They're here for the coronation, and I imagine we now have 2 territories open." Atticus sighed, looking up at Cole. "We do," he replied. Atticus pulled away from Raina reluctantly and stood up to his full height. "I will return to you very soon, my flower," he said, smiling down at Raina. "Escort them to Raina's room," Atticus said, talking to one of the vampire guards. I let go of Cole's hand and gripped Raina's, and we walked away and followed the guard to Raina's room, the room filled with paintings and dusty furniture.
Cole. I followed my father, Braden, and Caden behind me to the meetings room. I knew there were about 50 vampire lords and ladies. Well, now there was 48. I knew the FA had powers, but holy shit, I was not expecting her to be able to blow up Martha. I was relieved on some level to know that she would not always need me around. I also hoped Raina could help her learn to control it. We strolled into the room and it quickly became silent. Braden and Caden stood on the back wall as the damned shut the doors behind us. The atmosphere felt very somber, like a dark cloud was hanging in the ceiling. Atticus took his seat at the head of the table and I sat beside him. "I have called you here because come tomorrow you will have a new king. My son Cole has found and marked his fated, and they will rule together. The coronation will take place tomorrow night." He spoke sternly and slowly. "And where is our new queen?" Samuel said. He was sitting across from me. "Resting," I said flatly. "Vampires don't need to rest," he said bluntly. "Queen Olivia is Fae," Atticus said, and they all screech out, some of them with disgust on their faces. I gripped the arm of the chair, my knuckles turning white and just preparing for the bloodshed. I would tear them all down and I could start with Samuel. "Some Fae cunt is not going to lead us, rule us, or be our queen," Samuel said with disgust in his voice. Before I could even react, one of the damned had appeared and had a grip on his hair, jerking his head back and forcing Samuel to hiss and extend his fangs. "Oh, my apologies, Samuel. You see, the damned soldiers already view Olivia as their queen. I would choose your words very carefully," Atticus said before waving his hand, and the soldier reluctantly let him go. "I'm sure on your way in you noticed my yard decorations. I wasn't planning on adding more, but I can if that's what you choose. I certainly have the space in the dungeons," he said calmly. "Why, my king, are you threatening us?" a lady vampire sitting down at the table asked, her voice laced with fear. "It's a promise, Lady Caitlin. Should any of you even think about touching her in a malicious way, you will join Marcus and Annabelle on the front lawn," I growled while glaring everyone down. Like I said, the coronation will commence tomorrow evening. We regrettably have 2 regions to address. Marcus and Martha are no longer able to govern. As law commands, the king will assign these territories. Therefore, Cole, do you have anyone in mind? Atticus asked me, and I nodded. "Braden and Caden," I said, and glanced to the back of the room. They looked shocked, but this was not something you turned down. I also needed them. My plan was to turn things back, to find some way to live peacefully with the human race. Also, since we are all here, I should inform you now that once I am crowned king, I will begin the process of the discontinuation of human slavery. The room erupted. It was hard to hear anyone over the shouting and yelling. I suppose change is hard sometimes. "Silence!" Atticus boomed, and they once again became quiet. "Is this because your queen is not one of us?" Samuel hissed from across the table at me. "It's because it never should have happened. We don't need breeder camps or pet shops. We can live peacefully. The humans can live in villages, and in exchange will give blood freely. You can still govern your territories, but those will be the laws. I caution you to follow through because I will be sending the damned to report back to me," I replied back. I had been working on these details for months, and I wasn't going to let Samuel fuck things up. After a few more details, Atticus dismissed the other vampires and we sat alone in the meeting room. I was clawing on the inside to get out and find my little dove. I didn't trust any of these leeches, as Raven would say. I'm thankful she could return. She would have totally lost her shit with all these vampires around in the castle. "You should go. You haven't seen her in 20 years, I told him quietly. "I still can't believe she's real. She looks exactly the same, even her crooked little wings," he said, a smile on his face. "Go to her. I don't trust Samuel. I need to find and keep an eye on Olivia," I stated before getting up and leaving. I made my way through the halls, passing servants and vampire guests, none of whom would meet my gaze. I hoped they would take my warning seriously. Torture and dismemberment were a lot of energy. I smelled him and my fangs extended, ready to rip his throat out. I not only smelled him, but I also smelled her. "Ah, what a lovely fairy you are. No wonder he's keeping you all to himself," Samuel said, his hands twirling a few strands of her hair. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" I snarled before grabbing him by the neck and slamming him onto the floor. "I was just saying hello to my new queen," he said while shrugging, like I just didn't warn him not to touch her. "You must be incredibly ignorant," I said while snapping my fingers, a damned soldier finding its way to the room instantly. "Take Samuel back to his room, and if he gets near the queen again, kill him," I told the vampire while glaring down at Samuel. He pulled him up by his hair and dragged him down the hall away from us. I stalked over to my little dove, her big eyes full of surprise. I cupped her face and tilted her head back until she was looking into my eyes. I smashed my lips against her, enjoying the sweet taste of her soft lips against mine. "Why didn't you stay in the room?" I asked her once I pulled away. She took a few moments to catch her breath, her cheeks blushing from the kiss. "I was tired and it wasn't that far, but that man stopped me," she said quietly. I nodded, accepting her response. Samuel should never have stopped her in the first place. I'll break some of his fingers later. "Cole," she said. I hummed in response and looked down at her while we continued down the hall to our bedroom. "I want you to bite me and drink from me if you need to." "Absolutely, fucking not. Olivia, I am not doing that anymore. I promised you once we got here I wouldn't do that," I sternly said. "I know, but you can, if you want. I know you need it, and I want to give that to you," she said quietly. I couldn't deny how delicious she was, but I refused to do that to her. She didn't bring it up again as we finally made it to the room. I turned and locked the door, and immediately began to peel my clothes from my body, letting them drop into a pile on the floor. I slumped down in the chair and rubbed my face with my hands, only one more day to get through. I moved my hands away when I felt her small body glide over mine, her legs straddling my lap. My hands found their way to her hips, and I noticed she was just in her underwear and bra. I raised my eyebrow at her, waiting for her explanation, not that she really needed one. She flicked her hair behind her shoulder, revealing my mark, my fang bites on her pale porcelain skin. "Please," she whined, "please let me do this one thing for you." I sighed and pulled her hips closer to my body. She smirked and wrapped her arms around my neck. My mouth quickly found its way to her neck, and I started sucking on the tender parts, dragging my tongue over her salty skin. My fangs slowly extended and I let them drag over her throat, savoring every second. I barely pierced her skin when she started to moan softly. I drove my fangs deeper into her neck, started to suck. Her blood was sweet and pure. I pulled her even closer, taking big gulps at first, but now I slowed my pace, not wanting to take too much from her. Her moans slowed, and I could start to drift to sleep. I quickly pulled out and looked at her. Her eyes were hooded, and she smiled as I took my tongue and licked along her slender neck, cleaning up and devouring the blood that trickled down. She curled up in my lap, a smile still on her face as she fell into a deep and peaceful slumber. Cole. Coronation Day, well, really night was here. This had never happened before, so extensive planning needed to be done. Olivia and I would walk hand in hand, and my father, Atticus, would crown us. Doing so, he would pass his power and authority over to me. Luckily, he wouldn't become weakened. I doubt that would ever be possible. He was an immortal. He was the first vampire to exist. Even though we lived in the modern world, I would still need to wear royal robes. I groaned as the tailors took my measurements and rushed to dress me. I insisted on just dress pants and a white button-down shirt. The robe was a velvet black material. The trim was a soft white faux fur with a gold chain at the collar to hold the robe securely over my shoulders. Once they fully dressed me, and it was almost time to begin, I instructed a servant to send for Samuel. "My prince, my, how splendid you look!" Samuel beamed when he finally strolled in. "Bow to your king," one of the damned soldiers demanded. He's not my king yet," Samuel stated. I clenched my fists at my side, making my knuckles turn white and digging my nails into my palms. "I called you here, Samuel, to talk. I hope moving forward we can be able to work together peacefully and remain civil with each other," I said flatly. I knew Samuel only served himself and his pockets. My father let the lords and ladies do as they pleased, and I was going to change that. "Of course, my prince. I look forward to working with you and, of course, spending more time with your pet," he smirked. I should have ripped his fucking head off. It would have saved me so much grief. "What did you just say?" I snarled, the servants and tailors flinching at my tone. I'm just saying that is what she was," he said flatly. "I just don't understand why you'd want to shut down where you found her. Or change things," he said, pacing back and forth in front of me. "This is happening, Samuel. Starting tomorrow, so make your fucking peace with it," I growled. "Or what? You'll butcher me like you did Marcus and Annabelle? Don't threaten me, boy," he snapped back. Within seconds, I had Samuel pinned against the wall by his throat. I applied enough pressure that he was gasping for breath. "Samuel, Samuel, Samuel, as much as I'd like to carve you up like the pig you are, I cannot. I think the tailor would be upset if I got blood and guts on my new robes," I said with malice. "I appreciate your effort to be here, Samuel," I said, releasing him from the wall as I shook his hand. "But they should attend your injuries too in your home." He looked at me puzzled. I squeezed his hand. I continued to squeeze and press my fingers tightly around his. My knuckles turned white and so did his face as he tried to pry me off of him. You could hear the bones snapping and Samuel's cry for help. "Let's get a few things straight before you leave, Samuel. 1, she is not a fucking pet. She is your motherfucking queen. 2, I am not a boy. I am thousands of years older than you. Finally, 3, and this is important, I do not make threats, I make promises." I gritted out through my teeth before letting go of his hand. His fingers were limp and mangled. The bones had snapped and pushed through his flesh. Even for a vampire, this wouldn't heal so quickly. He trembled, but that did not stop the glare he held. "Make sure he gets home safely," I ordered a guard, and they carried him off. The coronation was very much like a human wedding, and in a way we were getting married. We would be together forever. I stood there waiting for her to enter. They stationed both of our crowns on tall pedestals. Atticus had someone make Olivia's, since there was never a queen before. "I don't see Samuel anywhere," my father said, his eyes scanning the attendants. "His hand hurt, so he went home," I replied, shrugging my shoulders. He shook his head before opening the doors and walking to the front of the room, leaving me to wait for my little dove. Right on cue, I heard her heels click against the hard floors and watched as she glided down the staircase. I sucked in a breath at the sight of her. Her white hair had been curled, and it cascaded over her shoulders. They dressed her in a white dress that had gold accents on her waist and along the sleeves. Her royal robe was golden and had small flowers sewn in. Reyna bounced behind a bright smile on her face, and her pink curls placed in a bun on top of her head. She curtsied in front of us before walking excitedly away and out the door. I stuck my arm and elbow out, motioning for her to take hold so we could walk out together and get this over with. They held the doors open as we walked through. The minute we were through the doors, the murmurs started. I tuned them out and focused on the nervous fairy clutching my arm. "Relax, my love. This will be very simple. Atticus will crown us and say a few words, and that's it," I whispered down in her ear while rubbing her arm to calm her down. We strolled toward the front of the room, the lords and ladies on each side of us until we reached Atticus. "I gathered us today to welcome a new reign. I will now pass my power to my son, Colden Vallon. I will place the archaic crown upon his head, and the transfer will be complete," Atticus said as he picked up the relic. The crown was not worn daily anymore, not for centuries now. It was really only a way to transfer power. Olivia was already a queen. The forest gave her Adelina's power, but the vampires needed to see her become their queen. He lifted the newly polished crown in the air and placed it gently on top of my head. The second it touched my hair follicles, I could feel the energy. My eyes turned black and the vampires in the room fell to one knee. The king's power radiated off of me and I closed my eyes. I channeled it and let it flow through me until my eyes changed back to normal. The vampires in the room stand back up, sighing and groaning from the force they felt. "Olivia," he spoke, gaining both our attention now. "It is an honor to have you as a queen. You are already a Fae queen, but I hope this tiara will appease everyone and grant the respect you surely deserve," he finished. It was clear he was not talking to her, but everyone else in the room. It was Atticus's way of threatening the others. He gently placed the dainty tiara on her head, and she smiled. Once the golden tiara was settled on her head, a light blue glow surrounded her. I took a step to the side, watching as the tiara floated into the air. It spun so fast that it was just a blur. She looked panicked, and I tried my best to reassure her, but this was new to me. "It'll be okay, little dove, just stay still," I breathed. The tiara had finally stopped spinning, but it had morphed itself into a crystal crown aligned with jewels. She closed her eyes and the glow slowly dimmed down, but it appeared to absorb into her soft, pale skin. There were, of course, gasps and whispers once again. "Silence!" Atticus boomed. Olivia's eyes snapped open, her heavy breaths slowed down and became normal. "How do you feel?" I turned and asked her. "Good. Different, but in a good way," she whispered. "We will not be silent. You can't think that the fairy witch will rule over us?" Lady Helen sneered. I glared at her. She was too close for comfort, and I was ready to step in the way if necessary. She quickly snatched the sword from a nearby guard and charged toward Olivia. Olivia placed her palm out and outstretched to shield the attack. Everything happened so fast that I could not hasten my movements in time. The blade of the sword shattered as she drove it into Olivia's hand. It was like Olivia's hand was composed of stone. The jagged shards of metal fell to the ground. She gasped and studied her hand afterward. She didn't even have a scratch on her. One of the damned swooped in and took his axe and lopped off Helen's head. Blood gushed out and sputtered against his clothing and across his face as her head hit the floor and rolled out toward the crowd. He twirled the axe and turned toward the others. They shrieked and fell to their hands and knees. I really hoped this would be a bloodless event.
"Olivia." Blood pooled on the ground as the decapitated woman continued to bleed out. A scream should have left my lips, but I focused my eyes on the markings on my skin that slowly faded away. The sword should have penetrated my hand or left a mark. Instead, it just shattered on impact. What was happening to me? What was I becoming? "Everyone out!" Atticus shouted. His sharp tone echoed against the silent room. There was no hesitation as the vampires jumped to their feet and rushed for the door as if the room was on fire.
"You all clean up this mess,"
he said, directing his orders to the guard who just decapitated the woman. The vampire guard, however, remained still.
"We answer only to our king and our queen,"
the guard replied. Atticus exhaled through his nose and shot a glare. "Make sure every vampire that isn't supposed to be here has left. Have this trash disposed of. Tomorrow the actual work begins," Cole ordered, and without hesitation, the guards dispersed. Cole gently gripped my forearm and guided me out of the room. His body was tense, and his facial expression was rigid. "Is your father upset because he is no longer king?" I asked him. My voice was meek and unsure. He sighed.
"No, little dove. He was hoping today would go smoothly."
Even though the distance to our bedroom was lengthy, it didn't feel like it took us long at all. My fingers fumbled with the clasp on the robes until it finally unhooked and slid off my shoulders, pooling on the floor. I felt my nerves heighten as I reached for the crystal tiara, afraid of what else could happen from the softest of touches. Before my fingertips even grazed it, Cole had already snatched it off my head and slung it onto the chair. It bounced from on the velvet cushions but remained unharmed. Cole stood behind me, his hands gliding up and down my arms. A shiver vibrated along my spine. His smell, his touch, everything about him was intoxicating. He carefully removed the pin holding up my hair. It tousled down and draped over my shoulders. "Is this a mistake? They will never listen to me or—" Cole's hand cupped over my mouth. His other hand tucked my hair behind my ear as his hot breath fanned against my earlobe. "They will respect you. You are their queen, my queen, and they will bow to you. One way or another, they will fall to their knees." Heat raised to my cheeks, and his soft lips kissed my warm skin. The thick fabric of my dress pressed against my skin as his hands slowly loosened the ties and clasps that held it on my body. It rolled off my shoulders and dropped to the floor. His icy hands gripped my waist and lifted me into the air and out of the dress and heels. "What happens now?" I asked. I meant my question for the future. Cole turned my world, our world, completely upside down, and while I was happy about the shift, it was still confusing. "Tonight I will ravage your body. You will experience ecstasy mortal beings only dream of. Starting tomorrow, we will rule together, side by side, and live in peace until the end of time," he whispered as his lips kissed along my stomach and up to my neck. His hands cupped my backside, lifting me again and plopping my body onto the bed. My arms wrapped around his neck as his lips found mine. I never knew so much passion existed until Cole kissed me. Each kiss was even more intense than the last. My hands slid down to his shirt, and my fingers fumbled with each button. Like most of his skin, his chest was icy. It cooled down my flushed flesh. Our kiss deepened, and my hips unconsciously thrust upward. Cole's knuckles pressed against my thighs as he gripped the silky slip. It was the only thing keeping us from touching skin to skin until he shredded it down the middle like it was a piece of paper. Goosebumps pricked my bare skin as heat radiated between my thighs. My mind became cloudy, and I never noticed Cole undressed. He pinned my wrists to each side beside my head. His warm breath blew against my face as our eyes locked. "I want you to bite me as you take my body. I want to feel you, Cole, all of you," I breathed. A grunt came from his throat just before his fangs extended out. Air hitched in my throat as he pushed his length alongside my inner thighs and entered me slowly. My already hardened and sensitive nipples pressed into him as my chest heaved up and down with each thrust. I threw my head back, my hair sprawled out in every direction as soft moans left my lips. A louder cry filled the room once his tongue found my mark. Everything felt intense. Our lips smashed together again, muffling any moans and filling my nostrils with his musky scent. When I broke the kiss, my head tilted back as his fangs scraped along my throat. There was a more brutal thrust as his fangs pierced my skin, and I felt the warm liquid run down my chest. "Olivia." Weeks later. It felt strange to wonder about the enormous castle after spending so much of my life in a small space. Cole had insisted the guards follow me after the attempted attack on the Correlation Day. That day was a horrible memory I wished to forget, lock up in the back of my mind and never go back to. That evening, however, was an entirely different story. Finding out they called the guards the Damned was quite unpleasant for me. How could such loyal and robust creatures be called something so vulgar? Naturally, I gave each of them a name. Leon and Jack became my guards. They both were there the day Cole rescued me from Annabelle. Leon also was the one to lop off the female vampire's head who attacked me. Cole spent more of his time with Atticus. Much needed to be changed, and resistance from the other vampires didn't make things easier. It was hard to recall a day where a guard didn't come back with that thick black tar smeared across their face or clothing drenched with blood. Vampire blood. Raina tried her best to explain the different fey powers I now possessed, but she was unaware of much. It was in those times that I wished Raven was still here. She explained that the blue ball of light, despite its color, was raw sunshine. Vampires could walk in the daylight like humans, but raw sunshine was powerful enough to kill any creature. All fey were close to nature, and even though I was only half fey, that was still true for me. I could easily regenerate dead trees or plant life with a touch with my finger. The blue markings that glowed on my skin, or how my body became invincible during the attack on Coronation Day, were still a mystery. Since then, Raina and I have practiced our gifts in the gardens. We should practice agility today. It's a beautiful sunny day, and running will build muscles in your thighs. I'm sure the king would love that, Raina giggled. Raina, I squealed before lightly tapping her shoulder. Before I could ask Jack and Leon to survey the area to ensure it's safe, Raina darted off. Wait! I shouted before sprinting after her into the woods. Jack and Leon were close behind me. They both made a sharp hiss before their black fangs extended out past their lips. The king has been searching for you, Samuel, Leon snarled. There was a small, childlike whimper before Raina came out from the shadows of the trees. His pale arm was wrapped around her throat. I tilted my head to one side, examining his face. Leon's hand gripped my shoulder when I tried to step towards Raina. Call your dogs off and we can talk, Fairy Queen, Samuel snarled, his arm tightening its grip around her neck. Raina's cheek turned red. Her nails dug into his arm, but he didn't seem bothered by that. Her breaths became ragged as she struggled to breathe. Let her go first, I demanded, and he just smiled before applying more pressure. Better hurry before she stops breathing altogether, he jested. I turned my head to Jack and then Leon, nodding to let them know it was okay. Cole could read my thoughts and knew my emotions, so it was just a matter of time before he came. Jack and Leon backed away slowly until they were finally out of sight. What do you want? Release her, I snarled. The blue markings appeared on my hands and arms. I want you and that bastard to leave things be. I will not go back into hiding because he mated with a halfling. Tell him to stop before I bring war to his door, he hissed, and his fangs extended out. He turned Raina around, his hand tangled in her hair at the scalp. I took a couple of steps towards them, but he held his other hand out. Not so fast. To show how serious I am, a little taste of what could happen, he said. His hand moved in the air, and my eyes followed his every movement. He stopped just above her already tattered wings before gripping one of them tightly. A blood-curdling scream came from her throat just as he pulled his hand down, ripping her wing completely off. He threw her body to the ground as a gust of wind blew by.
Cole. Changing things proved to be much more difficult than I had expected. I knew there would be pushback initially until I sent the damned into their cities. It probably sounded easy enough. Just shut everything down and let the humans go free. They needed somewhere to go, a way to start over, which meant vampires giving up territories, which never fucking belonged to them, to begin with. Atticus suggested human villages, but that wouldn't work. It sounded too much like a damn petting zoo or an isolation area for starters. If things were to be better, we all had to coexist together. I spent too many months under Marcus's thumb and away from Olivia for things not to work out now. It only took us a few days to have things set up. The biggest nightmare was the vampire raids and riots. Fucking Samuel was getting everyone riled up and orchestrating attacks where any humans gathered. He was a slippery asshole too. Anytime we even got close to catching him, he vanished, like a ghost. Eventually, we had no other option than to make human villages temporarily. I ordered the dam to watch and protect the humans until we caught Samuel. Oh, and when I got my hands on him, he'll wish we had never been turned. Do you think he gave up? Atticus asked me. No, he's waiting for something. Maybe he thinks I'll pull the damned away soon, I replied. You know as well as everyone else that they have to return to Helios soon. They've already been away too long. Helios was a prison buried deep below the surface. The damned were created to protect its gates, and them being away created a risk. I couldn't send them back until the head of the snake was dealt with. I sighed deeply and peeked out the window. Reyna and Olivia were out there, laughing and enjoying the bright sunshine. Her skin glowed, and she looked more beautiful every day. She gets stronger every day. It radiates from her, Atticus mumbled. Do you ever recall running into a fae that could have a blue ball of light in their hands, or have those blue markings she gets on her skin sometimes? He simply shook his head. Adelina couldn't do those kinds of things. There was a rumor that Aldrich had dark fae blood running through his veins, but it was only a rumor, he said before walking away. It had been decades since dark fae roamed the earth. There was no way Aldrich was even a fraction of dark fae. A scream shattered my thoughts, and my eyes darted out the window again, looking for them, for her. They were gone, nowhere in sight. Atticus was already gone, and I was seconds behind him. The scream didn't belong to my Olivia. It was unfortunate that I knew what her scream sounded like. When we arrived in the forest, Reyna was collapsed on the ground. Her breaths were shallow, and deep red cuts lined her back where her wings used to be located. A small pile of iridescent dust lay inches from her. Atticus carefully scooped her up and cradled her in his arms. His eyes turned black and cold. He sat there in silence, clutching her body as if his life depended on it. Olivia was motionless. The blue markings covering her hands and arms glowed dark blue as anger and hatred radiated off her. Her fury and rage thickened the air. It would have choked any living creature. Olivia and Reyna's safety was my only concern the moment we left the confines of the castle. Samuel made his escape the moment I arrived, but I had already ordered the damned to go after him. This time, they would capture him. How the fuck does he keep getting away? I growled. Olivia sat next to Reyna, her fingers gently stroking her. The injured fairy's rosy glow was fading quickly, and without her wings, it would only be a matter of time before she perished completely.
Olivia. Each breath was a struggle for Reyna. A wheeze accompanied every inhale of breath. Her once glowy and sun-kissed skin paled and turned gray. Atticus couldn't even look at her. He just stared straight ahead like a statue. I didn't need to be a mind reader to know what he was thinking. They just found each other again, and she was again being ripped by his arms from his kind. Anger was building inside me, and I didn't know how to stop it. I didn't know if I wanted to stop it. Samuel didn't have to pluck her wings off. He didn't have to hurt her at all. Reyna was like a dainty little butterfly whose wings were just as fragile. Darkness began brewing deep down in my soul. Cole's eyes flickered to mine. Now and again, they would gloss over as he communicated with the guards after Samuel. "Do something. Help her. Save her," Atticus said, his voice cracked with each syllable. My eyelids closed and I exhaled a breath. Truthfully, I had no idea what to do. Healing a dead tree or a wilted flower was one thing, but this, Reyna, was a person. I pushed the anger I felt for Samuel deep down and tried to concentrate. The iridescent dust that once was her wings shined brightly despite the setting of the sun. My hands cupped together as I scooped it up. Slowly, my fingers tipped inward and the dust sprinkled over her wounded back. Atticus kept asking me what I was doing, but I didn't have an answer for him, so I just remained quiet. Something in my bones told me this is how I should help her. We need to get back to the castle before the sun fully sets, Cole said, standing behind me. My fingers trembled as they squished into the soft grass, and we all widened our eyes as bright green vines sprouted from my fingers and grew longer and longer. The vines coiled around her frame like a snake would do to its prey. "Make it stop!" Atticus demanded, but the vines started to glow. The color returned to Raina's skin, her breathing even more, and even the wheezing noises from her throat became fainter. When I removed my hands from the grass, the vines snapped and shriveled up. Small pink flowers lined her back where her wings were. Atticus pulled her towards him closer, cradling her in his arms tighter. My legs wobbled as I tried to stand up, my vision clouded over, and it felt like the world around me was moving. "Olivia, what's wrong?" Cole shouted as he caught me in his arms before I could fall. "I just feel," I mumbled into his chest. Exhaustion took over, and it felt like someone had drained the life from me. And that's precisely what happened, unknowingly. "You gave some of your life force to her. Let's get you both back home," Cole said. His hands grasped the back of my thighs before lifting me in the air. My legs automatically wrapped around his waist, pressing my body against his. My arms curled around his neck and my head tucked under his chin. A whoosh of cool air blew through my hair as he used his inhuman speed to take us to the castle within seconds. I peeked through my eyelashes at the setting sun. It never looked so beautiful.
Cole. Her eyes pinched shut as she fell into a healing sleep once her head hit the pillow on our bed. I pushed the wisps of hair away from her face as the back of my fingers grazed across her warm cheeks. The anger and hatred radiating from her body seemed to abolish as soon as her eyes shut. I was grateful for that much. She needed to stay in the light. She needed to let any darkness be my burden and let me absorb it all for her. I crept out of the room, the door barely making a sound as it clicked shut behind me. A shitstorm headed my way, but I had no choice but to send the damned back to Helios. Only they held power to keep the gates closed, and like Atticus reminded me, they had been away far too long already. When Atticus grasped my shirt and threw me into a wall, my thoughts were disrupted. His eyes were dark, and he stunk of fear. "She won't wake up, get Olivia. I want to know what she did to her," he demanded. My fingernails dug into his knuckles before I ripped them away altogether. "Get your hands off of me and tell me what to fucking do. You know damn well she is in a healing sleep. They both are," I hissed. He was terrified, and I couldn't fault him for that. He already went through this once, when he thought she was gone, and now he was having to relive that pain again. They weren't fated together, but that meant nothing to him. Only two of the damned returned, empty-handed, of course. A growl threatened to erupt from my throat as they explained the events of the chase and how there was no trace of him. "You've reported! What are you waiting for? Leave!" Atticus seethed. They both just stared at him before their black fangs shot down. I raised my eyebrow even though I already knew why they didn't want to leave. "We will stay until the Queen no longer needs or wants our presence," one of them said dryly. "Why would she want a couple of damned—" Atticus started, but he was quickly cut off, and what they told shocked us both. "Leon and Jack. Our names are Leon," he pointed to himself and then to the other. "And Jack." "You don't have fucking names, you never have," Atticus screeched out. "Queen Olivia gave us all names," the one called Jack shrugged. I couldn't help the smirk that curled my lips up. I remembered the look of horror she gave me when telling her what they were called. Never in a million years would I ever guess that she named them all. "She is resting from healing Raina, but you are free to stand outside her door," I waved at them. The cool night breeze blew through my hair as I walked outside. The sun had already set entirely. War and bloodshed wafted in the air, scents of the future. Samuel's last attempt to stop me would come soon, but I was ready for that. And this time, he would not escape.
"Olivia." A thunderous boom shook me from my sleep. I nearly fell to the floor as the castle shook and pieces from the ceiling crumbled down. The door flew open, nearly ripped from its hinges, as Leon and Jack stormed inside. They each took a relaxed breath, but I was anything but relaxed. Some of my energy returned, even though my healing slumber had been interrupted. My feet carried me out of the door, picking up speed once in the hallway. The closer to the main entrance I got, the louder and harder the castle shook. Jack and Leon were right behind me, shouting for me to slow down, but I needed to find Cole. I slid across the concrete stone once I ran outside and saw them. Hundreds of vampires, eyes red and fangs out, and at the front was Samael. The moonlight was the only thing illuminating the pitch-black night. Cole turned his body towards me, his fangs already out. "Get back where it's safe," he hissed. I didn't listen. I couldn't. Not while he was in danger, while we all were in danger. I rushed over to where he was standing and threw my arms around his neck. "I can help. There are too many for you to take on by yourself. Where is everyone else at?" I whispered, my lips barely touching his as I spoke. "You're not fully healed, and vampires are strongest during the night. You are strongest during the day. The others are coming. I have to hold off until then." His answer didn't make me feel any better. "Don't send her away, Cole. After all, she's whom we came for," Samuel yelled, followed by a sinister laugh. Cole grasped my arms and twisted me behind him like he was my shield. "Why do you want her? I thought you were here to stop me. Leave her the fuck out of this," Cole growled, his fangs snapped against his bottom row of teeth. "Yes, well, I found someone who could help with that, and the only payment he wants is the fairy bitch," Samuel chuckled. Cole pushed me back until my back hit the stone walls. He narrowed, and while he didn't say it, he wanted me to stay put and out of harm, but I knew I could help. Jack and Leon darted to the sea of enemy vampires. Screams of agony echoed each time they bit into their necks. Cole and Atticus joined next, and within moments, it turned into a bloodbath. My eyes darted around, but it was challenging to keep up with everyone. 4 against 100, though, the odds were never on our side. They each were captured and brought to their knees in front of me. Blood and sweat wafted the air. It made my nose wrinkle. "Come to me, little fairy, and I won't kill them," Samuel mused. He had a hand gripped into Cole's hair, while 3 other vampires restrained him, trying to keep him kneeling. "Run, Olivia! Don't you fucking dare come over here!" Cole warned, but it fell on deaf ears. My toes were already softly stepping towards them. The blue markings formed on my skin once they grazed the grass. "Get away from them, and I'll come closer," I bargained. Samuel grinned, his fangs pushed back into his mouth. He threw his hands up in surrender and stepped away slowly. My foot dug into the ground toward Samuel. Dark-colored vines shot out of the earth and wrapped around him like with Reyna. My finger twirled in the air as they twisted and trapped his body within. "You stupid bitch! You think you can trap me? Stop me with some fucking grass!" he roared as his body thrashed around my vines. Cole was shouting at me, but it was too late. The darkness in my soul was seeping out now. My mind replayed that scene over and over and over again. The smile on his crusty lips as he held poor Reyna and plucked her wings off like she was an insect, like she was nothing. Other vampires charged towards me. My eyes snapped in their direction. The grass around their shoes grew taller and held them in place for later. I turned my attention back to Samuel. His mouth gaped open, ready for another string of profanities. My fist clenched. The vines grew long black thorns, and the longer my fist stayed balled up, the longer they grew. They pierced his vile flesh like he was a pincushion, penetrating his bones and making a crunch as they extended to the other side. Samuel's blood seeped out between the rows of vines, his screams filling the silence. Droplets of blood fell from my nose, but I wouldn't let go until I squeezed every last drop from him. An icy hand touched my fist, and I shot a glare at the intruder, but my face softened when I realized it was Cole. "It's okay now, little dove. I've got you. Come back to me now," he breathed. My hand relaxed. The vines continued to squeeze until they snapped. They cut through Samuel's body. Blood, skin, and even his head shot through the air, making a thump as they landed. Cole curled his fingers under my chin and tilted my head up to meet his gaze. "I told you to run. I told you I only needed to hold them off," he quietly said. My lips parted to tell him why I couldn't run, why I couldn't watch the person I loved most in this cruel world die in front of me. Before I could say anything, he pressed my body close to his as rapid winds flew past us. The guards they called the Damned had returned and stood around us like a barrier. "Why are you here? Helios!" Atticus shouted before being cut off. We were too late. Someone had already opened the gates. I peeked through my eyelashes at the pool of blood and ripped carcass of Samuel. No one said it, but all knew it was him, even if he didn't do it directly.
Finish off the traitors. We need to travel to Helios and figure out who exactly escaped that prison, Cole ordered.
A gasp left my lips as the guards, including Leon and Jack, extended out their black fangs and leaped in the air towards the vampires. Blood spewed and painted the ground as they ripped into their flesh like starved animals.
There is one in Helios that we need to find quickly, Atticus said as we entered the castle.
Cole raised his eyebrow and waited for him to continue.
Azazel, Atticus mumbled. Are you out of your fucking mind? He died years ago, Cole growled, but Atticus shook his head. She couldn't kill him, so she sent him there. She built that prison for him, he replied.
Who is Azazel? I asked. They both looked down at me, hesitation written on their faces before they both spoke in unison. Your brother,